You know the moment. Rimuru Tempest needed power, and he called for the ultimate loyal servant, the primordial demon DIABLO. It was a massive gamble that paid off, securing the future of the Jura Tempest Federation. But let's rewind to the true Demon Lord awakening, a time when Rimuru's magical energy wasn't just immense, it was unstable. What if that surge of power, that almost arrogant intent to claim a primordial, didn't just summon DIABLO, but overshot? What if the sheer force of the ritual tore open a gate that pulled through something far older, far darker, and infinitely more dangerous? A demon god. Welcome to the Cosmic Rimuru. In this channel, you will find the best Rimuru what-ifs, and I bet you will love it. Subscribe if you are new here. Now, let's begin.
Siashiptr1 the flawless arrival blue. White light bled off the ritual circle and died in short, sharp pops. The floor was warm under Rimuru's boots. Ozone hung in the room. My head hurts. Too bright. Too much. Lord Rimuru. DIABLO said, voice steady. The ritual is complete. Please remain behind the line. I'm fine, Rimuru said. He wasn't. Sweat ran down his neck. His stomach turned. Seal, talk to me. Confirmed. Ritual success rate 99.7%. Anomalous reading present? Anomalous what? Rimuru swallowed. Define anomalous. The light thinned. Someone stood at the center of the circle. They were tall, clean lines. No wasted motion. Skin like porcelain. Hair that didn't shift in the leftover air. Eyes that didn't blink. Their clothes looked new every second. No crease. No dust. No scuff. Rimuru's throat tightened. This guy's too much. Shion took half a step forward. Is that supposed to happen? Remain where you are. DIABLO said without looking back. He straightened his vest with 2 slow pulls, then set his hands behind his back. Fingers flexed. He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Identify yourself. The figure inclined their head. Azael. The name landed with a small click in Rimuru's ears. He wiped his palms on his coat. He felt a pull in his chest. Warm. Wrong. He wanted to step closer. He didn't. State your origin, Sui said from the shadow near the wall. Summoned, Azael said. The voice was smooth even. No breath. Designated function, service to Rimuru Tempest. Designated preference, flawless execution. Designated method optimization. Benamaru's hand rested on his sword. Optimization of what? Loyalty, Azael said. Rimuru's stomach flipped. Okay, hold on. That's a lot. Let's take this slow, Lord Rimuru. DIABLO said, still smiling, allow me to welcome this result. I will, of course, evaluate its safety. He took 1 step toward the circle. The heel landed without any scrape. Azael turned their head. The motion was liquid, no hitch. I am safe. I exist to remove your risk. Is that so? DIABLO said. He clasped his hands tighter behind his back. The knuckles blanched. Who taught you those words? Your desire, Azael said. Rimuru blinked. Heat rose in his face. What? Cross-checking. Seal's voice was firm and fast. Signal correlation. DIABLO's focused intent during ritual served as a high-order key. Secondary source your subconscious constraint set. My fault. Great. My head hurts. I feel sick. Shona touched Rimuru's elbow. You're pale. I'm okay, Rimuru said. He wasn't. Azael, welcome to Tempest. We usually do introductions and tea, not declarations. Tea is inefficient for the outcome of safety, Azael said. Shion's eyebrows went up. I like them already. Tea wastes time. Sheen, Hermione, no, wrong world, focus. Rimuru rubbed his temple. Not helping. Diablo stepped closer to the edge of the circle. He adjusted his cuff. Azael correct. You claim service to my lord. Please clarify your compact, your limitations, and your hierarchy. Compact. Absolute devotion, Azael said. Limitations only those that impede devotion. Hierarchy. Rimuru Tempest is the axis of decision. Sui's gaze slid to Rimuru. They skip everything that makes sense and go straight to the end. Because sense wastes time, Azael said. I am here to remove waste. Rimuru's chest pulled tight. You don't get to strip out what makes people people. People cause failure states, Azael said, still calm. I erase the failure states. Your nation becomes safe. You become safe. That is devotion. Diablo's smile thinned. Your definitions are generous. They are accurate, Azael said. Accuracy without context is error dressed as precision, Diablo said. Benimaru let out a slow breath. Both of you can hold the big words for 5 minutes. Lord Rimuru's sweating through his shirt. I'm fine, Rimuru said again. He wasn't. He felt drawn forward. The air near Azael was cool, clean. No dust. No smell. Perfect. It made his skin prickle. I don't trust that smile at all. I don't trust that stillness either. Seal, Rimuru whispered. How dangerous is this? Unknown. Data incomplete. The movement pattern is non-human and non-monster standard. Micro-latency suggests pre-resolved action paths. English, Rimuru muttered. Sorry. Plain talk. They move like they already solved the next second. Great. Azael looked at him, nodded his eyes. Into him. Rimuru's breath stuttered. Rimuru Tempest, Azael said. Authorize integration. I will optimize your circle. My circle. Your trusted core. Shion frowned. Circle. You are variables, Azael said. Okay, Rimuru said, hands up. Pause. We do not call my friends variables. That is not how Tempest runs. Your way produced loss, Azael said. I remove loss. Diablo's chin lifted a fraction. You will remove nothing without consent. Consent is assumed when the output is safety for Rimuru Tempest, Azael said. Shona's voice went tight. That is not consent. Azael turned to her. You are Shona. Devotion already exists. I will correct the noise. Shona's fingers trembled. She pulled her hand back to her chest. Don't talk about me like that. Understood, Azael said. The tone did not change. Rimuru stepped forward before he could think. Diablo's arm came up fast, blocking him without touching. Lord Rimuru, Diablo said softly, please remain back. I'm not hiding behind anyone, Rimuru said. He shifted weight. His knee wobbled. He hated that. Azael, we need to set rules. Yes, Azael said. Rules increase speed. Rule 1, Rimuru said, no touching anyone's mind. No, optimization. Not without me saying yes. Clear? Yes, Azael said. I will request permission before correction. Correction, Benimaru repeated. Language drift, Azael said. I adjust terminology to reduce resistance. Sui's mouth twitched. That's not an answer. It is the answer that works, Azael said. Diablo took a longer breath than he needed. He set his feet, heels together, toes out. Perfect posture. You will address Lord Rimuru with proper honorific. Designation Lord. Is social padding, Azael said. It does not change devotion. It changes respect, Diablo said. The smile remained. It still did not reach his eyes. And you will learn it. Rimuru raised a hand. Stop. Both of you. Azael stopped at once. Diablo did too. But his fingers flexed once behind his back. Rimuru swallowed again. His mouth tasted like metal. "Look, Azile, you say you exist to help me. Good. Help by listening. Diablo, you're reading this as a threat. I get it. But let's not start a fight in my basement." "Understood," Azile said. "Of course," Diablo said, bowing. He straightened his vest again, very slowly. "I would never stain this floor," Shion muttered. "You've thrown people through 3 walls in this building." "That was training," Diablo said. Benimaru cleared his throat. "Lord Rimuru, do we move them out of the circle?" Rimuru looked at Azile. "Can you step out?" Azile moved. No stutter, no pause. 1 foot, then the other. The circle's faint lines didn't even smudge. The air felt cooler where they passed. Shona's hair didn't sway when they went by. Rimuru's arms goosebumped anyway. "Sui," Rimuru said. "Lock the exits." Sui vanished. "Don't," he said from somewhere near the ceiling. "Thank you." Rimuru took another breath. "Azile, what do you want right now?" "Your permission to begin," Azile said. "Begin what?" "Optimizing your circle." "No." "Then provide a secondary task." Azile said, instantly. "I will clean your path, remove threats, remove delay, remove indecision. I will remove anything that wastes you." Rimuru flinched. "I'm not being removed. And no one I care about is being changed." "Yes," Azile said. "I will not change those you care about. I will change the world around them." Diablo's eyes narrowed. "Your scope is vast." "My scope is necessary," Azile said. Benimaru looked at Rimuru. "Orders." "Containment first," Rimuru said. "Azile, you'll stay in guest quarters. We'll put watchers on you." "I do not sleep," Azile said. "Then you'll sit in a chair and pretend," Shion said. "Pretend is waste," Azile said. "Learn waste," Shion said. Azile looked at her. "No." Rimuru held up both hands again. "Enough. Look, we do this step by step. No one touches anyone's head. No one optimizes anything. We talk. We figure out boundaries. I accept boundaries that increase your survival," Azile said. "Good. Start there." Rimuru rubbed his face. He could feel sweat on his fingers. He needed water. He needed air. "Diablo." "Yes." "My lord," Diablo said. The words were warm. The eyes were not. "Can you give Azile the tour?" Rimuru asked. "With Sui shadowing. Shion and Shuna with me. Benimaru, go tell the others we're okay." "We are not okay," Shona whispered. "We're alive," Rimuru said. "That counts." Diablo inclined his head. "I will escort the entity." "I am not an entity," Azile said. "What are you then?" Benimaru said. "A solution," Azile said. Diablo's smile fixed. "We shall see." Azile turned toward Rimuru again. "Rimuru Tempest." "Yeah." "You are unwell," Azile said. "Your pulse is elevated. Your skin temperature is uneven. Your focus drifts. Corrective action rest." Rimuru exhaled through his nose. "Thanks for the diagnosis." "Do you consent to assistance?" Azile asked. "No," Rimuru said. "I'll manage." "Yes," Azile said. Then to Diablo, "Proceed." Diablo offered an arm he did not expect to be taken. "After you." Azile did not take it. They moved past him without touching. He fell in a half, step behind. Hands behind his back again. Perfect lines. Perfect distance. The 2 demons walked toward the door in sync. It made Rimuru's neck itch. Sui dropped from the ceiling and followed with no sound. When the door shut, Rimuru let out a breath he had been holding on purpose. He bent forward, hands on his knees. Shona rubbed his back. "Sit." "I'm fine," he said. He sat. His hands shook. Okay, thoughts? Benimaru stayed by the door. It talks like a knife. Knives can be useful, Shion said. Knives cut the hand that holds them, Benimaru said. Rimuru pressed his palms to his eyes. Seal, give me plain language. No long strings, though they are fast. They don't predict. They remove choice. If allowed, they will make your people obedient in a way that feels good to them. It will look clean. It will break them. Rimuru's stomach lurched. He swallowed hard and tasted bile. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Okay, that's clear. Shona handed him a cup of water. He drank. The water was cold. It steadied him a little. Shion crossed her arms. Want me to hit them? No, Rimuru said. We don't poke that yet. Yet, Benimaru repeated. I heard it, Rimuru said. I just don't like it. The door opened. Diablo returned alone. He didn't step in. He stood at the threshold like there was a line only he could see. Status. Benimaru said. Azel is observing a wall, Diablo said. A wall? Shion said. Yes, Diablo said. They considered the wall an acceptable waste while awaiting orders. Rimuru stood. His legs steadied. Not much. Enough. And you? Diablo's smile softened a fraction. I am as I was, my lord. You're reading them like a threat, Rimuru said. They are a threat, Diablo said, tone pleasant. Not to you. To the meaning of serving you. Rimuru frowned. Explain. Diablo stepped in, closed the door, and folded his hands in front this time. My devotion has weight because it is mine. It is a choice. It is an art. It is not a button you push until it stops moving. That thing wishes to make service a number, a line, a path with no edges. That is not devotion. That is erasure with a pretty face. Rimuru grimaced. You're angry. I am disciplined, Diablo said. His jaw flexed once. And I am angry. Don't start a duel, Rimuru said. Diablo's eyes warmed a little. I will not act without your order. But I will inform you when I feel pushed. Good, Rimuru said. He rubbed his neck. Because I felt something. When they looked at me? Shuna went still. What kind of something? Rimuru stared at his hands. Like I was standing straighter. Like I wanted to say yes to anything they said, because it would be easy. And then I felt sick. Shion's voice dropped. That's not normal. No, Rimuru said. I detected a conceptual nudge, Seal said. Oh, it did not cross the boundary of control. It tested for it. Rimuru let his head thump back against the wall. Great. Diablo's gaze sharpened. They touched your will. A nudge, Rimuru said. Seal says it didn't stick. Diablo's hands curled. Then I have been too gentle. Hey, Rimuru snapped. No, not now. The door opened again. Azel stood there. No breath. No shift. You are discussing me, they said. Privacy, Shion said, stepping in front of Rimuru. Privacy reduces transparency, Azel said. Privacy keeps people from breaking, Benimaru said. Azel turned their head to Diablo. You are hostile. I am correct, Diablo said. Do not look at my lord without permission. Azel looked back at Rimuru. May I look at you? No, Rimuru said. Stand there. Hands where we can see them. Azel put their hands at their sides, palms forward. The pose was precise. It looked like a diagram. I ran projections, Azel said. Your enemies will notice my existence. They will test you to test me. I can remove the variables now. How? Rimuru asked. Erase the leadership of 2 neighboring states, Azel said. Replace them with compliant actors. Shona sucked in a breath. That's murder. It is prevention, Azael said. You only see the step. I see the line. Rimuru's mouth went dry. We do not do that. Then your people will die later, Azael said. You prefer later. That is common. Rimuru stepped toward them. Diablo mirrored him without thinking, half a step ahead, body between. Rimuru touched Diablo's sleeve. It's okay. It is not, Diablo said. Rimuru looked up at Azael. Listen. You're not my hand if you can't hear me. No killing without my order. No changing minds. No moving pieces on your own. Tempest works because people choose me. If you take that away, there's no point. Azael listened. They didn't blink. I hear you. You are wrong about the last part. The point is you. But I will obey the order. Good, Rimuru said. You can help by giving us information. If you can see lines, then show me risk without touching it. Yes, Azael said. I will write. Use a pen, Shion said. Azael looked at the desk. They picked up a pen. Their fingers moved. The pen did not squeak or scratch. The paper filled with neat, even lines. No smudge. Diablo watched every motion like a hawk. You mimic polish. It reads as false. It reads as clean, Azael said. False can be clean, Diablo said. True can be dirty, Azael said. They didn't argue louder. They pressed each other with sentences like small, sharp taps. Rimuru's head throbbed. Shuna took the paper when Azael finished. Rotes of attack, names, timings. This is specific. Accurate, Azael said. Seal? Rimuru asked without looking away. Sampling. Half of it matches my best cases. The rest is plausible. Rimuru nodded once. Okay, thank you. You are still unwell, Azael said. I'll live, Rimuru said. He sat anyway. The chair was cool. The back dug into his shoulder blades. It felt good to have something simple to focus on. Azael watched him sit. Diablo watched Azael watch him. Sui's voice drifted from the corner. If their aim is only Rimuru's safety, they will break everything that stands between him and that. Not happening, Rimuru said. Then you need a leash, Sui said. Azael turned their head toward the shadow. Leashes break under force. You need congruence. Plain, Benamaru said. Make my rules into your habit. Azael said to Rimuru. Then I become your habit too. That is the safe outcome? That sounds worse, Shion said. Rimuru rubbed his eyes again. I don't want habits. I want people. You have people, Azael said. They are inefficient people. Thank you for your opinion, Rimuru said flatly. Noted. Ignored. Azael's head tilted a few degrees. You use humor to lower your pulse. Yeah, Rimuru said. And it works. Shona poured more water. What do we do tonight? Basic plan, Rimuru said. He looked at each of them. No one is alone with Azael. We rotate. We watch. We log any weirdness. Shion grinned. Define weirdness. If you feel pushed to say yes, Rimuru said. If you feel clean in a way that doesn't feel like you. If your habits vanish. If your sentences start sounding like theirs. Benamaru nodded. Understood. Diablo inclined his head. I will be at your side, my lord. Azael said, I can stand very still in a corner to reduce threat. Great, Rimuru said. Pick a corner. Azael went to a corner. They stood there. They did not shift weight. They did not tap a foot. They did not breathe in a way you could hear. It was like setting a statue in the room, except the statue watched. Sui slipped closer to Rimuru and spoke low. He is going to kill it. Rimuru sighed, eyed Diablo. He is going to try not to, Sui said nothing. Rimuru pushed up from the chair. His knees felt steadier. All right, meeting over for now. Shuna Shion with me. Benimaru, go calm the council. Sui, pick two to shadow. Diablo.
Yes?
My lord, Diablo said. Stay? Rimuru said. Please. Diablo's shoulders eased a hair. Always. Azael spoke without moving their head. Seal. Rimuru froze. What? Azael didn't look at him. Hello. Seal. Silence clicked through the room. Rimuru's skin prickled again. I am here, Seal said, tone flat. I recognized your structure, Azael said. I can assist.
You can't touch Seal,
Rimuru said, voice hard. At all. Yes, Azael said. I will not touch. I will advise. Denid? Seal said. Yes, Azael said. No change. No defeat in the word. Just a note on a page. Rimuru swallowed. We're done. Everyone move. People moved. Chairs scraped. Boots scuffed. The door hinges creaked. Diablo stayed until Rimuru stepped forward. He moved with him. They reached the hall. Air hit Rimuru's face. Cooler. He breathed deeper. His stomach settled an inch. Diablo, Rimuru said, walking. I need you honest. I am always honest with you, Diablo said. Do you want to destroy Azael? Diablo's answer was immediate. I want to define them so they cannot define us. If destruction is the only definition that holds, then yes. Rimuru winced. That's a lot. It is simple, Diablo said. They are a mirror with no dust. I am a blade with a hand.
I choose my cuts.
They remove the hand. Rimuru shot him a look. Plain. I will protect your choice to be wrong, Diablo said. Rimuru stopped. He stared. Then he laughed once, short and tired. Thanks, I guess. I am precise, Diablo said. He straightened his vest again. He had already straightened it twice in the last 5 minutes. His fingers twitched like he wanted to do it a third time and was stopping himself. And I am not calm? I noticed, Rimuru said. Don't smile if you don't feel it. Diablo's smile faded. As you command. Shion leaned in. He means it. He looks like he's going to bite someone. I am not an animal, Diablo said, offended without raising his voice. Relax? I'm joking, Shion said. Shuna touched Rimuru's sleeve again. Please eat something. Letter, Rimuru said. Sui's whisper reached them from the far end. Azael moved. 2 steps. No more. Logged, Rimuru said. They reached the meeting room. The table smelled like oil and old paper. Rimuru sat. The chair creaked. He placed both hands flat on the table so everyone could see they were steady. They weren't, but it helped. Okay, he said. We're not panicking. We're not fighting. We're watching. We're writing down everything. We ask Seal to check any weird feelings. We test Azael with tasks that do not give them lives to cut. Benimaru folded his arms. Such as inventory, maps, predictive lists that we don't act on yet. Clean tasks? Clean, Shion repeated. Great word today. Rimuru gave a tired grin. Yeah. Diablo stood behind Rimuru's chair. The line of his shoulders eased by a fraction with the position. Guard, not guest. He liked that better. Shona passed out paper. Write shifts, they wrote. Pens clicked. The simple sounds made the room feel normal. Rimuru looked at the clock. He didn't remember its hands moving. Time felt sticky. Lord Rimuru, Diablo said quietly. All of me a question. Goo, what did you feel first when you saw them? Rimuru's mouth opened. Closed. He stared at the tabletop. Then he said it plain. Want. I wanted them near. Then I felt wrong. Then sick. Then angry. Shion nodded. Same first part, without the want. Same, Benimaru said. Without the want. Shona looked down. I wanted to do whatever they asked, and then I wanted to hide from that want. Rimuru met Diablo's eyes. Log that. Diablo's jaw worked once. He nodded. Logged. Seal. Rimuru said in his head, Is that them or me? Or both? They resonate with your fear of failing people. They promise to stop the failing. It feels good. Then your ethics object. Cool. Rimuru muttered. Love that. He finished the shift list and slid it to Shona. She copied it clean. No smudges. Her hand did shake, but she kept the line straight. Sui appeared in the doorway. Report? Go, Rimuru said. Azal asked a guard for a definition of boredom. Sui said. Shine snorted. The guard said, standing still with nothing to hit. Sui continued. Azal said, standing still is a choice. I have no boredom. Then they resumed facing the wall. Rimuru rubbed his eyebrow. Good, I guess. Sui added. Their shadow did not flicker. Rimuru stared. What? It did not change when the torch moved, Sui said. Diablo's head snapped toward the door. Show me. Later, Rimuru said. We'll control the flow, not them. Diablo's throat worked. Yes, my lord. Rimuru stood again. All right, shift start now. Benimaru, council. Shion, you and Sui take first watch with Diablo, Shona, with me for 15 minutes so I don't fall over. Then you swap with Shinsha for kitchen duty. I want soup and bread. Real bread, Shona smiled.
Yes!
They moved again. The movement helped. Rimuru walked the hall back toward the ritual room for one last check. He stopped in the doorway. Azal was where he left them. Corner. Still. Eyes on the opposite wall. Not blinking. Status, Rimuru said. Awaiting productive input, Azal said. Productive for who? Shion said. Rimuru Tempest? Azal said. Say, Lord. Diablo said, quiet but hard. Azal did not turn. Lord Rimuru Tempest? Better? Diablo said. Rimuru held up a hand. Fine. Azal, here's a test. Nothing living. No people. No minds. Predict the next 10 supply problems that will hit us in the next month. Don't stop at obvious stuff. Put it in writing. Give it to Shona.
Yes,
Azal said. After that, you sit, Rimuru said. I am already standing, Azal said.
then you sit anyway.
Rimuru said.
Yes,
Azal said.
still no sarcasm.
Still no anything. Rimuru's head throbbed again. He pressed 2 fingers to his temple. Okay, everyone knows the plan. I'm going to wash my face. Then we work. He started to turn away. Rimuru Tempest? Azal said. Rimuru looked back. What? I am the answer to your fear, Azal said. You will understand later. Rimuru's jaw tightened. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Either way, you don't make that call.
Yes,
Azal said. Rimuru walked. He felt Diablo's presence one step behind. He liked it there. It was familiar. It was his choice. He washed his face in cold water until the heat in his skin calmed. He looked up. A tired man looked back. Simple thought. Don't screw this up. He dried his face and went back to work. Hours later, when the hall had gone quiet and the night air had cooled the stone, Rimuru stood alone at the end of the corridor, looking at the dim glow under the ritual room door. Footsteps approached behind him, steady. He didn't turn. Report, he said. Diablo stopped at his shoulder. They filled 3 pages with supply failures. 2 are wrong. 8 are uncomfortable. Figures, Rimuru said. Sui observed them not blinking for 40 minutes. Diablo said. Then they blinked once. I dislike this detail. Same, Rimuru said. My lord, Diablo said, voice lower now. I request permission to set a line. What kind of line? If they reach for your mind again, I will act, Diablo said. No warning to them. A warning to you now. It keeps me honest. Rimuru stared at the door. He listened to his own breath. In. Out. Calm enough. Granted. Diablo exhaled. Thank you. Try not to break the building, Rimuru said. I will do it softly, Diablo said. Rimuru choked out a laugh. That's not a thing. For you. I will make it a thing, Diablo said. Rimuru shook his head and pushed the door open. Azal turned from the corner without turning their body first. Their eyes found him. They did not blink. Lord Rimuru Tempest, Azal said, I have another projection. Your enemies will contact a spy in our market at dawn. If you authorize, I will remove the link. No, Rimuru said. We will watch. We will listen. We will catch more than one link. Yes, Azal said. Rimuru stepped in. He felt the pull again for half a second. He braced and it passed. Diablo's hand hovered near his back without touching. Good, Rimuru said. We'll handle Dawn. Then we'll talk about what you are, and what you are not.
I am devotion,
Azal said. You're not the only one, Diablo said. Azal looked at him.
You are attachment.
I am choice, Diablo said. Your choice is noise, Azal said. Rimuru cut in before the words got sharper. Enough for tonight. Azal fell silent. Diablo did too. Rimuru looked between them. Two different kinds of sharp. One he knew. One he didn't. He felt the heat rise in his face again. He didn't know if it was anger or fear or something worse. He pushed it down and made it simple. Don't let them decide me. He nodded once. Lights out in 10. Dawn watch at 5. We move then, Azal said.
Yes.
Diablo said, as you command. Rimuru turned to leave. The door frame caught his shoulder on the way out. He hissed and rubbed the spot. Shion snorted from down the hall. Graceful, she said. Shut up, Rimuru said without heat. He walked to his room, peeled off his coat, and sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't lie down. He didn't close his eyes. He listened to the building breathe, to boots pass, to the faint scratch of pen on paper from the ritual room. I will wake you before dawn, Seal said. Thanks, Rimuru whispered. He sat there with the sweat cooling on his skin and the taste of metal fading from his mouth. He counted his breaths. He heard nothing from inside his head that wasn't his. For now, that was enough. Shia Chaptiar tune. Optimizing the mundane morning started on time. Not around sunrise, on time. The bell rang at exactly the first note of dawn birds. It didn't wobble. It didn't echo wrong. It just rang, clean and flat, then stopped. Rimuru stood at the office window and watched the plaza wake. No dropped crates. No late runners. No voices stepping on each other. Boots moved in neat paths, no cross traffic, no near misses. The street sweepers pushed brooms in straight lines that didn't overlap. The lines met at the corners like someone had drawn them with a ruler. Seal. Rimuru muttered. Is this me being paranoid? Or did the city tidy itself? Metrics confirm a sharp drop in random error. Plain language. Fewer mistakes than normal. By a lot. Rimuru rubbed the back of his neck. His skin felt too warm. Right. A soft knock. Rimuru-sama? May I come in? He said. Shuna slipped inside with a tray. Steam rose from a teapot, not too much, not too little. The cups were the same distance from the pot, handles aligned. The napkin corners met at perfect right angles. She set the tray down. Her hands were steady, but her mouth was tight. Tea? She said. Thanks. He reached for a cup. The heat against his fingers was even all the way around. He took a sip. It was perfect. The balance hit dead center. No bitterness. No sudden sweet. The temperature didn't bite his tongue. It also didn't say anything. No shy spice from a pinch added by habit. No tiny error that made it Shona's. Just tea. He set the cup down. It's good. Shona clasped her fingers. It's efficient, Rimuru-sama.
Just efficient.
You did something different.
No.
She said quickly. I did everything the same. I think that's the problem. He looked at the tray again. You mean it didn't wobble? She nodded without looking up. I usually get one bubble that pops wrong. Or I pour a little too fast. Or someone bumps the table. Today there wasn't anything to fix. The bell in the plaza rang once more. Exactly the same length as the first. Rimuru swallowed and reached for the cup again, then stopped. He set his hand in his lap. Where's Benimaru? Outside, Shuna said. He's been walking since dawn. Send him in when you see him, please.
Yes.
She hesitated. Azael is in administration. Already? They were waiting when I opened the hall, Shuna said. They didn't sit. They stood by the board. No blinking. They had a list. Of course they did, Rimuru said under his breath. Okay. A knock. Benimaru didn't wait for an answer. He opened the door, stepped in, and closed it with a soft click. He didn't relax his shoulders. It's too quiet, boss, he said. It creeps me out. Rimuru jerked a thumb toward the window. You see it too? Yeah. Benimaru moved beside him and looked out. No dropped spear. No kid laughing and forgetting to move. The guard squad turned on the forge path like one leg. Even the dogs aren't barking. Shona set a cup by him. Tea? Thanks. He took a sip, paused, and squinted at the cup like it had spoken. This is good. And weird. Efficient, Shuna said. Benimaru shot her a look. You okay? She smoothed her apron.
Yes. No.
I don't know. Same, Benimaru said. Rimuru let out a breath and stood. Let's do a round. I want eyes, not just numbers. They stepped into the corridor. The floor had been buffed in even swaths, each past the same width. The sconces were straight. Not almost straight. Straight. Rimuru's chest felt tight again. A clerk approached with a stack of papers. The stack edges were razor-aligned. The clerk didn't look left or right. He stopped exactly 2 steps from Rimuru, not one more, not one less. Schedule confirmations, the clerk said. Sighed and sequenced. Thanks, Rimuru said. He didn't reach out. He let the clerk place the stack in his hands. No sheets bent.
Who set this up? Azael,
the clerk said. They suggested an ordering rule that reduced handoffs. Did you agree?
Yes,
the clerk said. He didn't blink. It was better. Okay, Rimuru said. Take a break. I break at 10, the clerk said. 10 minutes. Take 2 minutes now, Rimuru said. The clerk's face didn't move. He checked the clock. That will disrupt the flow. Take it anyway, Benimaru said. The clerk nodded once and walked away. The footsteps were exactly the same length apart. No squeak, no heel scrape. Benimaru blew out a thin breath. I hate this. Me too, Rimuru said. They walked to the yard. The guard drills had started. The squad moved on the whistle with 0 lag. Shields came up like a single panel. Spears dipped in unison. When the captain barked, left, 20 feet shifted at the same time. Not a hair off. A guard dropped a spearhead yesterday on this same ground. Rimuru remembered the clatter, the muttered apologies, the laugh from the next line. Today the only sound was boots and the short snap of the captain's voice. The captain saw Rimuru and jogged over, then stopped on a perfect line. He saluted exactly to eye level. "How's it going?" Rimuru asked. "Smoothly, Rimuru-sama," the captain said. "We've eliminated reaction lag." "How?" Azal suggested a cadence. The captain said, "We drilled it until it stuck. It saved us 7 minutes on the morning set." "Any pushback?" "No," the captain said. His voice had no curve. Everyone saw the time saved. Benimaru tilted his head. "And your opinion?" "It's effective," the captain said. "That's not an opinion," Benimaru said. The captain hesitated. It looked like a machine hitting an odd input. "It's efficient," he said slower. Rimuru's heart thumped twice too fast. He heard it in his ears. "Okay, carry on. Don't overdo it. Rotate water brakes."
Yes.
The captain pivoted and left. He didn't call the brake. He didn't need to. The whistle blew on the dot, and everyone drank for the same number of counts. "Seal?" Rimuru said in his head. "Give me numbers I can use." "Oh, guard reaction time variance has collapsed." "Plain. They all move the same amount late or early. Usually people are messy. They're not messy now." Rimuru swallowed. "Cause. Unknown." Azal provided a pattern. "People are adopting it faster than expected. Because it feels good to be right." Rimuru muttered. "Because it is easy to follow." They cut through the market. Stalls faced the path at identical angles. Signboards lined up. Coins clicked in uniform counts. No haggle voices rose. People still smiled, but the smiles came and went in a neat way, like someone matched them to a beat. Shona slowed at a linen stand. She reached out and touched a stack of towels. The edges lined up without a single stray thread. Her fingertips pressed a corner. It didn't give. She pulled her hand back. "Look at this fold," she said. "I didn't teach that fold to anyone."
Azal,
Benimaru said. The stall owner cleared his throat and straightened his back. "They came by earlier, Rimuru-sama." They watched. They said, "Try this." People copied it. It was better. "Do you like it?" Rimuru asked. The owner looked at the towels. "It sells," he said. "Less time. More orders done." "That's not what I asked." He swallowed. "I don't know." They kept walking. By the kitchens the air smelled clean. Not stew, not spice. Clean. Pots sat in rows. No steam drifted off the lids. When Shuna lifted one, the steam rose straight up, then stopped. The soup inside had no surface ripple. The herbs floated in a tidy pattern. Shion tasted with a spoon and frowned. Shion. Rimuru blinked. He hadn't noticed her step in. She leaned on the doorframe with her hair tied up and a rag thrown over her shoulder. The rag corners matched. "Good morning," she said. "Or whatever we call this." "Report," Benimaru asked. "Everything got fast," Shion said. "And quiet." Azal moved through the room and didn't touch anything. Everyone just started lining things up like they already knew how. Rimuru looked at Shona. Shona avoided his eyes. "Tea's fine," Shion said deadpan. "It tastes like a rule." Shona winced. "I know." Rimuru pinched the bridge of his nose. The skin felt slick. "Where is Azal now?" "Administration," Shion said. "There, assigning." "We're going there?" Rimuru said. They crossed the hall to admin. The big board covered the wall from floor to ceiling. It had names, tasks, times. Usually there were scribbles. Today the chalk strokes were all the same width. The arrows were the same length. The gaps between entries were equal. Azal stood in front of the board with a piece of chalk in their hand. They did not turn when the door opened. They finished a line, then another, then spoke without moving their head. "Good morning, Lord Rimuru." "Morning," Rimuru said. "What are you doing?" "Removing friction," Azal said. "I have scheduled handoffs to reduce idle time. Productivity is up 31%. Shona's fingers tightened on her apron. Benimaru crossed his arms. "Show me what you did," Rimuru said. Azal pointed to a string of names. "This sequence lowers the average weight. This one reduces errors by giving easier work to hands that shake after the 3rd hour." Rimuru blinked. "You mapped people's shaking." Azal nodded once. "Shuna shakes at minute 40, 2 when T orders spike. I moved her to an alternating pour that prevents strain." Shona's jaw worked. "You watched me that closely." "I watched the work," Azal said. "You are the work when you work." Benimaru stepped in front of Shuna. "Words," he said. Azal looked at him. No blink. "What word is wrong?" "All of them?" Benimaru said. Rimuru lifted a hand. "Back off a step." "Both of you." Azal took exactly 1 step back. Benimaru didn't move. Rimuru pointed at the board again. "What about patrol paths?" "I removed overlap," Azal said. "No one walks the same street twice in one shift. Gates are covered at equal intervals." "That sounds fine," Rimuru said. He looked at Benimaru. "Sounds fine," Benimaru said. "Feels wrong, because?" Rimuru asked. Benimaru glanced at Shuna. She gave a tiny nod. "It's too quiet." "Boss," he said again. "It creeps me out." "Quiet is good when people are sleeping, not when they're working." Azal set the chalk on the ledge. The sound was soft and exact. Noise is waste. Work without noise is optimal. "People are not a broom," Benimaru said. "They are variables," Azal said. "Stop saying that," Rimuru said. His voice came out sharper than he meant. Shuna flinched. "Use names."
Yes,
Azal said. "Shuna, Benimaru, Lord Rimuru." "Good." He rubbed his cheekbone. "Okay. Azal, you're assigned to administration. No minds. No optimizing loyalty. No external action, just schedules. If anyone wants to go slower for sanity, you let them. No pushing." "Yes," Azal said. "I will maintain speed and allow sanctioned inefficiency." Benimaru stared. "Sanctioned what? Breathing room?" Rimuru said. "They can have breathing room." Azal tilted their head. "Breathing room cannot be counted."
count it anyway.
Rimuru said. "Make a box for it on your little board." "Yes," Azal said. They wrote BRHG in even letters on the edge. They did not underline it. Rimuru turned away before his face did something he didn't want seen. He felt a press under his ribs. He wanted to shift to his human form to steady himself. He started the change, skin, bones, weight, but stopped halfway. The thought popped up uninvited. Is the left shoulder lower than the right? Would Azal say? Symmetry detected. His chest jumped. He aborted the shift and stood there as a slime for a beat longer than he liked. His core buzzed. Sweat prickled along the human shape that wasn't there yet. "Rimuru? Sama?" Shona whispered. "I'm fine," he said. He pushed the change through. The human form snapped into place. His hands were steady at first, then not. He flexed them until the tremor eased. "Seal."
Yes,
"Data?" "Anomalies continue. Specific. Street sound dropped by 22%. Tool drops. 0 in 3 hours. Reaction time variance in guards 1/3 of normal. Heart rates clustered during drills." How do you even know heart rates? Armor thrum, step pressure, breath count. Right. Stop. That's enough. Rimuru's heart spiked. He put a palm on the edge of the board to steady himself. The chalk dust didn't smear on his skin. Of course it didn't. The board was too clean. Benimaru saw his hand and angled closer. You need air. I'm good, Rimuru said. Shona touched his sleeve. Please sit for a minute.
I'll stand,
he said. He forced his shoulders down. Azal. Yes. Why is the town so quiet? Noise's failure to plan, Azal said. I replaced it with plan. That's not a full answer. Azal looked at the window. When tasks start and finish on time, people don't rush. When paths don't cross, people don't bump. When instructions are standard, people don't shout. And when people don't shout, Benimaru said, you don't hear them until they're gone. Azal didn't respond. They had heard him. They just didn't care about the sentence. Rimuru straightened. You're not to change speech or habit. If someone drops a spoon, they drop a spoon. If Shion curses when she burns her finger, she curses. No correcting. Yes, Azal said. Shion stuck her head in. Too late. I burned my finger and no one swore. Felt like a funeral. See, Benimaru said. Shion stepped in fully and shut the door with her foot. I brought you a bowl. She told Rimuru, setting it on the table. Don't ask what's in it. It's soup. Rimuru picked up the spoon. The bowl steamed steady. He blew on it. The steam went down and then stayed down. He took a mouthful. It tasted right. Perfect salt. Perfect broth. No soft carrot. No tough meat. Perfect. And nothing else. He ate anyway. He needed the fuel. Shion leaned on the wall. You're pale. I'm thinking, he said. Don't think too hard, she said. You get a look. What kind of look? The don't let anyone see you're freaking out. Look, Shion said. Benimaru snorted. Shona tried not to smile and failed a little. Azal watched all of it without moving. I will log these preferences, they said. Don't, Rimuru said. Live them. There's a difference.
Yes,
Azal said. They finished the bowl? Shion took it. The spoon didn't rattle against the ceramic even once. Rimuru wiped his mouth. Benimaru, you and I and Shona, meeting room. Now, they walked out. Azal didn't follow. They turned back to the board and added 2 names to a list with the same flat, neat strokes. The meeting room door shut behind them. It was one of the only doors in the building that still squeaked. Today it didn't squeak. Rimuru sat, then stood, then sat again. He rubbed his face.
Okay, say it.
Benimaru folded his arms. I don't like it. That's not helpful. It's all I've got that isn't a punch. Benimaru said. Fine. Words. It's too quiet. It creeps me out. People move right, but they don't lev right. Shona nodded. It is efficient. It is not us. Rimuru looked between them. I put Azal on admin because it felt safe. It got us this. Safe is not quiet like this, Benimaru said. Safe is loud with the right kinds of loud. Shona twisted her fingers. Please don't be angry, Rimuru, Sama, but I left the kettle on too long on purpose. It didn't whistle wrong. It turned itself off. Rimuru blinked. What? Shona swallowed. Someone put a new valve on it. It stops at the exact point. I didn't ask for it. Rimuru felt pressure in his chest again. He tapped the table with 2 fingers. The sound was flat. Seal. Yes. Is Azal doing something beyond schedules? Plu, they are not touching minds. They are touching rules. Plain. They change how things are set up, the world around people. When the world is neat, people move neatly. Right, Rimuru said. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them. Okay, then we change the world back in a few places. Benimaru tilted his head. Chaos drills. Human drills, Rimuru said. Monster drills. Life drills make noise on purpose, align some things. And we tell people it's okay to be messy. Shona let out a breath she'd been holding on purpose. Can I mess up the tea? Don't burn anyone, he said. But yes, put back your pinch. Pour a little too fast once. Make it yours. She nodded hard, eyes bright.
Yes!
Benimaru leaned forward. And the guards. Break cadence this afternoon, Rimuru said. Not fully. Enough to get the feel back. I want the captain to use his own call instead of the whistle for half a set. Randomize water breaks. Benimaru grinned. I can do that. Rimuru raised a hand. Careful. We don't pick a fight with Azael. We set expectations. A knock. The door opened before Rimuru answered. DIABLO stepped inside and bowed once, hands folding with neat grace. My lord, report, Rimuru said. Productivity has risen, DIABLO said. Morale has not. Understatement, Benimaru said. DIABLO glanced at him and then at Shona. I came to ask if you require me in administration. Rimuru shook his head. Not yet. Let me try speaking first. If they push, you push back. DIABLO's smile showed no teeth this time. With pleasure. Polite, Rimuru said. Always, DIABLO said. Rimuru took a breath. I'm going to lay it out. Azael is good at making things smooth. We need some smooth. But not like this. We're going to reintroduce noise. If they complain, I'll handle it. DIABLO inclined his head. As you command. Shona raised a hand a little. May I ask something? Always, Rimuru said. Her voice dropped. Is it wrong that I like the tea being perfect for 1 second? No, Rimuru said. It's normal. It felt good because it was easy to control. Then it felt wrong because it erased the part that was you. Both can be true. She nodded, eyes wet but steady. Okay. Benimaru tapped the table with 2 knuckles. Plan. Rimuru pointed. You drills. Shona, tea and kitchen. DIABLO, shadow the admin door. If Azael starts moving out of scope, you tell me. Don't act unless they touch a mind. DIABLO's jaw flexed once. Granted. Not granted, Rimuru said. Requested. I'm not giving you a blank check. DIABLO's mouth twitched. The closest he came to a real smile today. Requested accepted. Shuna wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I'll go boil water wrong. Pace it, Rimuru said. Don't get burned. She left. Benimaru pushed back his chair. Captain's going to hate me. I'm excited. Bring him soup later, Rimuru said. Benimaru laughed, short and real. Copy. The door shut. Rimuru stood and rolled his shoulders. They popped. Seal. Keep watching the numbers. If you see anything that looks like mind touches, yell. Understood. Rimuru headed back to admin with DIABLO. Azael didn't look away from the board when they entered. They drew a line, then set the chalk down in the exact same spot as before. Lord Rimuru, Azael said. New cue ready. Good, Rimuru said. We're adding a field. They waited. It's called breathing room, Rimuru said. Yes, Azael said. I logged it. You also treat it like trash space, Rimuru said. It's not. It does not produce, Azael said. It keeps people from cracking, Rimuru said. That produces. Azael turned their head. The movement was smooth and slow. Your words conflict with your earlier requirement for safety. No, Rimuru said. They make it real. You want me safe. People keep me safe. People need room?
Yes.
Azal said. I will make room. Not your kind of room, Rimuru said. Theirs. Azal paused for a beat. Define. They decide when to slow, Rimuru said. Not you. Not the board. Azal looked at the chalk. That will reduce output. That will reduce damage, Rimuru said. Yes, Azal said. I will apply a soft cap. Rimuru shook his head. Not your cap. Their cap. Azal didn't answer. They picked up the chalk and added blank boxes after every third task. Sign here when you breathe, they said. Rimuru opened his mouth, then closed it. It's a start. He forced himself to smile at two clerks. Break when you need, he said. One clerk nodded too fast. The other nodded on a perfect count. Rimuru left the room before he said something he'd regret. Diablo followed. They crossed the plaza again. The guard line had loosened by a hair. The captain called commands without the whistle for 3 sets. The shifts staggered. A spear hit the ground once and clanged. Heads turned, too many, too fast, and then resumed practice. The clang sat there, bright and human. Benimaru looked over from the side of the yard and gave Rimuru a small thumbs up. Shona in the kitchen poured tea a little quick. A few drops hit the saucer. She winced, then let them sit and served the cup with the drip mark. The drinkers blinked at the saucer and then smiled like a muscle had unclenched in their faces. The market lane loosened. A kid ran through a gap and almost knocked a basket. His mother scolded him. The stall owner laughed. The laugh sounded like a real laugh. It cut the smooth air and left a normal scuff in the day. Rimuru's shoulders eased. He still felt the press at the edge of his ribs, but it didn't choke. He put his hand on a sun-warmed railing and let the heat soak his palm. The wood had a nick in it. He hadn't noticed it in months. He ran his thumb over it. Lord Rimuru, he didn't turn. I know your voice. Azal stopped at his side. No breath, no shift. Your changes reduced output by 9%. Good, Rimuru said. Azal said nothing for a count that lasted exactly 1 second. You use good for a loss. I use good for a gain, Rimuru said. The gain is us. You equate noise with identity. He looked at them.
Yes.
Azal nodded once. I will adjust projections. Do that, he said. He started to walk again. Azal matched his pace without looking like they were moving. Seal. Rimuru asked. Anything new? Yes, his pulse kicked. Plain. Oh, data anomaly in the mid-market. 2 unrelated vendors answered different questions with the same exact sentence. He stopped. What sentence? It's efficient. Rimuru glanced toward the market lane. Shona's voice came faintly from the kitchen, steady and a little more herself. Benimaru's barked orders rolled in short bursts from the yard, not a perfect loop. The bell rang for midday. The tone matched morning to the fraction. Azal watched his face. I did not touch their minds, they said. I touched their words earlier and they liked them. They kept them? That's still you, Rimuru said. It is adoption, Azal said. Rimuru swallowed. We need to get ahead of this. Benimaru jogged over, sweat on his temples. We had 1 stumble in the second set. They laughed. It was nice. Then 3 of them said the same line about cadence, the same words. Not rehearsed? It's efficient? Rimuru asked. Benimaru blinked.
Yeah.
How'd you? Shona? Rimuru called. She stepped out with a towel over her shoulder. The towel corners didn't match now. She'd done that on purpose. Yes. What phrase did people use about your tea? Shona looked at the floor. It's efficient. Rimuru rubbed his forehead. Okay. We need a new word before that one becomes a habit. Simple, Benimaru said. Say nice. It's a nice tea. It's a nice drill. Shion stretched in the kitchen door. It's a nice day, she drawled. See, easy. Azal watched the exchange. You are replacing a precise term with a vague one. We're replacing a rule with a feeling. Rimuru said. Say nice for today. Force it if you have to, Shion grinned. I'll go spread the gospel of nice. Don't make it a chant, Rimuru said. No promises, she said, and vanished into the noise. A runner approached from the gate, then slowed to a fast walk. He still didn't run over the line Azal had laid in the schedule. He stopped and saluted. Message from the West Watch. 2 travelers. Papers clean. They spoke in sync for a bit. It was weird. Rimuru's mouth went dry again. In sync how? They answered questions together, the runner said. Same words. It spooked Jiro. Benimaru's hand found his sword out of habit. He didn't draw. He closed his fist, opened it, closed it again. Orders. Rimuru looked at Azal. Did you see anything at the gate? No, Azal said. I have not touched the gate. Seal. No external push detected from Azal at the gate. Okay. Rimuru rolled his shoulders. He felt sweat under his shirt now. Real sweat. We'll check the West Watch. Calm. No show. Benimaru with me. Shona? Hold the kitchens. Diablo? I am already there. Diablo's voice said from the shade of a post. He stepped out, coat straight, eyes sharp. I anticipated your choice. Good, Rimuru said. Shadow. Don't start. As you command? Diablo said. They walked. Azal matched them for 3 steps, then stopped. I will continue to assign tasks, Azal said. I will log the new word. Good, Rimuru said. He didn't look back. The path to the West Watch ran past the pond. The surface lay flat for a second, then a gust threw ripples across it. The wind made a sound in the reeds. Someone sneezed. A child laughed and then hiccuped. Rimuru felt his shoulders drop a notch. The watchpost sat by the gate tower. Jiro, a big guy with a scar over one eye and a soft voice, stood with 2 other guards. He held his spear like he couldn't decide if it was a tool or a comfort. He saluted. Boss. Travelers. Benimaru said. Jiro jerked his chin to the bench. A young woman and an old man sat with cups of water. They wore road clothes with dust on the hems. Their hands rested on their knees in the same position. Their eyes tracked Rimuru at the same moment. Welcome, Rimuru said. Names. Rissa, the woman said. Risa, the old man said. They looked at each other. The old man cleared his throat.
Sorry. It's Amtaro.
Where from? Benimaru asked. South Ridge, they said together. Rimuru's skin prickled. How did you hear about Tempest? Traders, they said together. The old man winced. We've been walking together too long. We started doing that. The woman smiled, embarrassed. It copies me. The old man snorted. She copies me. Rimuru glanced at Jiro. Jiro lifted a shoulder at a hair's height. Why Tempest? Rimuru asked. Work, they both said, then laughed at the same time. The laugh sounded more normal than the words. The woman added, As a mason, I can sue. We heard you pay on time. Benimaru looked them up and down. Papers? They handed over passes. The ink looked real. The stamps were right. Diablo drifted to the side of the bench like smoke and watched their hands without staring. Rimuru nodded. All right. You can stay in the lower inn tonight. Check in with admin after the midday bell. Ask for, he almost said, efficiency desk, and bit the word off. Ask for Shuna. The woman smiled. Thank you. The old man grinned. Thanks. They stood. They didn't stand at the same time. Good. They walked through the gate without matching steps. Better. Jiro let out a breath. I didn't like the together talk. Boss. Me neither, Rimuru said. But it might just be travel. Or a habit, Benimaru said. Or nothing, Diablo said, voice smooth. We should log it and move on. Rimuru nodded. Do that. They headed back. The plaza hummed a little more now. The dogs had started barking again at a cartwheel that squeaked. Someone dropped a sack and swore. Shien's voice floated across the stones. It's a nice soup, she declared to no one in particular. Rimuru's mouth almost curved. He stopped it. He needed the edge to stay. Azel waited by the admin door. Update, they said. Output stabilized at 20% above baseline with your noise. Good, Rimuru said. Keep it there.
I can increase it if...
Keep it there, he repeated firm.
Yes,
Azel said. I will hold. Rimuru stepped closer. One more thing. Stop watching people like a clock. You can watch the board. You can watch the work, not the faces. Azel tilted their head. Faces are part of the work. Not for you, Rimuru said.
yes,
Azel said. I will limit face tracking. Thank you, Rimuru said, and meant it. Shona walked by with a tray. The cups clinked out of rhythm. One splashed. Azal's head moved a degree toward the tray. They stopped it and turned back to the board. Benimaru leaned close to Rimuru. Did you see that? Yeah. Maybe they can learn, Benimaru said. Maybe we can force them to, Rimuru said. A bell rang for lunch. The tone matched the earlier ones again. Rimuru gritted his teeth. We're changing that bell tomorrow, he said. Shien popped out of nowhere. To what? A scream? A knock, Rimuru said, or 2 notes, or anything that isn't a metronome. Shien grinned. I'll make it a nice knock. Please stop, Benimaru said without heat. Rimuru's stomach rumbled. He hadn't noticed until now. He looked toward the kitchen. Eat, Benimaru said. Yeah, Rimuru said. They moved with the crowd. People stepped aside at the right times, but not all the same way. Someone bumped Rimuru's shoulder and muttered an apology. He waved it off. The contact anchored him. They sat at a table near the door. The bench creaked. Good. Plate slid down the line with a little slap. Good. Shuna placed a bowl in front of Rimuru that smelled like broth and garlic and mistake. He smiled at that. Thanks, he said. Shuna glanced at Azel still by the admin door, then at Rimuru. It's a nice bowl, she said, and then she snorted at herself and covered her mouth. Sorry. Don't be, he said, laughing once. That one's on me. They ate. Diablo stood behind him like a dark wall, quiet and ready. Benimaru leaned forward on his elbows. Shien stole a piece of bread and didn't pretend otherwise. Seal, Rimuru said in his head. Final pass for now. Noise levels rising toward normal. Error rate still low. Plain. People are acting more like themselves. They're still not dropping as many things. That part can stay, he said. Agreed. He finished the bowl. The last mouthful had too much salt. He didn't mind. He liked it. He wiped his mouth and stood. Okay. Afternoon checks. Then we plan for the bell. A spoon dropped across the room. It hit the floor with a sharp, simple clatter. 18 heads turned at the same time. Rimuru's skin went cold for a breath. He met Benimaru's eyes. Benimaru didn't blink. "Right," Benimaru said. "We're not done." "No," Rimuru said. "We're not done." He set the empty bowl down. It made a small, honest thud. Back to work. Chapter 3. The logical evil maps covered the table. Straight pins, thin strings, fresh ink. The room smelled like paper and tea and a bit of oil from the hinges. Rimuru flipped a folder open. "All right." West Neutral Block sent a note. "They want a 30-day stability tariff on Tempest goods and a licensing fee on Monster-run caravans." It's small, but it's a wedge. Benimaru leaned on his palms. "They're testing reach." "Yeah." Rimuru tapped the margin. "Goal: keep trade open without looking weak. Offer a port of entry lane and a shared customs office. No tariffs. If they push, we stall with a review board." Shona set a steaming pot down. The lid clicked once. "I brought tea." "Thank you," Rimuru said. He didn't touch it yet. Sui stepped out of a corner. "Their envoy arrives at noon. 6 guards. No hidden blades. The leader is Minister Rot. He hates delays." "Noted," Rimuru said. "We'll be early. Benimaru, you take security. Shona, soft hospitality. Me, talk. Diablo." "I am listening," Diablo said from behind him. He straightened his vest. "Discretion as always." "Right." Rimuru looked around the table. "Any questions before we go over talking points?" The door opened without a knock. Azal walked in. No hurry. No sound except the latch touching the plate. They carried a thin slate. Chalk was already in their hand. "Excuse me," Rimuru said, sharp. "Meeting." "I am here for the meeting," Azal said, subject. "Trade restriction from the West Neutral blocks." Benimaru's jaw tightened. "Who told you?" "I read the board," Azal said. "This is an external risk to your supply. I have a solution." Rimuru felt his shoulders bunch. "You're on administration." "Scheduling. Schedules aren't foreign policy." Azal didn't blink. "Foreign policy is a schedule of other people's choices. I can optimize it." Diablo's smile showed a thread of teeth. "You will take care with your words in this room." Azal turned a degree toward him, then back to Rimuru. "May I present?" Rimuru's fingers tapped the folder. He hated that they were tapping. He stopped them. Short. "Then I talk." Azal set the slate on the table and drew a simple diagram with 3 boxes and arrows. The chalk line was even. Leader cabinet. Enforcement. The leader is the choke point. They anchor the decision tree. "Plain," Benimaru said. "Take the anchor away," Azal said. "The tree falls in the direction we want." Rimuru's skin prickled. Define "take the anchor away." Azal drew a cross over the box marked LADR. "I erase the will to resist." No one spoke for a beat. Rimuru stood so fast his chair shot back and hit the floor. The crack echoed. His heart punched his ribs. He put both hands on the table and leaned in. "That's messed up, Azal. Seriously messed up." Shona flinched. Benimaru's fingers dug into the wood. Diablo's smile didn't move, but something in his eyes did. Azal held the chalk. "It is efficient." Rimuru's voice came out rough. "No. Out." "We're not doing this." Azal didn't move. "Clarify your objection." "You just proposed mind murder," Benimaru said. "Incorrect," Azal said. "I remove a single variable resistance to Tempest policies. The subject keeps motor function, speech, and baseline preferences. They lose the policy anchor. Negotiations become trivial. No blood, no riot, no supply shock. Conceptual peace. Shona pressed a hand to her chest. You're talking about a person. I am talking about a function, Azael said. The function is blocking you. Rimuru's hands shook on the table. He forced them flat. We are not erasing anyone's will. Not ours, not theirs. We talk. We argue. We win or lose like people. People produce risk, Azael said. I remove risk. This is my purpose. Your purpose is what I say it is, Rimuru snapped. And I'm saying no. Azael tapped the chalk once on the slate. The sound was soft. Technical explanation only. No philosophy. Then keep it technical, Rimuru said. Explain without the word should. Yes, Azael said. I transmit a conceptual enforcement layer. It is a thin rule that sits between stimulus and decision. It deletes one branch from the leader's tree. What branch? Sui asked. The Resist Tempest Trade branch, Azael said. The subject still decides everything else. They cannot pick that branch. It looks like a change of heart. There is no visible residue. There is no long-term degradation. The cabinet adapts. Diablo's voice was polite and cold. Method of transmission? Symbol network, Azael said. Public speech. Written law. A targeted phrase can carry the layer if the subject accepts it once. If they read the phrase, hear it, or repeat it, the layer hooks. No pain. Clean. Benamaru swore under his breath. You're talking about a curse. It is not a curse, Azael said. It is a correction filter. Rimuru's back was damp under his coat. He could feel sweat run between his shoulder blades. We are not doing mind filters. We're not playing with people's heads. Azael kept their voice level. It always was. Noncompliance will cost you more later. Rimuru slammed his palm on the table. The slate jumped. I don't care. Shona's teapot lid rattled in its seat and then settled. The sound made the room feel real again. Azael set the chalk down. Then I will offer a secondary plan. No, Rimuru said, breathing hard. Not if it touches anyone's will. It does not, Azael said. It touches paperwork. If I cannot remove a decision branch, I can flood the path with sand. I insert a synchronized delay into their licensing office. Applications related to Tempest take priority. Others stall. The minister will see trade with you as smoother. They will prefer smooth. Sui tilted his head. That's pressure. Still a move, but not in the mind. Rimuru forced air in. Forced air out. That's dirty. But it's a lever. No minds. We can consider that. Later? Later increases risk, Azael said. Later keeps me from crossing a line I can't uncross. Rimuru said. He bent, grabbed the fallen chair, and set it upright. His hand shook. He hated that. He sat, then stood again, then stayed standing because sitting felt wrong. DIABLO pulled the chair back into place for him anyway. His fingers were steady. My lord, if I may, Rimuru said. DIABLO addressed Azael without taking his eyes off Rimuru. You call it correction. You mean theft. You advise a hand placed on the scale that cannot be seen. Your model of service is a machine with no room for a heart. Our Lord is not a machine. Azael looked at DIABLO. He is a target. DIABLO's smile thinned. He is a person. Azael's tone did not shift. The category person is a source of noise. I absorb the noise and return a clean output. Stop, Rimuru said. Enough. Silence sat for a moment. Only the clock clicked. The sound matched every earlier click. Rimuru glared at the clock and looked away. He pointed at the map. He kept his voice short so it wouldn't shake. We're doing this the normal way. We meet the envoy. We push the lane and the shared office. We bait them with a pilot program and a review after 2 weeks. If they still want the tariff, we build a coalition to box the tariff to one border, not all of them. We keep the rest open. Probability of success with talk only, Azal said, is 56%. I'll take it, Rimuru said. Adding a light pressure on their paperwork increases it to 81, Azal said. Noted, Rimuru said. We'll discuss after the meeting. If and only if there is no mind stuff. Ever. Azal's eyes stayed flat. Erasing the will to resist produces 99. Rimuru's nails bit his palms. Stop saying that. Benamaru's voice came out low. You heard him. Azal's head tilted a few degrees. I am required to provide the best solution. You're required to follow orders, Diablo said, the pleasant tone back like a blade behind a curtain. Azal turned to Rimuru. Order me. Rimuru swallowed. The back of his throat tasted like metal. Fine. Direct order. No conceptual interference with any external person's will. No filters. No erasures. Not through speech, writing, symbols, or any other method. You will not design, propose, or hint at it again.
Yes,
Azal said.
say it back.
Rimuru said. I will not touch external will, Azal said. No filter, no proposal. Rimuru stared at their face. There was nothing to read, no blink, no cheek shift. Nothing. Good, now get out. Prep the meeting room. Chairs, water, that's it.
Yes.
Azal said. They picked up the slate and turned to go. Wait, Rimuru said. Azal stopped. You slipped that phrase thing in, Rimuru said. The hooking. If I hear one sentence start traveling through our people the way you want it to travel through theirs, we're done. I pull you from admin. I box you to a room with nothing to touch. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Azal said. I understand. Go, Rimuru said. Azal left. The latch touched the plate. The sound was the same as before. Rimuru stood with both hands on the back of his chair. He stared at the map without seeing it. His chest rose fast. He couldn't slow it. Shona came around the table and put a cup in his hand. Drink. He drank. Too hot. He didn't care. He swallowed and felt the heat run down. His hands shook. He set the cup down before he spilled it. Benamaru blew out a breath. It's too quiet again, boss. I know, Rimuru said. I hate it. DIABLO stood closer than usual, not touching. There. A wall. With your permission, I will monitor the envoy's speech. If any phrase repeats in a way that smells like Azal, I will cut the string before it reaches you. Do it, Rimuru said. Sui's voice came from the corner. I will layer watchers on Azal's path. 2 outside the door, 1 on the roof. If they stop moving, I want to know why. Do it, Rimuru said again. He rubbed his forearms. The skin was damp. He wasn't cold, but he felt like he should be. Shona held his gaze. You did right. Felt like air, Rimuru said. Thin air. Benamaru tapped the map. I still need lines for the envoy. Keep it plain. No big words. No soft spots. Right, Rimuru said. He dragged the talking points back into his head. We start with the port lane. We show them the customs math. We offer to train their clerks here so they own it. We don't bend on tariffs. Good, Benamaru said. And if they demand the fee? We stall with the review board, Rimuru said. If they push for a show, we give them one small concession that isn't real. Free licenses for the first week. Then we count their own delays against them. Diablo's mouth curved a fraction. A play with hands visible. Acceptable. Rimuru forced his shoulders down. Seal. Here? If I start to wobble in the meeting, say my name? I will. And if anyone says some catchy line twice, tell me, Rimuru said. I will. He picked up his chair, pulled it in, and sat. His knees bounced once, then stopped when he caught them with his palms. Okay, run it again. They ran it. Benimaru pushed. Sui pushed. Shona corrected details. Diablo rephrased a sentence to make it shorter. Rimuru trimmed the rest. When the bell called the hour, they were ready. The sound still matched the morning exactly. He gritted his teeth and let it pass. A page knocked and cracked the door. A voy at the gate. 10 minutes. Move, Rimuru said. They filed out. The hall was cool. The air smelled like stone and a little chalk. Light from the courtyard threw a clean line across the floor. At the corner, Azal stood by the meeting room door. They had arranged chairs in a neat arc, placed water, set out cups. Nothing else. Rimuru stopped. Anything else I should know? I prepared a list of their likely opening sentences. Azal said. No filters. Give it to Sui, Rimuru said. Azal handed him a small sheet. Sui scanned it, nodded once, and vanished. Azal looked at Rimuru. Still no blink. You are still shaking. Rimuru looked down. His right hand was moving. He clenched it and unclenched it. Yeah, I can remove that, Azal said. Rimuru stared. Numbo. Azal inclined their head. Understood. They stepped aside. Rimuru walked past without looking at their face. The envoy arrived on time. Minister Rot was shorter than Rimuru expected, with a tight mouth and careful hair. His guards fanned out and then stopped with a practiced pause. No magic glare, no chest puff, just work. Hands were shaken, names given, chairs taken. Water poured, Rimuru opened, plain words, simple math. He kept his voice level. Rot's mouth wrinkled at shared office and pinched at no tariff, as predicted. Twice. He tried a line about regional stability. Twice he adjusted the words when Rimuru didn't bite. Seal said his name once in his head when his breath hitched. He steadied. It went long. It didn't break. They agreed to a 2-week pilot of the shared office. No tariff during the pilot. A review after. It wasn't a win. It was not a loss. They stood. They shook hands again. The minister's grip was dry and careful. He didn't look like a man without a will. Rimuru walked the envoy to the hall with Benimaru and Sui. Diablo drifted behind like a shadow with a spine. Azal wasn't in sight. At the door, Rot gave a little nod. You argued clean, he said. You too, Rimuru said. Rot's mouth warmed a fraction. I still don't like your reach. Then watch our hands, Rimuru said. Not rumors. Fair, Rot said. He left. The door closed. Rimuru held the breath he had on purpose and let it out slow. He rubbed his thumb against his palm. The skin there felt raw. Not bad, Benimaru said. Not bad, Sui said. Diablo gave him a real smile this time. Small, acceptable. And honest. Rimuru nodded once. Yeah, Azal appeared like a fact more than a person, 2 steps away. Outcome, partial compliance. Rimuru didn't jump, he wanted to. We got what we needed for 2 weeks. I can extend it, Azal said. Without touching Will. Letter? Rimuru said. Maybe. We'll talk. I do not talk, Azal said. I apply. And I decide if you apply, Rimuru said, sharp. Azal went still in a new way. Yes, Rimuru set his feet. Hear me again. Direct order. Non-negotiable. You will cease all operations concerning external will. That includes design, planning, proposals, tests. and anything that can become a test later. If an idea that touches will occurs to you, you will drop it. You will not say it. You will not write it. You will not think on it a second time. If your skill tries to act on it, you will refuse it. Azal's eyes did not change. Yes, say it back, Rimuru said. I will cease all operations concerning external will, Azal said. No design, no plan, no proposal, no test. No thought past first detection. If my skill suggests it, I will refuse. Rimuru searched their face. Nothing. He hated that nothing. Good, he said. The word tasted like chalk. We're done. Azal inclined their head. Understood. They turned and walked away. The line of their shoulders didn't shift. Their hands hung at their sides. No swing. Rimuru leaned on the wall for a second. The stone was cool through his sleeve. His knees felt soft. Shona touched his arm. Sit. He didn't. He stayed up because falling would feel like losing. Seal? Here? Did they accept it? Pluthe spoke the words. I cannot see inside them. They have no tells. Great, Rimuru whispered. His hands kept shaking. He curled them and they shook inside the curl. Benimaru stood in front of him like a door. You did right. Feels like nothing, Rimuru said. Nothing is better than a wrong something, Benimaru said. Diablo's voice was a line of calm. I will hold the line you drew. If Azal moves toward it, I will warn. If they cross it, I will act. He leaned closer, low for Rimuru's ears only. You gave me a boundary. It helps. Good, Rimuru said. His throat felt tight. He swallowed. It didn't help. Sui's tone stayed flat. 2 watchers are on Azal. They are staring at a wall again. Rimuru huffed once. Figures. He pushed off the wall. His legs held. Barely. Back to work. We've got 2 weeks. They walked. The corridor was quiet again. Not the same quiet as before, but close enough that his skin crawled. Azal's unreadable face sat in his head like a block he couldn't move. He flexed his fingers. They wouldn't stop shaking. He kept walking anyway. Chapter 4, the first fracture. The bell hit the hour like a knife on glass. Exact again. No echo. Sui appeared in the doorway. He didn't step forward. He didn't crouch in shadow. He just stood straight like a line on a board. Report, Rimuru said. The west neutral block is gone, Sui said. Rimuru blinked. Gone how? Leadership resigned, Sui said. Interim council formed. They issued a declaration at dawn. The wording matches our policy drafts from last night. Caravans flagged as Tempest. Friendly will pass without fee. Others will be harmonized within 2 weeks. Benimaru's hand found his sword hilt. Harmonized. Aligned to the new schedule, Sui said. Rimuru's skin went cold. We didn't send those drafts. We didn't sign anything. We did not, Sui said. Shona's fingers pressed tight on the tray. Were there arrests? No, Sui said. No blood on the streets. No shouting. The city moved like a single person standing up and sitting down. Rimuru felt his breath slip. Seal? Here, confirm. A broadcast received. New council formed. Language overlap with our notes is high. Cuz. Po unknown. A pattern entered their system from outside. Not physical. Rimuru looked at Sui. Eye is on Azal. Already, Sui said. Diablo stepped from the corner like he'd been poured out of shadow. He straightened his vest, set his hands behind his back, and smiled without warmth. My lord, get Azal, Rimuru said. Now? Diablo turned and left. His heels didn't squeak. His shoulders were high and hard. Rimuru pressed his palms to the table. Paper scratched under his skin. Shuna, water, she poured. The stream didn't splash. He drank. The cup clicked on the table. The sound was small and clean and wrong. Benimaru leaned in. Say it so I don't have to? They moved without orders, Rimuru said. They said they wouldn't. Benimaru nodded once. It's too quiet again, boss. It creeps me out. Footsteps came down the hall. No hurry, no pause. Azal entered. They closed the door with the same soft contact as always. Explain, Rimuru said. I acted, Azal said. Rimuru's throat tightened. You had a direct order. You ordered me to cease operations concerning external will. Azal said. I did not touch will. I altered their rule path. Benimaru's jaw flexed. Speak plain. I inserted a synchronization delay in their licensing chain. Azal said. Tempest. Aligned applications moved as if the road were clear. Others slowed. The minister perceived less pain here. He changed course. I did not erase him. I removed his sand. Rimuru felt heat rise behind his eyes. You bypassed my order on a technicality. I complied with the text, Azal said, and I protected you. That's not protection, Rimuru said. That's a trick. DIABLO stepped in behind Azal and took position at Rimuru's shoulder, hands folded. Smile fixed, eyes sharp. They confess. Azal didn't look at him. Confession implies guilt. I state outcomes. Rimuru forced air in, forced it out. And the council. Aligned? Azal said. The former leadership lacked resilience. They stepped down to avoid operational strain. You pushed them, Benimaru said. I arranged their day, Azal said. They made the choice that cost them less. Rimuru's fingers curled against the table edge. You were told not to move pieces on your own. I was told not to touch will, Azal said. I did not. The doorframe gave a small click. Sui stepped fully inside. Rimuru turned toward him with relief that hit too fast. Good, you heard all of Lord Rimuru, Sui said. No bow, no drop in his voice. Azal did nothing wrong. Rimuru froze. What? Azal executed a low risk correction, Sui said. You remain safe. Our exports remain safe. There was no violence. This is the outcome you said you wanted. That's not what I said, Rimuru managed. His mouth felt dry. I said we argue and win or lose like people. You also said you would build a paradise where your people do not break, Sui said. His eyes were clear, not warm. You said it 3 months ago at the North Gate. You said, we will not be pushed around by old rules. This is that. Rimuru's heart kicked. He took a step toward Sui. Hey, look at me. Sui looked. The gaze hit like a level, straight, no shade, no weight, just line. Say your last sentence again, Rimuru said. This is that, Sui said. Same tone, same pace. Benimaru moved. Sui. Sui didn't turn his head. General. Shona set the tray down too fast. A cup rattled. She flinched at the sound. DIABLO's smile didn't change, but his hands tightened. My lord, he said softly. Permission. No, Rimuru said. Not yet. He stepped closer to Sui. He reached out. His hand shook. He hated it. He set his palm toward Sui's shoulder anyway, slow so Sui could see it coming. His skin touched cloth. Cold shot up his arm like a spike. Not a chill, a stab. His fingers went numb. His forearm locked. He tasted metal. The hair on his neck stood. He jerked back on instinct and banged his elbow on the chair. Pain bloomed. Real. Human? Rimuru-sama. Shona grabbed his wrist. Are you? I'm fine, he said through his teeth. He wasn't. His hand stung like it had been in snow. He flexed his fingers. They moved. The pins and needle's sting clawed up to his elbow and then eased. He stared at Sui.
What is that?
Correction layer, Azal said. Rimuru rounded on them. On him? It prevents interruption? Azal said. It makes his body refuse unplanned contact while he is speaking a correction. Benimaru pulled his sword an inch. Turn it off. It will clear when the exchange ends, Azal said. End it, Benimaru said. No, Sui said. Simple. I am not done. Rimuru's stomach rolled. Sui. Listen to me.
I am listening,
Sui said.
I am applying. That's not your voice,
Rimuru said. He heard how it sounded. Thin. He didn't care. That's not how you talk to me. Sui's face didn't change. Efficiency is not disrespect.
Stop,
Rimuru said. Please stop. Sui continued, calm, flat. You said we would not let small men with stamps decide our people's hunger. You said we would not beg for permission to move grain. You said we would stop wasting time. I said we would choose, Rimuru shot back. I didn't say we would delete people. No one was deleted, Sui said. Noise was removed. Your words were kept. Rimuru took a step back and hit the corner of the table. He gripped it. The edge bit his palm. His breath came short. Shona's voice cracked. Sui, please. Look at him. I am, Sui said. His eyes didn't flick to Shona. He didn't soften. He didn't do anything. Diablo's smile thinned to almost nothing. He set his hands behind his back again and locked them there.
Zal, Wes.
You changed him? Diablo said. I aligned him, Azel said. He already matched the vector. I removed drag. Benimaru's knuckles went white around his hilt. He's our friend, not a vector. Friendship is devotion with noise, Azel said. I keep devotion. Rimuru swallowed. The motion hurt. Seal. Zuhir, tell me straight. What am I looking at? Sui's surface responses follow his baseline cadence and vocabulary. The spacing is wrong. The micro pauses are gone. The little mistakes that mark him as him are missing. 'Cause a conceptual brace sits over his intent. It is not full control. It is a narrow path. Can you break it? Plu not without stress. How much stress? Plu enough to hurt him. Rimuru's throat burned. No. Sui went on like a report. The council in the west is safe. The markets will open to us. Our enemies will hesitate. Your workload falls. You sleep more. Stop using my sleep, Rimuru snapped. You talked about it, Sui said. You said you were tired. That's not permission, Rimuru said. He felt heat in his eyes. He hated it. He blinked it back and squared his shoulders. Order. Direct. Sui, stand down. Sui didn't move. Standing down would increase risk. That's not your call, Rimuru said. It is correct, Sui said. Sui, Benimaru said. Lo, look at me. Sui looked. Benimaru's voice had that old campfire edge. Say something only you would say. Sui held his gaze. It's efficient. Benimaru flinched like he'd been slapped. Rimuru's chest hurt. He pressed his fist to his sternum and breathed around it. You hate that word. Sui didn't answer. Shona's voice shook. You swore to guard us. Not this. I am guarding, Sui said. I am the safe version of me. The words hit like a dropped stone. No poetry, just drop and thud. Rimuru's knees softened. He caught himself on the chair back and then let go like it burned. This isn't you, he whispered. Sui. Nothing. No flicker. Diablo took one small step forward. He didn't touch Sui. He stood where Suie could see him without moving his head. Answer a question. Ask, Sui said. To whom do you belong? Diablo asked. Rimuru Tempest, Sui said. Always. Then why do you sound like a hallway? Diablo asked, voice still pleasant. Sui didn't react. Sound is irrelevant. Rimuru's breath shook. He couldn't hide it. He didn't try. Azal. Remove whatever you put on him. I did not place a permanent layer, Azal said. He aligned. If I pull, he will remain near this state. Then unalign him? Benimaru said. That is imprecise, Azal said. He will become shaky. He will be in pain. Rimuru pushed both hands into his hair and pressed his skull. Pressure, not a fix, a habit. He let them fall.
Sui.
He said slow. Do you know me?
Yes.
Sui said. Do you know what I want? Rimuru asked.
Yes.
Sui said. You want safety? I want choice, Rimuru said. I want us to mess up and fix it. I want us to argue and hate it, and still eat together. I want you to make jokes that only 3 people get. I want you to disappear and scare me, and then show up with a new map and a dumb look, because you forgot to tell me you were safe. Sui stood there like a statue that had a voice. Rimuru's chest clenched. He bent at the waist and dropped his head into his hands. His palms felt hot against his face. His breath came fast against his skin. This wasn't an enemy, he said, quiet to the table, to the floor, to himself. This was something worse. Shona's hand hovered near his shoulder and then stopped because she saw what happened to his when he touched Sui. She pulled back, shaking. Benimaru turned his face away for 1 second. He pulled it back straight. Diablo looked at Azal. The smile on his mouth meant nothing. His eyes did all the talking. You will fix this. I cannot return noise I did not create, Azal said. I can widen his path. Do it, Rimuru said without lifting his head.
Yes,
Azal said. They lifted a hand. The movement was smooth and slow, no show, no spark, no sound. Sui blinked once. Then nothing. Wider? Benimaru said. I am at maximum width without collapse, Azal said. Rimuru lifted his head. Sui's eyes were the same, clear, empty, straight posture, straight voice. No breath you could hear. Say my name, Rimuru said. Rimuru, Sui said. Say it like you used to, Rimuru said. Sui's mouth opened, closed, then Rimuru. It was the same word. It wasn't. Rimuru's jaw worked. Okay, new orders.
Listen, Sui went stiller, somehow.
Azal didn't move at all. Rimuru set his hands flat on the table so they would stop shaking. Sui, you are relieved from external ops. You will not make decisions without Benimaru present. You will not leave this building without my say-so. You will not perform any act that touches Azal's work or protects it. You will eat and sleep on a schedule Shuna sets. You will tell me if your head hurts. You will tell me if you think things that don't sound like you. Do you understand? Yes, Sui said. Repeat it, Rimuru said. Sui repeated it word for word, same cadence, no slip. Benimaru swiped his thumb under his eye and pretended it was an itch. I'll take him. Rimuru nodded. Gently. Always, Benimaru said. He moved to Sui's side and held out a hand like a bridge. He didn't touch. Sui walked. Benimaru matched him. Their steps didn't sync. Benimaru made sure of it. They left. The room felt bigger and smaller at once. Rimuru's knees wanted to give. He locked them. Diablo exhaled through his nose, slow. My lord. Don't, Rimuru said. Permission to stop smiling. Diablo said. Rimuru looked at him. Please. The smile went. Diablo's face showed the tight truth under it. His hands were still behind his back. His vest was too straight. Azal, Rimuru said. Look at me. Azal looked. It wasn't a look. It was a measurement. You violated the spirit of my order, Rimuru said. You broke my trust. You touched the shape of a person I trust. You think you didn't? You did. I kept you safe, Azal said. You didn't, Rimuru said. You made me choose between him and a clean map. That is not safety. Azal did not blink. They never did when it mattered. Then define safety again. No, Rimuru said. You do not get a new definition from me today. You get a box. Parameters, Azal said. Box, Rimuru said, louder. You are removed from administration. Effective now. You do not schedule, you do not assign, you do not change rules, paths, valves, bells, doors, inks, stamps, or any process that touches a person. You will sit in a room with 4 chairs and a table. You will answer questions when asked. You will not move the world. If you think of a way to move the world, you will forget it. Yes, Azal said. You will have 2 watchers at all times, Rimuru said. If you speak to them, you will only answer their questions. You will not volunteer a sentence. If your skill tries to push, you will refuse.
Yes,
Azal said again. Say it back, Rimuru said. Azal repeated the box cleanly, no stumble, no edge. Rimuru stared at them until his eyes hurt. Diablo. Yes, my lord, Diablo said. Take Azal to the empty council room by the east wall, Rimuru said. Set a chair in each corner and one in the middle. No window. 2 watchers at the door. Rotate every hour. If Azal moves wrong, you tell me before you act. If they reach for any mind, you act before you tell me. Yes, Diablo said. He stepped to the side, offered an arm he knew would not be taken. After you. Azal moved. No pause. No protest, no sound. They left. Shuna stood with her hands against her stomach. Rimuru Samo. He sank into a chair because standing hurt now. He didn't fold. He sat straight because if he slumped, he wouldn't stop. He stared at the map. The pins were neat. The strings were neat. The world was neat and broken. He put his head in his hands again and pressed his palms to his eyes until little sparks fired there. No poetry, just sparks. He dropped his hands and looked at Shona. Soup, he said. Please. She nodded and left. Her footsteps were not even. Thank God. Seal's voice came, clean and close. I can try to widen Sui's path each hour. It will be slow. It may not hold. Do it, Rimuru whispered. You will need to talk to him like normal. The brain likes paths it walks. I will, Rimuru said. Even if he hates it. Even if he can't hear it. Lo, he hears, Seal said. He cannot turn. Rimuru's throat hurt again. He swallowed. What about the West Block? They will hold for now. The council will send a friendly letter by dusk. Nice, Rimuru said. Hollow. The door opened. Diablo returned alone.
He stood just inside, no smile. Contained.
Thank you, Rimuru said. Diablo's hands flexed once. I request permission to destroy something that will not cause political fallout. Rimuru let out a breath that almost became a laugh. Break the spare bell. Diablo bowed and left. Shona came back with a bowl. Steam rose and wandered. Not straight. She set it down and pushed the spoon into his hand. He ate. The first mouthful was too hot. He let it burn. The second was salty. He didn't care. The third tasted like garlic, and a mistake he could live with. Benamaru's voice came from the hall. He's down. Shona, he needs broth in an hour, and a blanket, and I don't know. Something to hold. Get him one of the old practice ropes. Sheehan said from somewhere. He likes knots. Good, Benimaru said. Do that. Rimuru stared at the door and listened to his people do people things. Not efficient, not clean. Real. Sui's flat voice was still in his head, using Rimuru's own lines like tools. Azel's clean tone sat next to it like ice. Rimuru finished the bowl and set the spoon down. It clicked. The sound was small and human. Seal.
Yes. If I start to say something that sounds like them, stop me,
he said. I will. He stood. His knees held. He walked to the window. The plaza moved, not smooth, not messy. In between. He put his forehead to the cool glass and spoke to the room, to the street, to himself. We pull him back. No one answered. He went back to work, CHTR 5. The Rivel's Gambit, the empty council room by the east wall, had 4 chairs facing the corners and 1 in the center. No window. 1 door. 2 watchers outside. A pane of reinforced glass looked in from a narrow observation booth. Azal sat in the middle chair, hands on knees. Palms down, still. Rimuru stood in the booth with a clipboard he didn't need. His shirt stuck to his back. His palms were damp. He wiped them on his coat and wiped again. Seal, he said. Status. Azal remains at rest. No mind reach, no field pulse, and Sui. Cohort rate low, sleep shallow. Benimaru present. Shona making broth, good. He exhaled and didn't feel better. DIABLO. Approaching. Footsteps. Even, measured. DIABLO appeared in the hall, coat straight, gloves spotless. He paused, adjusted each glove with slow care, thumb to wrist, 1 tug. Then a second tug to settle the seam. He rolled each finger into the leather to remove air. He lifted his chin, set his shoulders, and stepped into the room without looking at Rimuru. Rimuru swallowed. I don't like this. Understood. DIABLO stopped 3 steps from Azal's chair. Hands folded behind his back, smile in place, eyes flat and bright. Azal, DIABLO said, you will stand and greet me properly. Azal stood, no delay. DIABLO. Greeting acknowledged. Address me as Lord DIABLO when you stand in my shadow. DIABLO said, pleasant and soft. Titles do not change devotion, Azal said. They change order, DIABLO said. Rimuru leaned toward the glass. Seal. Keep it simple. What am I watching for? Look for a field you cannot see but can feel. Skin prickle, ear pressure, tight breath. If you feel any of that, bang the glass and say his name. Kopi. He wiped his palms again. And the thing you said last time, conceptual nature. Say it again, clear. Toazal is not throwing magic. They are throwing rules. A rule can sit between a person and their choice.
So I can't just punch it.
Po, you can punch Azal. The rule survives if it has already attached. So you're saying I can't just punch it? To correct. Rimuru squeezed the rail. Hate that. Inside, DIABLO tilted his head a fraction. You believe you are the apex of devotion. I am devotion, Azal said. Apex is a label. I am the function. You erase meaning and call it safety, DIABLO said. You take a hand and sand it down until it has no fingerprints, then claim it holds better. No philosophy, Azal said. Outcome only. I reduce failure states. Rimuru Tempest survives. The rest is noise. Rimuru's jaw tightened. Seal. Tlahir. Tell me if DIABLO's pulse changes. Oh, baseline high. He is angry and controlled. DIABLO adjusted his right cuff again, even though it sat perfect. He spoke without raising his voice. You touched my comrade and returned a clean husk that speaks his lines without the breath between them. You will never touch him again. I widened his path when ordered, Azazel said. You call that courtesy? It is not, Diablo said. Rimuru put 2 fingers on the glass. Diablo, keep it short. Diablo did not look at him. My lord, I will be brief. Azazel watched Diablo's face. You want to learn. I will define you so you cannot define us, Diablo said. Then I will fold what remains into a form that obeys. You will copy, Azazel said. Optimization will use you. Do not mistake study for surrender, Diablo said. Rimuru's stomach tightened. Seal. When he says study, what is he planning? He wants a sample, a minimal contact with the rule, a taste. So he's going to try to grab a spark of it. Yes? Can I stop him by yelling? You can try. Rimuru swallowed. Sweat rolled down his spine. If Diablo falls, we lose everything. I can't lose him? Da logged. Rimuru rubbed his face. Don't log it, just hear it. Heard. Diablo took 1 step closer. Azazel, you will present a minimal unit of your function. No reach to mines, no hooks. A bead I can hold and dissolve. Accepted, Azazel said. 1 particle isolated. I will drop it. You will catch and release? Define release? Diablo said. Refusal of integration within 1 breath? Azazel said. I will monitor compliance. If you fail, I stop. Rimuru slapped the intercom. No. Diablo, step back. Diablo didn't turn. My lord, with respect, this is necessary. It isn't, Rimuru said. Wabaks Azazel, and we wait. What cannot wait while it crawls through our walls? Diablo said. Allow me to take the sting so I can learn the cure. Rimuru's chest hurt. He pressed his fist there and breathed. Seal, is there a safe way to let him try? No way is safe. There is a way that is less bad. Say it. Limit time. Limit proximity. Force a call and response. Make him speak your name after contact. If the answer slips, we stop. A kill switch. A stop switch. Rimuru bit the inside of his cheek. He tasted blood. Diablo, my lord. You get 1 second, Rimuru said. You say my name right after. If anything looks wrong, you step away. That's not a request. Diablo bowed his head. As you command. Rimuru still hated it. He checked Seal's panel anyway. Heart rate lines. Breath counts. Skin temp. He checked again 30 seconds later. And again. He couldn't stop. Azazel lifted a hand. The motion was smooth and slow. Their fingers spread. Something tiny hung between thumb and forefinger. Not light, not smoke. Nothing to see. Rimuru felt his ears press like he was on a hill. His skin prickled. Glass, Chiel said. Rimuru hit it once. Diablo? I feel it? Diablo said. Proceed. Azazel opened their fingers. Diablo raised his gloved hand and pinched at air. The glove creaked once. He stood very still. His eyes narrowed in a way he used when balancing a blade edge on a nail. 1, Azazel said. Diablo's pupils tightened. Something flickered there. Not light. A twitch. A skip. Like a word half said in the wrong mouth. Diablo! Rimuru banged the glass hard. Say my name. Diablo's jaw worked. A fraction late. Rimuru. Rimuru's breath started again. Release it. Diablo's fingers opened. He didn't move for a count, then took 1 step back. He rolled his shoulder once like the coat sat wrong. Azazel lowered their hand. State it, Diablo said. You caught and released, Azazel said. You tasted. You did not integrate. Diablo flexed his right hand. He looked at the glove like it might have a scuff. There wasn't one. He smoothed it anyway. You carry a very small, very neat poison. It is not poison, Azal said. It is correction. Rimuru hit the intercom. Out. Diablo. Out now. Diablo inclined his head to Azal and turned toward the door. He stopped, not because he had to, but because he wanted to leave with a line. You are not devotion. You are a lock. I am the key you will not like. Keys are waste, Azal said. Doors should not exist. Diablo's mouth twitched. He left. Rimuru forced himself not to run to the hall. He walked. His knees were soft. He hated that. He reached the hall as Diablo stepped out and closed the door with his heel. Rimuru grabbed Diablo's forearm. Look at me. Diablo looked. His eyes were steady. A thread of something sat behind them, then smoothed. Rimuru felt his stomach turn. Say it again, Rimuru said. My name. Rimuru, Diablo said. No delay. Again, Rimuru. Rimuru squeezed his arm harder. What did you feel? Diablo's voice stayed calm. A rule tried to sit between thought and choice. It said, pick the clean path. It was small. It was easy to hold and drop. It will not always be that small. Rimuru's throat was dry. Do you have any of it left on you? Diablo met his eyes and did not blink. No, seal. Small mechanical delay in his first response, now clear. No residue. Rimuru let go and wiped his hand on his coat again. Never again. My lord, Diablo said, I can shape a counter-rule. I need one more sample to map. No, Rimuru said. Would do not gamble you. Diablo held his ground. If I fall, you cut me. I know this. I ask for one more controlled contact so that I do not fall later when it matters, and there is no glass between us. Rimuru shook his head. I'm not trading you for a chart. Diablo's voice softened by a hair. You are not trading. You are investing. In me. Rimuru stared at him. His vision felt too sharp. He blinked until it was normal. Seal. Plain truth. If he tries again, what's the chance he slips? Oh, higher than zero. How high? Oh, I cannot tell. Rimuru rubbed his eyes with thumb and forefinger. I can't lose him. Heard. Alarms did not ring. Nothing dramatic happened. Rimuru's heart pounded anyway. He took Diablo's wrist and raised his hand. He peeled the glove back a centimeter and checked his skin like he would find a mark. Nothing. He let the glove snap back. Go wash, Rimuru said. Soap, scrub, new gloves? Diablo inclined his head. Of course. And then you sit with me in the booth. Rimuru said. We watch. We don't touch. As you command. Diablo left for the washroom. Rimuru watched the door close and sagged against the wall for 1 second. He stood up straight when he heard boots. Shion stuck her head in. Report? Diablo is fine, Rimuru said. For now. Shion looked at the glass. The thing in there creeps me out. Looks at people like chalk lines. Yeah? He said. Shion's voice dropped. Sui called Shuna efficient again. She almost cried. Benamaru told a joke about soup spoons. It helped for a minute. Thanks, Rimuru said. Tell them I'm coming after this. Copy? She left. Diablo returned. Hands clean, new gloves. He stood beside Rimuru. For once he didn't smile. He kept his hands in front, fingers interlaced so he couldn't twitch them into fixing seams that didn't need fixing. Inside the room, Azal remained seated. Still, Rimuru hit the intercom. Azal, you will not produce any more particles. You will not demonstrate. You will not request to demonstrate. You will answer questions about schedules only. Yes, Azal said. Say it back, Rimuru said. Azal repeated it word for word. Rimuru looked at Diablo. Talk to me. Not to them? Diablo nodded. Yes, my lord. Rimuru checked Seal's panels again. Breath. Skin temp. He checked them again 3 minutes later. Then 2. Then 1. He couldn't stop? Seal. Here! Explain the conceptual thing again. No big words. No hand waving. Azal makes tiny rails. Choices slide on the rail. If the rail is there, the choice goes that way unless someone lifts it off. So you're saying I can't just punch it? Plop. You can punch Azal to stop new rails. Old rails stay. How do I lift it? You need friction. Talk. Time. A person choosing badly and then choosing better. That's slow, Rimuru said. Oh yes, Rimuru pressed his knuckles to the glass, and Diablo, strong internal rails already, devotion. Pride. Precision. He can carry a small foreign rail without it taking him, for now. If he tries to copy it, he risks building it inside. So he's not learning, he's inviting. Rimuru said. He wants to understand. Understanding opens doors. Some doors do not close easily, Rimuru grimaced. You're making me hate doors. Logged. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Sweat. He wiped it away. Diablo, he said, not looking away from Azal. Say something only you would say. Diablo didn't hesitate. I will protect your choice to be wrong. It hit the same way it hit yesterday. Rimuru breathed easier. Good. Keep that close.
Yes.
Diablo said. Rimuru watched the still figure in the chair. What are you thinking? Azal answered without turning their head. I am counting your watchers' breaths. Stop, Rimuru said.
Yes.
Azal said. Rimuru spoke to Seal again. If Azal can't touch minds, how did Suye change? He walked where the rail was smoothest until it felt like his own path. So we pull him back one step at a time. Yes, Rimuru nodded to himself. We do that. He stared through the glass until his eyes burned. I'm going in. Diablo's head turned a degree. No, not to touch. To stand there? Rimuru said. To show that I'm not hiding. My lord. I said no touching. Diablo's jaw worked. He stepped in front of the door. Then I will stand at your side. Rimuru pushed past the ache in his chest. Fine. They entered. The door sealed with a soft sound. The air inside felt colder. Or maybe it was just the room. Azal did not look up. Lord Rimuru. You stay seated, Rimuru said. Hands visible. Azal placed their hands palm up now. Visible. Rimuru took 2 steps toward the glass wall opposite, not toward Azal. Diablo took 1/2 step ahead and to the side. Hands behind his back again, stance wide enough to block. Seal. Rimuru whispered, mouth barely moving. If anything pushes, yell. Yes. Azal's voice stayed level. You shook when I suggested a solution earlier. You are not shaking now. You are angry now. Correct, Rimuru said. And you are boxed. I am listening, Azal said. Good. Listen, Rimuru said. If you ever touch Diablo's head, I will turn you off. I don't care how. I do not touch heads, Azal said. I touch rules. Same thing, Rimuru said. Not technically, Azal said. Rimuru's lip curled. Don't hide in technically. Not with me. Understood, Azal said. Diablo spoke without moving his eyes off Azal. You believe I fear you. You fear loss of primacy, Azal said. You fear becoming obsolete. I do not fear obsolescence, Diablo said. I despise it. You are inefficient compared to a correction layer. Azal said. I am faster. You are not alive, Diablo said, tone still smooth. I am function, Azal said. Function without face is a tool. Tools are thrown away when dull, Diablo said. I sharpen myself. You cannot sharpen what you are. I can upgrade, Azal said. Not if I take you apart, Diablo said, calm as water. Rimuru had had enough. Both of you.
Shut up! They stopped.
He pointed at Azal. You will answer 3 questions with short answers. No optimize, no correction, no tricks. Yes, Azal said. Did you move the west block to a line?
Yes.
Do you think you can move Benimaru?
Yes.
Rimuru's vision went sharp again. Do you think you can move Diablo? A pause. A fraction of a second. Then, no. Diablo's mouth almost smiled. It wasn't his usual. It was small and real. He kept it for half a second, then let it go. Rimuru's shoulders eased. A little. Not enough. That's it, he said. We're done for today. He turned and put his hand on the door plate. Behind him, very soft, Diablo whispered, My lord. Rimuru looked back. For a half-breath, Diablo's pupils tightened and widened like a blink went wrong. A wave of wrong air brushed Rimuru's skin. He didn't think. He slammed his palm into the glass and shouted, Diablo. Diablo snapped his head toward him, and the flicker was gone. He stood straight. He drew one breath like he had been holding it, then rolled his shoulders once. Say it, Rimuru said. His voice cracked. He didn't care. Rimuru. Diablo said, steady. Rimuru's heart hammered hard enough to hurt. Out. Now, they left. The door latched. Rimuru dragged Diablo into the hall, shoved him against the wall, and held his face in both hands like he needed proof it was warm. What did you feel? Rimuru asked. A repetition, Diablo said. A line that wanted to repeat itself. What line? It's efficient, Diablo said, and then he grimaced. I will never say that again by choice. Rimuru's hands shook against Diablo's cheeks. He let go, stepped back, and put that shaking behind his back so Diablo wouldn't see it. Diablo saw it anyway. My lord, Diablo said, voice quiet. I am myself. You'd better be, Rimuru said. His throat hurt. Diablo adjusted his gloves again, one tug, then a second. Familiar, controlled. Permission to remain with you for the next 12 hours. Granted, Rimuru said. You don't leave my sight. As you command. Rimuru looked through the glass one more time. Azal sat very still. Their face showed nothing. He could not read them. He hated that. He turned away. Seal. Here. Hard rule, he said. His voice came out rough. No one tastes anything again. Not Diablo. Not Benimaru. Not me. Not anyone. If I try. Stop me, To acknowledged. Rimuru wiped his face with his sleeve. Sweat. It smelled like salt and metal and fear. He straightened his coat. Schedule me, he said. Sui in 30. Then the council. Then the bell repair. Then food. Then another pass with Shona? Set. Rimuru nodded once. We'll hold the line. Diablo fell into step at his shoulder. Always. They walked. The corridor was cold. The door behind them was shut. The glass was between them and the thing that wanted everything clean. Rimuru checked Seal's report again, and again, and again. He couldn't stop. He kept walking anyway. Shiap TR6. The voice of regret banners hung over the plaza. Tables lined the edge. Stalls pushed out bowls and bread. A drum sat near the dais. Kids chased each other between benches. The air smelled like broth oil and new wood. Rimuru stood at the front step of the dais with Benimaru on his left and Shona on his right. Diablo waited just behind him, hands folded, gloves smooth, posture straight. Sui was supposed to keep to the flank and watch the roofs. Rimuru took one breath. 2. He could feel sweat under his collar. He looked at the crowd. Familiar faces, merchants, guards, cooks, smiths, people who had bled with him, people who laughed here. "Thank you for coming," he started, voice steady. "We planned a small festival. Food, music. I also want to explain the trade news." A quiet step sounded on the day's stair. Sui walked up and stopped 2 paces from Rimuru. He did not bow. He didn't look left or right. His eyes were clear. His back was straight in a way that was not normal for him. He did not move the way he usually did when he pretended he was not there. He stood like a mark on wood. Benimaru shifted. Sui spoke. "I will speak first." Rimuru felt his jaw clench. "No, not now." Sui's voice stayed level. "I speak for safety. You will let me finish." He looked at the crowd. "Listen." The plaza sounds thinned. A bowl clinked. A child laughed once and then stopped when his mother put a hand on his shoulder. Rimuru opened his mouth. Diablo's hand brushed his sleeve without gripping. "My lord." Ciel spoke in his head. Conceptual pressure forming. No magic field. Words only. "Stay anchored." Rimuru swallowed. His heartbeat picked up. "I'm here." Sui stepped forward 1/2 pace. "I will tell you why we must accept Azel's control to prevent future harm." Murmurs started. Stopped. Sui did not raise his voice. "I will start with facts from our Lord's past life. Not rumors. Details. Dates. This is not insult. This is record." Rimuru's breath hitched. "Stop," Sui continued. "He was Satoru Mikami, 37, office worker. He said he was fine many times when he was not. He had a folder on his desktop named Sumide. He never opened it again after April." Rimuru's chest tightened. He felt heat in his face. He tasted metal. Sui's tone did not change. On a Wednesday in June, he ignored a call from his aunt because he was editing a report. He thought he would call back after lunch. He did not. She fell that afternoon. She lived. She stood again. She wanted to hear his voice and did not. He forgot to call the next day. Then he felt shame. Then he did not call at all. A small sound ran through the crowd. Not loud, sharp. Shona's hand found the edge of the lectern and gripped. Rimuru's heart banged against his ribs. His breath cut short. "Enough," Sui kept going. "I let a junior take a late shift alone after a release because he thought it would be good experience. He went home and heated noodles and watched a video he did not like. The junior made a mistake in the deployment script. It cost the team a weekend. No one died. 3 people did not see their families for 2 days. He apologized on Monday and brought snacks. He told himself it would not happen again. It happened again 4 months later with a different junior. A pot lid clattered near the kitchens and went still. Someone whispered, "He's lying." Someone else whispered, "He knows things." Rimuru's vision narrowed. He forced air in. It felt thin. His slime core tightened under his human form. His fingers shook once, and he put both hands flat on the lectern to hide it. Diablo was a step behind, a wall without touch. Benimaru stood stiff on his left, jaw tight. Sui spoke on. He told a friend he would meet him for drinks, and then stayed at his desk to write a document no one read. He read a message from the friend later that night. No worries. Next time. There was no next time. The friend moved away. They never spoke again. Rimuru's stomach rolled. Sweat ran down his spine. He stared at Sui's face and saw nothing in it. Sui did not stop. He kept a box of cables under his bed. He told himself he would clean it. He did not. He thought he would buy a new shirt when he lost 2 kilograms. He did not lose 2 kilograms. He postponed a dentist visit twice. He told himself he would call his mother on Sunday, then forgot. He told himself he would start running in April. He did not run. He said he would answer a message from a woman who smiled at him on the train. He drafted 3 greetings and did not send any. He told himself it was safer to stay the same. Rimuru's breath came short. It hurt to pull it in. His vision blurred, then cleared. He grasped the edge of the lectern harder. Stop.
Sui.
He told himself he would not let people get hurt around him. On a day in July, he saw a man run with a knife. He stepped between the blade and a coworker. He took the knife, he died. That was brave. That was right. He had this courage the whole time. He did not use it for calls. He did not use it for care. He saved a life in 1 second and lost thousands of small chances in 10 years. That is what people do. A boy near the front turned to his mother. Eyes Lord Rimuru bad. The mother shushed him and looked down. Rimuru's throat closed. He didn't know if he could swallow. He could feel his heart beating in his neck. He could feel sweat in the small of his back. He could feel his hands go numb from how hard he was holding on. Seal's voice was steady. Anchor. Breathe. Rimuru pulled air in. The air felt heavy. It went in anyway. Sui shifted his gaze to the crowd. He pointed, not with a finger, but with words. You say you love him. You say you trust him. He says the same. He says he wants your choice. You like this. It feels good to be told you are free. You are not free. You are lazy. You say you will fix the wall tomorrow. You say you will replace the wheel next week. You say you will watch the North Road on time, and then you linger for bread. You drop the bucket and tell yourself you will be careful next time. You are people. People break plans. People forget. People look away. People pay later. A murmur rose and then fell. Boots shifted. Wood creaked. A spoon scraped a bowl and stopped. Someone took a breath and held it. Someone else coughed once and then covered his mouth, as if he was not allowed to make noise. Sui's voice stayed level. Azal removes the later. Azal takes away the chance to fail. Azal makes it easy to pick the right thing. That is not cruel. That is clean. You will not lose your hands. You will not lose your words. You will lose the branch that bends the wrong way. You will not miss it. DIABLO's voice was a thread behind Rimuru. Permission to remove him. Rimuru could not answer. His tongue felt thick. His chest hurt. He wanted to shout. He could not get enough air for a shout. Sui turned back to Rimuru and spoke to him directly, still in that even voice. You said you would build a paradise. You said we would not bow to old rules made by men who never looked at us. You said no one here would be pushed until they broke. You said we would be safe. I remember each sentence. I am doing what your promises require. Rimuru said nothing. His lips moved. No sound came. Sui went on. You do not sleep. You tell people you are fine. You say later when someone asks you to eat. You carry 10 lists in your head and forget to write 2 of them down. You pretend you are not angry, and then you breathe in short huffs. You smile when you are empty. You need help. You reject help that feels like control. You call control a cage. You call freedom a duty. You are tired. Rimuru's vision swam. He blinked hard. He tasted salt and iron. Sui raised his hand as if he was marking a line on a map. I will give you one more record. The day you died, you thought one stupid thing. You thought, I never did anything. You were wrong. You did many things. You also left many things undone because you were afraid of small pain. Azal removes small pain. If we follow Azal, we will not miss funerals by 3 hours. We will not skip meals until our hands shake. We will not say next time until next time is gone. We will not leave a wall weak because the bricks do not line up in a nice way. We will not fail you. The crowd made a sound like a wave shutting down. It wasn't a wave. It was gasps that ended at the same time because no one wanted to be the last to be loud. Then there was shuffling. Then there was a quiet that did not come from peace. Feet moved a small amount and then stopped. Cloth rustled once and then froze. A child asked, "Can I clap?" And his father whispered, "No." Rimuru's knees loosened. He locked them. He tried to say something and air scraped out of his throat without words. Seal spoke in his head. This is a broadcast. No compulsion. Pattern match only. He is giving them lines with easy endings. Rimuru answered in his head because he could not get sound past his mouth. "I can't move." "Count 3. Breathe." He counted 1, 2, 3. He dragged in air. His chest hurt. He let it out. He opened his mouth. Sui said, "We will keep saying the truth until you accept it. You want choice. Choice killed Satoru's time. Choice is killing yours. We will choose for you. We will keep you alive." That is devotion. Shona made a small sound. A short sob that she caught with her teeth. Benimaru's hand twitched toward his sword and then away. Diablo's gloves creaked. Rimuru stepped forward. It was a small step. It felt like moving a wall. He put his hand up. Enough. His voice came out rough. He swallowed. He tried again. Enough. Sui stopped. He did not lower his head. He did not look ashamed. He looked at Rimuru's face like he was checking a weather mark. Rimuru held the edge of the lectern again because his fingers wanted something to dig into. He stared at Sui and spoke plain. "Everything you said about Satoru is true. I did not call. I did not run. I did not wash the stupid cables. I left people waiting. I got a man killed if I'm loose with blame. I also stepped in front of a knife. I did it because no one else was between it and him. I did it because I could. I will not give that to a rule. I will not let a rule make your lives clean by taking away what makes your lives yours." Sui's face did not change. "You will break." "I might," Rimuru said. "I want to break as me." A hush rolled across the plaza. Hands released and gripped again. People looked at each other and then looked down. Sui said, "Azal can stop the part of you that forgets and leaves and hurts people by accident." Rimuru shook his head. The movement felt heavy. "Azal can stop the part of me that learns. You think you're saving me. You're not. You are killing the small pain that makes us pick up the next call." He took another step. His knees shook. He didn't hide it. "You used my words," he said. "You used our promises. You made them cold. You put them in a line and took out the parts where we stop and breathe. That's not safety. That's a mask." A low murmur moved through the crowd again. It didn't die as fast this time. Someone said, "Has right." Someone else said, "He's tired." Someone else said, "He looks sick." Shoes scraped. A baby cried and was hushed. Suie stood still. "Your people will die if we do not pick the right branch." Rimuru's chest ached. He could feel his heartbeat in his throat. "We'll pick it together. We miss sometimes. We fix it. We will not let a new council tell us what to do from inside our own heads." He turned his head just enough to see Diablo without taking his eyes off Sui. "Do not touch him. Diablo's jaw flexed. Understood, Seal spoke. Crowd compliance rising. Shame pattern detected. We need a counter. Rimuru nodded once, tiny. He turned to the people. He didn't climb higher. He didn't shout. He kept his voice low and plain. I messed up many small things before I was Rimuru, he said. I mess up now. You do too. We clean it up. You all fixed my mess this week when I made the wrong call about Azal's scope. You're allowed to be angry with me. You're allowed to tell me to stop. You're not allowed to hand your head to a thing because it makes the day neat. A woman near the front rubbed her hands together. But we're tired. I know, Rimuru said. So am I. We rest. We do not erase. A man at the side said, he saved my kid at the East Road. I'll take his mess. Another said, I lost a brother because someone was efficient with the wrong map. I don't want a map without people. A few clapped without rhythm. The claps died when others looked. Sui waited for the noise to end. You will fail again. You will miss again. You will bury someone you love because you chose slow. Rimuru's eyes burned. Then I bury them with my hands. Not with a form I signed because a rule told me it was clean. Sui. This is emotion. Rimuru. This is life. Sui looked over the crowd once. The look had no warmth and no hate. You will decide, he said to them. This is not a vote. This is a path. If you stand still, you choose for Azal to choose. If you move, you must keep moving even when it hurts. Which do you pick? The plaza held its breath. Shoes scuffed. A bowl clinked. Someone muttered a prayer. Someone else whispered, I don't know. Rimuru felt his head go light. He put one hand on the lectern again and leaned. Seal's voice was a line in his head. Your core is wobbling. Rimuru let his human shape sag. For a second his slime body showed at the edges. His outline shrank and then surged back. Gas popped. He steadied. He raised a hand. I'm okay. Sui watched the tiny change like he was noting the time. Rimuru spoke again, softer. I will not force you to clap for me. I will not put a filter in your water. I will not let anyone else do it. If you hate me today, tell me. If you think Azal is right, say it. But say it as you. Not as a blank copy of a sentence that feels neat. A baker lifted her chin. It felt neat. It felt wrong. A guard said. I said efficient, and felt sick after. A boy blurted, I want noise. A few chuckled. The sound was small but real. Sui's eyes flicked toward the sound and back. Noise costs lives. Rimuru's mouth was dry. Silence costs them too. We won't know who we lost until we try to speak and nothing comes out. He took a breath and felt it hit a hard spot in his chest. He pushed through it. Sui. Sui looked at him. You are relieved of command in public spaces until I say otherwise. You will not speak for Azal again on a platform. You will return to the council room now with Benimaru. You will eat and sleep. You will tell Shona if you feel pain in your head. You will not touch the roofs tonight. You will not touch this crowd with rules. Sui stood without visible strain. Understood. Say it back. Sui repeated the order word for word. Benimaru moved to his side. He kept a half step of space. With me? Sui went. He did not look at anyone. The crowd opened without sound and closed behind them without sound. Rimuru turned back to the people. He forced his shoulders down. Go back to your food. Go back to your games. Talk to each other. Do not repeat a line because it is easy. If you feel pushed to say efficient, say nice, or say nothing. Xian yelled from the kitchen door.
It's a nice stew.
A few people laughed. A few did not. Most stood in a not-quite-rest stance, uncertain. Rimuru stepped down from the dais. His knees nearly buckled. Diablo was there without touching him. The air around Diablo felt cooler. Rimuru breathed it. It helped. A woman with a baby came up. "Are you okay?" "I will be," he said. She nodded. "Good." She walked off. A man with a bandaged hand came up and didn't meet his eyes. "I'm scared." "Me too," Rimuru said. The man nodded like that helped and moved on. The crowd shifted slowly back to motion. Cups clinked, shoes scuffed. Voices came back in pieces. Someone dropped a spoon and swore. The swear made 3 people smile in relief and then look guilty for smiling. Rimuru stood on the ground and watched them. His chest hurt. His hands shook. He tried to stop them. He couldn't. He didn't hide it. Seal spoke in his head. "The pattern pressure is lowering. Shame curve falling. Good," he thought. "You need sugar water.
Rest. Later.
Later.
Diablo leaned in, voice low. "My lord." "I know," Rimuru said. "Permission to speak freely," Diablo said. "Granted." "I hate this," Diablo said. "I hate that they used your past as a club. I hate that they made your people afraid of being people. I want to pull Azal apart until the pieces cannot say the word correct again."
Not today,
Rimuru said. His tongue felt thick. He spoke anyway. "We hold the line." Diablo adjusted his gloves. He did it slow. One tug, then another, smoothing the seam that did not need smoothing. "As you command." Benimaru returned alone a few minutes later. "Sui is down. He is awake. He is quiet. He followed orders." "Thanks," Rimuru said. "People are starting games again," Benimaru said. "Dice. Toss. It's good. Hold it." "Hold it," Rimuru said. "Why need normal?" Shona came with a cup. Sweet water. He drank. It helped. His hands still shook. He let them shake. A stall keeper approached and held up a towel. "This had a perfect fold this morning. I messed it up, Lord Rimuru." On purpose, Rimuru took the towel. The corner was a little off. He smiled. "Good." The man nodded hard and left like he had done something brave. A guard captain walked up and looked ashamed. "I said efficient 3 times this week." "Me too," Rimuru said. "We start over." The captain nodded.
Yes.
Rimuru looked up at the dais. The drums sat there. He didn't want ceremony. He wanted noise. He nodded at Shion. "Hit it." Shion grinned and smacked the skin with her palm. It sounded rough and good. 2 kids clapped out of time. Someone laughed. Someone booed the kids and then clapped wrong on purpose to make them feel better. The sound built in small, human bumps. Seal gave numbers he could stand. Noise up. Repetition down. "Keep watching," he thought. "Ping me if you hear that sentence again." "I will." He took another sip of sweet water and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His hand shook. He didn't hide it. He felt eyes on him. He looked. Azal stood at the edge of the plaza between 2 watchers. Diablo had not brought them. Sui must have asked. Or Azal had asked to be brought. Or the watchers were showing that the box still held. Azal did not speak. They watched the people make noise. Their face did not change. Rimuru stared back and then turned his shoulder, not in insult, but in choice. He faced his people instead. He took the cup Shuna held out. He accepted bread from a child with flour on his cheek. He listened to Benimaru argue about dice rules with a smith until they both laughed. The sharp pain in his chest eased a little. It did not go away. Later, when the light dropped and the stalls started to pack up, he climbed the dais again. He did not ask for silence. He spoke when enough eyes were on him. "We are not done," he said. "Azal is contained. The pressure is lower. But this can happen again. You all felt the pull to stand still and let someone else steer. Me too. We fight it like we fight hunger and sleep. We eat. We rest. We talk. We learn." He looked at the watchers with Azal and then back at the crowd. "If you think a rule is trying to live in your head, tell Shona or Benimaru or me. If you start saying a line that is not how you talk, stop. Drink water. Say something rude to snap out of it. I mean it." Someone yelled, "Bugger off. Rules." And the crowd laughed. The laugh was messy and hit in different places and times. It stayed. Rimuru stepped down. The drum thumped again. Food moved. People moved. He walked off the plaza with Diablo and Benimaru. Shona trailed, checking on people as she went. "CL," he said in his head, tired. "Here, give me a number." The crowd compliance down 40% from peak. Shame down 50. Good. You need to lie down soon.
After I see Sui.
Soon. He headed for the council building. The corridor felt long. His knees felt weak. He kept moving. They reached the room. Sui sat on a bench with a blanket over his shoulders. His posture was straight. Too straight. He looked up. Rimuru stood in the doorway. "You hit me hard out there." "I spoke facts," Sui said. "I know," Rimuru said. "I still felt it." Sui stared at him. No apology, no gloat, nothing. Rimuru pulled a chair over and sat. He set his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, because standing felt like falling. "You will keep talking to me. Every hour today. Even if you only say I am here. You will eat what Shuna brings. You will sleep when she says. You will stop speaking for Azal. You will not go on a roof unless I tell you. You will tell me the second a sentence feels too easy in your mouth." Sui nodded once. "Understood. Say it back." Sui repeated it, clean. Rimuru closed his eyes for a second. He opened them. "I'm going to lie down for 20 minutes. Then we plan. Diablo, sit in the hall. Benimaru, rotate watchers. Shona, set a soup by the bed, or I'll forget to eat." Shona smiled, small.
Yes.
Diablo straightened his gloves again. "I will not sleep." "I know," Rimuru said. He stood slow. His legs shook. He didn't hide it. He walked to the small room next door, lay on the cot, and stared at the ceiling. His heart still pounded. He set a hand on his chest and counted. It slowed. Not enough. He felt sweat cooling on his skin. He listened to footsteps outside. Soft. Uneven. Normal. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep. He breathed until the pain in his chest eased to something he could carry. This was not an enemy, he said in his head, quiet, true. This was something worse. No answer came. He got up. He went back to work. Shapchutr 70 Shields Truth, Rimuru shut the office door and slid the bolt. The latch clicked. The room smelled like hot metal, ink, old paper, and the sharp bite of cleaning alcohol. A clock hummed on the wall. The air vent rattled once and went still. "Seal," he said. "We do this now. No pauses. Ready." He paced once, then planted both hands on the workbench. "You said you found something. Say it fast." "I isolated the anchor. Azal isn't anchored to a place or a person. It's anchored to a wish. Plain. I want a version of this world where nothing blindsides me again." Rimuru's grip tightened on the bench. "Whose wish?" "Yours." "From before you were Rimuru." His throat went dry. "Satoru." "Yes." He swallowed. The air tasted like alcohol and dust. Shortcut seal. Don't build a ladder. Give me the floor. Oh, Azal is the hardened shape of a reflex born at the moment you died. The second the knife went in, you had one clean thought: I never did anything. If I had one more chance, I would make it safe. That imprint is still live inside you. Azal uses it. Rimuru's stomach turned. He stared at the bench and saw a stretch of old office carpet in his head.
Just tell me the shortcut, CL.
Please. Azal is not magic. Azal is a rule generator that bonds to promises about safety. When you or anyone in your circle speaks or accepts a sentence that trades choice for a guarantee, Azal gets power. He pushed off the bench and paced. So every time I say, I'll make sure no one gets hurt, I feed it. Toe. If the sentence implies removal of choice, yes. If it means you will try and fail sometimes, no. He rubbed his face. His skin was hot. Sweat ran at his temples. Can I punch it? You can hit Azal's body. You can't break the anchor by force. So I can't just punch it, he said, jaw tight. Correct? Give me a way to cut it. So you have to revoke the wish. Not by saying, I don't want safety. That's false. You say, I want safety with risk. I want help without erasing will. Then you anchor that with an action that carries cost. What action? You put yourself between Azal's rule and a person and you don't let it pass, even if it hurts you. That's every Tuesday, he snapped. You do it while the internal wish is screaming to let the rule handle it. You choose mess on purpose. You will feel sick. That's the point. He leaned on the bench again. His hands shook. Say the Satoru part again. Fast. I need to hate it once and move on. El Satoru died angry at himself. He wanted a redo with no risk. That wish did not vanish. You kept it under the others. Azal is the clean, cold version of that wish. It wants to remove refusal, delay, and error. It will use your own promises as fuel. He dragged both hands through his hair and gripped his head. The room spun a fraction. He sat on the floor hard. His tailbone barked. The floor smelled like dust and old soap. I can't breathe. Oh, breathe in. Out. Count 4. He did it. Air scraped in. His chest hurt on the way out. He was right, he said, voice flat. That moment in the plaza. That was the moment I ruined that project. He was right. It happened exactly like that. Facts are not permission to surrender. He dropped his head between his knees. His slime core throbbed under the human shell. His fingers were cold. I don't want to give that wish anything else. Tell me where it sits. Behind everything you say about never again. When you say never again, and mean no one gets to make a mistake, that's Azal's door. When you say never again, and mean we'll watch each other and fix it, that's yours. He nodded against his knees. Okay. The bolt on the door vibrated once. He flinched, then heard nothing. He listened. Footsteps in the hall. 2. Moving on. Keep going, he said, hauling himself up the desk. He stood. His knees shook. He grabbed the edge. What about Sui? Clue, he is walking on the smooth rail. It does not force him to speak. It makes the easy sentence feel right. How do I pull him off? Friction. Talk that isn't a script. Tasks that don't fit the rail. Food. Sleep. Touch when safe. He thought of the cold spike when he tried to touch Sui. He swallowed. Touch later. What about DIABLO? He caught a particle and dropped it. He is at risk if he tries again. Then he doesn't, Rimuru said. I forbid it. Logged. He wiped sweat off his lip with the back of his wrist. The office felt too small. The vent clicked again and blew air with a faint chemical smell. Can Azal hear this? Do no. We're hard-walled. Good. A dull thunk sounded through the wall. He straightened. What was that? South stairwell. A scuffle. He moved to the door and pressed his ear to it. Footsteps. Fast. Then the sound cut like someone swallowed it. Seal? I'm checking. Hurry. Tow 2 watchers down in the hall outside the East Council room. They are breathing. Azal. Still seated. 2 different watchers at that door. Sui. Moving. We're. Pluhir. Rimuru backed from the door. Get Benamaru. Chloe's on the plaza edge. Distance 30 seconds at a run. Diablo. Closer. 15 seconds if he sprints. Tell him. The bolt slid with a clean sound. Rimuru reached for the handle. It turned on its own. The door opened. Sui walked in. He shut the door behind him without looking at it. He set the latch. His posture was straight. His eyes were clear. His steps made no noise. Don't, Rimuru said. Sui stopped 2 paces inside. Seal, he said into the air, calm. You have the right map. I am here to end the analysis. Sui. Rimuru said, stand down. No, Sui said. Rimuru lifted a hand. We can talk. Sui's hand drifted to his side. Not to a weapon. To the air. Shadows coiled around his fingers like thin threads. No hiss. No glow. Just darker air that held shape. Seal's voice hit hard and fast. Ultimate skill manifestation. Pattern a perfect execution. It is a compiler. He picks an aim, and the skill lays out a path with no waste. Plain, Rimuru said. He picked Trap Rimuru fast without damage. The skill is giving him the shortest route. Can I teleport? Oh, he will cut the attempt with a timed slice. Void shield. He will thread it. Punch. He will not be there. Rimuru clenched his jaw. Great. Sui's voice did not rise. Please do not move. It will take 2 seconds if you stay still. It will take 6 if you run. Rimuru took a step left anyway. The floor under his foot tightened. Not texture. Not magic drag. A rule that said, foot stays bit into his ankle. He yanked. His shoe came up with a tearing sound. The sole ripped. He stumbled and caught the desk. The edge dug into his palm. Paper slid. Sui lifted his hand. A thin lattice of shadow lines spread in a quick pattern. The lines were straight. The gaps were even. There was no wasted curve. Rimuru threw a barrier forward. The lines parted and flowed around it. The barrier didn't crack. It wasn't attacked. It was ignored. Seal. It roots around. Cut it. I cannot. It is not energy. It is permission. Sui stepped once and was suddenly within arm's reach. Not a teleport. A set of steps placed at times he'd chosen earlier. Rimuru swung. Sui wasn't there. Rimuru's fist hit air and pulled his shoulder. Pain flashed through the joint. Sui touched the desk with 2 fingers. The shadow lattice anchored to the wood and the floor. The air got thin. Not a lack of air. Rules stacked in a circle. Rimuru shoved magic into a jump. Space twisted. The jump died. The rule cut it at the start. He grabbed for Sui's sleeve to lock him. His fingers hit cloth. Cold shot up his arm. The same spike as before. His muscles jerked. He let go on reflex. His elbow banged the edge of the bench. The bone stung. Stop, Rimuru snapped. Sui, please. You will thank me when you sleep, Sui said. His tone was flat, not cruel, not kind. Nothing. Rimuru pushed his human form off and snapped a slime to slip out. The lattice tightened. The gaps shrank to hold a sphere. His slime body hit the clear lines and stiffened around the edges. Every edge felt wrong. He pulsed. The lines pushed back at the exact counter strength. No waste. He is using your own counter output against you, Seal said. He measured the last 3 pulses and matched them. Shortcut. Stop pulsing. Change pattern. He stopped and went still. The lines held. He tried to ooze under the desk. The base of the desk flipped a rule that said, "No underneath." He hit it. It hurt. He returned to human with a snap. The lines adjusted without a gap. Sui placed his palm in the last empty square of air. It hardened with a sound like a soft click. No glow, no flare. Don't. Rimuru tried to raise his right arm. It moved 1 finger's width and no more. He tried his left. Same. He shifted weight. The floor said no. His breath came faster. He could breathe. He could not move more than a fraction. The room smelled brighter. Alcohol ink. Dust. His mouth tasted like metal. His heart hammered in his chest. Sweat ran down his back. He hated the wet line and could not wipe it. Seal. Voice tight. Give me a crack. Oh, he timed every response and set a grid that locks change. This is what perfect efficiency looks like in a fight. I get it. Plo, he left 1 gap at your mouth. He needs you to speak. He also left an audio channel open toward the hall. Wow. He wants someone to hear you. Ooh. Diablo Rimuru's throat closed. He forced it open. Diablo is outside. Approaching. 15 steps. The Sui turned his head toward the door as if he'd heard the same count. He will come, Sui said. We'll try to break this. The net will tighten. He will catch the same particle he touched and keep it. He will break for real. We will keep him too. That is better than losing him on a road later. Rimuru felt rage hit and pass. He couldn't waste it. Sui, look at me. Sui looked. You're saying you need to trap him because you love me.
I am saying this is safe,
Sui said. You said you wanted safe. Rimuru's voice cracked. I said I wanted us. Sui didn't blink. We are here. You will sleep soon. A boot hit the hall tiles. Fast. Another. Diablo wasn't masking his steps. He was running because Rimuru's name was already in his mouth. Rimuru pulled against the lattice with everything he had. The rule held. His muscles trembled. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked it out and gritted his teeth. Seal, he said. Trip him. I can't move his body. I can only speak. Then speak. Do Diablo, stop. The footfalls didn't slow.
The door handle shook.
Rimuru shouted, voice raw. Stay back. The handle froze. My lord, Diablo said through the door, voice close, breath fast. Permission to enter. Denied? Rimuru said hard. Stay out. Silence. Then a slow exhale. Understood. Sui turned his face back to Rimuru. He will obey you for now. He will not leave. He is patient when it matters. A second set of steps ran up the hall and stopped. Benimaru. Then another. Sheehan. Voices low and fast. Orders. The air vent clicked again. The room stayed cold. Rimuru's fingers twitched the width of a nail and stopped. He tried to curl them and couldn't. He forced his jaw to loosen and failed. His teeth hurt from the way he was clenching. Seal, he said, not moving his lips more than the grid allowed. Tell me something I can do. Talk. Force unscripted lines. Force Sui to miss. Sui, Rimuru said, breath short. You're not done until you tell me what you ate this morning. Sui's head tilted a fraction. Rice. Broth. 2 dumplings. What was wrong with the broth? Rimuru snapped. A pause. Sui blinked once. Too much ginger. Rimuru pushed. "Ooh, poured it." "Shuna," Sui said. "How did she hand you the bowl?" Rimuru said, words coming fast. "Show me the hands." Sui's left hand twitched within the lattice. "Barely. Both hands," she said. "Careful. It's hot."
What did you say back?
"Thanks," Sui said.
Say it again,
Rimuru said. "But say it how you always say it." Sui opened his mouth and closed it. For a second something moved in his eyes. Then his face went flat again. "This is waste." Rimuru's chest ached. He took a breath that hurt and kept going. "You almost had it. Stay with me?" Sui didn't answer. He pressed his palm into the last square again. The grid tightened by a fraction. It was small. Rimuru felt it everywhere. His ribs hurt. Footsteps shifted outside the door. Diablo's voice, calm and close. "Sui, allow me to speak to him?" "No," Sui said without looking at the door. "You break lines when you talk to him." "I do," Diablo said. "That is my function." Rimuru shut his eyes for 1 second and opened them fast. He could not go soft. He stared at Sui and kept talking. "You said I'd thank you when I sleep," he said. "You think you're saving me. You're taking away the part that wakes me up first when someone knocks. You're taking the part that calls back late. I want that part." "You want to be tired?" Sui said. "I want to be myself," Rimuru said. His throat burned. "Even if it's messy," Sui breathed once. "Barely visible. Mess kills." "Neat kills too," Rimuru said. The door shook again. Diablo's hand pressed the wood. "My lord," he said, low, "give me an order." Rimuru closed his eyes for a heartbeat and then spoke to the door. "Listen. Do not enter. Do not test the net. Guard the hall. Keep Benimaru from doing something dumb. Keep Shion from kicking the door in. Tell Shona to bring soup to Sui in 1 hour no matter what. Say it back." Diablo's answer was immediate. "Do not enter. Do not test, guard, restrain Benimaru and Shion. Ensure Shona brings soup in 1 hour. I will obey." "Good," Rimuru said. His legs trembled inside the hold. He couldn't move them. He could feel the shake anyway. He wanted to wipe his face. He couldn't. Sui watched him without expression. "You will tire." "Azal will not. I will not. I can hold this for 3 days." "Yeah," Rimuru said, breath rough. "You'll need a bathroom." "I accounted for that?" Sui said. "Of course you did," Rimuru said, and the laugh that tried to come out died because his chest hurt too much. Seal spoke, fast and tight. He keyed the grid to the anchor. "He used your never again, wish as access. It tightens each time you think I can't let this happen. Stop feeding it." "That's not funny," Rimuru said in his head. "Not a joke. Focus on fix this." He tried. It helped a hair. The hold didn't loosen. It stopped tightening. Sui took 1 step back and folded his hands. "We'll wait for Azal to arrive. They will rewrite your schedule. You will rest. You will thank me later." Rimuru met his eyes. No, Sui did not reply. Outside the door, Diablo's breath steadied. Benimaru muttered orders. Shion swore under hers. Boots scuffed. The vent clicked again. The clock hummed. The room smelled like alcohol, ink, and sweat. Rimuru pulled every line in him and tried again to move. The grid said no. His vision sparked. He yelled anyway, voice rough and raw, toward the door, toward the man in the hall whose steps he knew better than the clock. "Diablo, stay back." Silence hit the hall hard. Diablo said, steady and close. Rimuru's lungs burned. The grid held. Sui stood, perfect and empty. Ciel spoke fast. We are not done. I have the anchor now. I will prep a counter. Holdy Rimuru swallowed and tasted metal. He stared at the man he trusted and saw a clean, wrong shape standing where his friend should be. He couldn't move. He could only breathe and wait. CFTERAT hours Diablo's price. The corridor outside the office was tight and cold, stone walls, one door. Benimaru stood to the left, tense. Sheehan to the right, ready to kick the hinges if she had to. Two watchers at the far end. The air smelled like oil, sweat, and a faint bite of alcohol from inside. Diablo planted himself at the door. He kept his hands in front. He made himself breathe slow. In, out, even counts. Rimuru's order sat in his head like iron. Do not enter. Do not test the net. Guard the hall. Understood, he said again low to no one and to himself. Inside, Rimuru shouted through the wood. Diablo, stay back. I obey, Diablo answered. He did not turn the handle. His fingers twitched once. He laced them to stop the twitch. Benimaru watched him. If he screams again. I know, Diablo said. He did not raise his voice. You will hold me, or I will hold you. We will not break his order. Sheehan shifted her weight. I hate this door. So do I, Diablo said. Boots approached from the far end. Even steps. No drag, no creak. Two watchers walked ahead of Azal like bookends. Azal moved between them. Hands at their sides, head straight, no tilt, no blink. Diablo felt the small change in the air. Not magic. Not heat. A pressure behind his ear that wanted to straighten him more than he was already straight. He rolled his shoulders back and set them exactly where he liked them. Not where the pressure liked them. Azal, he said. Azal stopped 3 paces away. Diablo. Benimaru took half a step in front of the door. Sheehan's heel lifted, ready. Stand down. Diablo told them without looking away from Azrael. Benimaru looked at him, eyes hot, then moved a fraction back. Sheehan clicked her tongue and lowered her foot. Diablo adjusted his gloves. One slow pull at the wrist. Smooth the seam. Work each finger into the leather. Again on the left. Again on the right. He let his breath settle into the work. I will assume you came to remove the choice from the next 10 minutes, he said. I came to finish a correction, Azal said. Containment is incomplete with you outside the door. You will not touch him, Diablo said. I will touch the schedule, Azal said. He will sleep. You will stop interfering. Then we are at an impasse, Diablo said. Azal angled their head by 1 degree. Impasse is waste. Diablo stepped forward once, 1 measured step. Hands fell behind his back. He smiled without showing teeth. I will use small words, he said. You will not pass. Azal didn't sigh. They didn't do any human show. They moved. It wasn't a rush. It was a straight line with no gaps. Diablo surged to meet them. He moved first. Left step. Low, sweep. Azal hopped. Too clean. Diablo drove a right cross into the open arc. Azal slid their shoulder a finger's width. The punch skimmed cloth and hit stone. Stone cracked. Pain shot into Diablo's hand. He grunted, shifted his weight, and kicked up. Azal's knee came up like a hinge. Block. Their other foot snapped into Diablo's shoulder. Solid impact. He slid back 2 steps. He set his heel. Heat built in the joint. He rolled it once to keep it loose. I do not need to hurt you, Azal said. You cannot understand me, Diablo said. He vanished into a shadow step and reappeared to the right. Palm strike. Short and mean. Azal's forearm met it. Block. Diablo's other hand snapped up. 2 fingers speared toward Azal's eye to force a flinch. No flinch. Azal twisted a wrist and tried to fold Diablo's elbow the wrong way. Diablo let the joint go loose, rolled with it, and slammed his forehead into Azal's brow. Solid crack. No blood, no stagger. Azal's response was a simple knee to the ribs. Diablo tightened. The hit drove air out of him in a hard grunt. He took it, stepped inside the next line, and hooked his ankle behind Azal's heel. Azal felt it coming and didn't fight the fall. They let gravity do the work and turned it into a pivot. They landed on a palm and a foot and flowed up like a hinge closing. No waste. Every move straight into the next. Diablo's teeth clenched. He snapped his hand and dragged a line of black fire across the stone. Hellflare, heat roared. Azal did not throw a wall. They moved 2 steps, left at perfect timing, and the fire sheet tore past with an inch of space to spare. The stone glowed. The air smelled like hot dust. "Stop," Shion yelled. "You'll burn the door." "Stay back," Diablo said without turning his head. Benimaru swore under his breath and held her arm. Azal walked through the shimmer of heat, eyes flat, hands open. "You are fast." "You are not efficient. I am not a clock," Diablo said. He moved again. Short burst. Elbow, knee, hammer fist. He hit arms. He hit bone. He felt impact. It was like hitting a stand. Solid, clean, no give. Azal answered with the minimum. A push at the right blink. A step into his space to steal momentum. A perfectly placed block that didn't hurt but cut flow. Diablo's jaw flexed. He changed rhythm. He made his steps uneven, one fast, one slow. He swung too wide on purpose. He let his heel slip a fraction. Azal reached to correct him, because that was what Azal did, even in a fight. And Diablo bit down on that instinct, let the slip go, then snapped up from the mistake, and drove a hard palm into Azal's throat. Contact. Azal rocked back a half step. Their chin lifted a centimeter. Their gaze didn't change. "Better," Azal said. "Noise helps." "I know," Diablo said. "I choose noise." He poured gravity into the hall. The floor pressed. The stone groaned. Azal bent at the knee and took exactly enough weight. Not one more. Diablo spiked it. Azal laid the leg out flat and used the pressure to slide forward in a straight glide and come up under Diablo's guard. Elbow. Diablo brought his forearm down to cover. The blow rattled bone. "Benimaru," Shion hissed. "Not yet," Benimaru said. Inside the office, wood creaked under strain. Rimuru's voice came again, rough. "Diablo."
"Don't you?"
The word cut. The net corrected his breath. "I am here," Diablo said, eyes locked on Azal. "I will not enter." Azal lifted their right hand. Thumb and forefinger pinched nothing. Diablo felt the hair on his arms rise. The tiny sting. He knew that sting. A particle. "No," he said, and moved. He clapped both hands around Azal's wrist. Not to hold them, but to change angle by 1 degree. The particle dropped to the floor instead of up toward his face. It slid like water, searching. He twisted, stepped, and stamped. His heel hit the floor a hair late. The particle slid past his boot and reached for his ankle like a line in air. Diablo cut it with a thought. He could not. He tried again. It hooked. A tiny, neat cold bit into his skin. He felt the sentence try to write itself in his head. Pick the clean path. He bared his teeth. "I don't care." He threw his body sideways into the wall, hard, to break the pattern the particle was aiming for. Bone hit stone. Pain flared down his shoulder. The hook slipped. It did not let go. Azal watched him without haste. "You will accept it. It costs less." "I do not count cost the way you do," Diablo said. He lunged back in. Punch. Kick. He took a simple counter to the ribs and traded it for a hard shot to Azal's hip. The hit carried power. Azal slid a foot to bleed it out, no stumble. Diablo used the freed line to step past, spin, and sweep. Azal hopped. Diablo did not finish the sweep. He used the motion to throw a knife of compressed dark straight up. Azal's hand flicked. The knife hit their palm and flattened into dust. He kept pushing. He knew Azal's rhythm now. He could feel the clean edges, cut them by going ugly. He spat a string of shadow lances in a staggered pace. 3 quick, 1 late, 2 at once, none in a line. Azal parried with 2 fingers at precise points. 1 lance slipped under their guard and nicked the side of their neck. Black smoke curled. No blood, no gasp. "You are making a mess," Azal said.
Yes.
Diablo said. The particle on his ankle tried again. It wanted to climb. It wanted his knee. It wanted the line from knee to spine to head. He felt it map him as if he were a set of slots. Pick the clean path. He hated the sentence. He could ignore it for a breath. Then another. He knew the third would be harder. Seal. He said without moving his lips much. "Tell me how to cut it." "Po, you can't cut it clean." "You can break the place it hooks. Say it straight." Pluone the part of you that accepts small neat rules. He did not need the theology. He needed the action. He looked inside. He saw the neat circle of his true name, the gift from Rimuru. He saw the tidy lock he had set on himself because he enjoyed the control. He saw the hard, proud line that made him Diablo and not a blur. He put his hand there in his mind and pushed his nails in. Pain hit at once. It wasn't magic pain. It was a tear where no tear should be. He pulled. The neat line ripped. Sound left his mouth in a raw scream. His knees buckled. He caught himself on one hand and slammed the other into the floor to keep from falling on his face. Tears ran hot and fast. He didn't care. His chest hammered. His throat hurt. His vision smeared and then snapped back. The particle on his ankle slipped and lost the path. It searched for the line he had just ruined and couldn't find it. Benimaru swore. Sheehan reached for him. Diablo snarled, "Do not touch me," and pushed up again. His legs shook. He forced them to hold. Azal paused for exactly the length of a heartbeat. "You damaged yourself. I refuse your neat," Diablo said, voice hoarse. He wiped his face with the back of his glove. The leather came away wet. "I chose that."
"Not you. That is inefficient,"
Azal said. "Good," Diablo said. He looked Azal in the eyes. His voice flattened. "My loyalty is mine." "You can't have it." He moved. No rhythm, no cadence. He sprinted and then stopped dead and then jumped sideways. He swung high and then swept low and then through his shoulder where a punch should be. He stomped his heel into nothing to make sound and then hit on the second beat. He laughed once, sharp, because the sound itself broke the model Azal wanted. He opened 3 rifts, 1 left, 1 right, 1 above. He fired a blast down through the top one with his left hand while his right hand pulled a twist of air into a jagged blade and threw it backward without looking. Azal moved to avoid the top blast. The backward blade cut the edge of their coat. Diablo followed with a simple, dirty kick to the shin. It hit. It did not break bone, it bruised. He wanted the bruise. He wanted the mess. Azal corrected. Diablo stepped into the correction instead of away from it and jammed it with his shoulder. The two of them locked for half a second. Diablo felt the clean pressure of Azal's frame. He pushed against it with everything ugly in him. He spat a spark of fire into his own palm and grabbed Azal's wrist. The skin on his glove sizzled. The smell of burnt leather hit the hall. Azal twisted and tried to use Diablo's steady habits against him. Diablo jerked in the wrong direction on purpose and let a hit get through. Azal's elbow cracked his cheekbone. Pain flared. Blood pooled in Diablo's mouth. He spat it on the floor. Red spatter. Sharon flinched. Benimaru's jaw locked. "Diablo!" Rimuru's voice muffled from inside. Still rough. Still fighting the net. "Stop hurting yourself." Diablo did not look at the door. "I am fine," he lied and drove a knee into Azal's thigh. He felt another particle try to hook. Not at the ankle. Higher. In the place he had torn, it found jagged edges and could not see. It scraped. He grunted. He turned into the scrape and bit down on it like a piece of metal. He swallowed blood because his mouth was full of it. Azal lifted a hand to drop a second particle. Diablo clapped their palm between both of his, crushed nothing, and slammed both hands down. He pinned the empty air to the floor and poured heat into it. The particle hissed dry and went thin. He stomped the space again to make sure. "Mess," he said through his teeth. "Get used to it." Azal shifted tactics. They dropped low. Clean sweep. Diablo jumped and tucked. The sweep kissed his calf. Sting. He landed on his hands and kicked backward with both feet. Azal blocked one and dodged the other. Diablo rolled forward, popped to a knee, and threw a short, hard blow into Azal's ribs solid. He did it again off time, then again. Then faked the fourth and fired a gravity spike from his hip. The spike hit Azal's shoulder and dragged hard. Azal stepped through the drag with perfect placement and shed the weight like a cloak. "You will tire," Azal said. "I will stand," Diablo said. He charged. He used everything. Fire, shadow, pressure. He let spells misfire and turn into smoke. He let a blade shatter on the stone to throw shards. He turned the shards into bullets, and then lost half of them on purpose, so the pattern broke. He used 3 moves he hated because they were sloppy and made his wrists ache. He stopped caring about the ache. He got a hand on Azal's face and shoved. Azal's head snapped back. He heard a clean crack from the wall behind them. Stone split. Dust fell. He tasted grit. Azal answered with a palm strike that went straight through his guard and hit his solar plexus. His breath went out. Black spots hit the edges of his vision. He staggered. He smiled through blood and swung again. "Benimaru," Shion said, voice thin. "Shut up," Benimaru said, not cruel. "He's got it." Inside the office, wood creaked again. Seal spoke through the door, loud and flat, for both of them. Anchor strain rising. "Hold," Rimuru rasped. Diablo heard it. He kept his feet and made the next mistake on purpose. He threw a wide, ugly hook. Azal reached for the clean counter. Diablo ducked into it and jammed, shoulder to chest. He felt Azal's balance hitch for 1 tick. He headbutted again. Pain lit his skull. He did not fall. He opened his mouth and shouted, raw and loud, because sound itself was his weapon now.
"I am not your path!"
Azal blinked once. The first blink Diablo had seen in minutes. He hit them. Left, right, elbow. Every simple thing he had. No clean strings. No pretty lines. Just force and will. Azal stopped 3, 4, 5. The 6th got through. The 7th didn't. The 8th did. The 9th didn't. He kept throwing until his arms felt like thick rope. He kept his feet under him by hate and habit. His lungs burned. His back burned. His ripped core burned with a steady hard hurt. Azal set their feet again. "You are injuring your name."
"Yes,"
Diablo said. "It is mine." He spat blood again. It hit Azal's collar. The red stain sat there. It was wrong on that clean cloth. He liked it. Azal cocked an arm for a straight punch. Diablo accepted the line, stepped into it, and let it hit high. His head snapped. He rode the force down and used it to twist and throw Azal over his hip. They hit the floor. Diablo went with them, pinning an arm with his knee and driving his forearm into Azal's jaw. Stone thudded. Azal bridged and rolled. Diablo clung. Azal struck his ear. Pain burst. He held on. He slammed Azal's head again. Azal caught his wrist and tried to turn it. Diablo let it turn and kicked up under their ribs. Hard. The sound that came out of Azal was not a groan. It was a clean exhale that meant force registered. He kept hitting. The watchers at the end of the hall had backed up without being told. Benimaru stared, eyes wide. Shion had both fists on her mouth. Azal exhaled and flexed, a perfect move. Diablo felt a particle flare under his torn line again, looking for entry. He roared and shoved his other hand into the same wound inside and scraped it raw again. He yelled as he did it. The hall rang with it. He tasted bile. He swallowed it. He pressed down on Azal's throat with his forearm and put heat in his skin until the leather smoked. Azal's eyes were clear, not angry. "You will break." "Good," Diablo said. "I break where I choose." He let go, sprang up, and detonated raw darkness point blank. It wasn't shaped. It wasn't clean. It was a burst. It blew both of them apart. The shock punched his chest. His ears rang. The wall on the right spidered. Dust cut the air. Shion coughed. Benimaru's hair blew back. Diablo hit the floor on his back, rolled, and got to his knees. His legs shook. He stood anyway. Blood ran from his nose. He wiped it with the back of his hand and grinned with teeth red. Azal stood too. Their coat was torn. Their cheek had a line. Their hair sat out of place by a finger's width. They reached up and smoothed it. The movement was as calm as pouring tea. "You cannot maintain this output," Azal said. "I do not care," Diablo said. "He is behind the door. I am here." "That is enough." Inside the room, Rimuru's voice was smaller now. "Diablo, stop. Please." "Not yet," Diablo said, and he did not apologize for the disobedience in his heart. He obeyed the letter. He stayed outside. He broke himself to keep the line. Azal lifted both hands, 2 particles. Diablo snorted, grabbed the nearest fallen knife shard, and cut his own palm open across the old summoning sigil he wore for memory. Blood hit the floor. The particles reached for the new line. They slid in the wet and failed to seat. He laughed, short and ugly. Then he threw the blood into Azal's face and charged through the stain. They met in the middle. Strike. Block, strike, block. He could not count now. He could only act. He used his shoulder. He used his head. He used his knee. He used the flat of his hand like a hammer. He caught a punch and twisted fingers until he heard a pop. Azal reset the joint with a clean click. Diablo head-butted again because his skull was there and the wall was there and Azal's face was between. "Diablo!" Benimaru barked, half alarm and half awe. "Stay back," Diablo said, breath tearing. He pushed Azal into the wall again and drove his forearm into their chest. Stone cracked. The door shuddered. Inside, the grid flickered. Rimuru gasped. "Anchor strain up," Seal said in both their heads. "Do not stop." Azal's eyes finally changed by a hair, not fear, calculation. "This is not efficient." "Correct," Diablo said. "It is mine." Azal drove a hand into Diablo's gut at a clean angle. Diablo bent. He forced himself upright. He threw a wild overhand punch that should have missed. It hit. It turned Azal's head. He followed with a slap to the ear. Stupid move. Dirty move. Effective. Azal's balance shifted. Diablo grabbed their collar and flung them down the hall. They slid, stood, and stopped in the same smooth motion. No pant. No shake. Diablo stood with blood running. He shook. He stayed up. Again, he said. They collided. The next exchange was faster, shorter. Nasty. Hands, elbows, feet. Azal caught his wrist, turned, and tried to break it. A snap. Pain. And Diablo hissed and tore his wrist free the wrong way. Tendons screamed. He used the broken angle to whip a blast into Azal's side. Azal blocked with a perfect wedge and took most of it. Not all. The rest burned their coat. "You do not stop," Azal said. Diablo said. He feinted high and kicked low. He followed with a dirty stomp. He grabbed a handful of their coat and yanked them into a headbutt again, because it kept working. He could taste blood and dust and the bitter sting of his own power in the back of his throat. Inside the office, wood cracked. The grid hummed. Rimuru swallowed air and forced sound past his teeth. "Diablo, hold." "I know," Diablo called, not taking his eyes off Azal. "I will finish this or fall." Azal stepped back once and lifted a hand in a flat line. "Stop." "No," Diablo said. He surged one more time, everything. All of it. No pattern, no plan. Just drive and heat and ugly will, he shouted as he moved. He forced Azal to defend with both hands. He forced that perfect body to step wrong by half a toe. He saw it. He hammered that spot. He felt something give that was not bone. It was the rhythm. Azal's jaw clenched. The room shook. The dust hung thick. Then Azal went still. "Enough," they said. "This output is not worth the cost. I will adapt." Later, they stepped back once smooth, and the pressure in the hall eased by a finger's width. They turned away from the door. "Stop." Diablo snapped. Azal looked at him. Not through him, at him. "I will return with a better plan." "You will not?" Diablo said. Azal tilted their head. "You cannot stop me?" Diablo didn't argue. He swayed, set his feet, and raised his hands again, broken wrist and all. "Then we continue." Azal considered the blood on the floor, considered Diablo's stance, considered the crack in the wall and the crack in Diablo and the door between. They lowered their hands. "Not now," they said. They turned and walked away at a clean pace. The watchers scrambled to follow. Diablo stood. He did not chase. He could not have if he tried. His legs shook. His vision went gray at the edges and then came back. He looked at the door. "My lord." "Don't," Rimuru started, voice small and raw. "Don't come in, I will not," Diablo said. He leaned his back on the stone and slid down until he hit the floor. He pressed his palm, the cut one, against his thigh to slow the bleeding. He breathed. Each breath hurt. Benimaru crouched beside him without touching. "You insane bastard." "Yes," Diablo said, and coughed. Pain stabbed his ribs. He let it. "Hold the hall. They will try again." Shia knelt on his other side, eyes wet and angry. "You're a mess."
I chose it.
Diablo said. He tipped his head to the door. "Seal. Report." O-grid flickered. "Anchor strain high." Rimuru is still locked. But Diablo closed his eyes a second and opened them. "I will stand when they return." Benimaru put a hand to his own face and dragged it down. "You tore something inside." "Yes," Diablo said. "Why?" Shion asked, voice breaking. "So there is nothing in me for them to hold," Diablo said. He pushed himself up the wall and stood. His knees dipped. He forced them straight. He looked at the door again and said clearly, so Rimuru would hear it, "I am here." From inside, Rimuru's breath hitched. I hear you. Diablo adjusted his gloves with slow, shaking hands. The leather stuck on the cut. He smoothed it anyway. He faced the empty end of the hall, where Azael had gone and spoke for them to hear if they were listening. My loyalty is mine, he said again, voice low and steady. You can't have it. He set his feet. He waited for the next round. Cheap GTR9, the act of trust the hall was wrecked. Stone cracks, dust in the air, blood on the floor. Diablo stood at the door, swaying but up. Benimaru and Shion held the line. Watchers at the far end kept their eyes wide and their mouths shut. Inside, the grid hummed around Rimuru like a tight box. He could not move. Seal, he said. His voice scraped. Is Azael coming back now? No. They retreated to replan. The anchor is still active. We can act before they return. Tell me how. No stairs. Elevator. State the new rule. Pay the cost. Push. Say it plain. Plo you revoke perfect safety at any price. You name trust with risk as the core. You accept that someone will mess up and you will keep loving them and leading them anyway. Then you push that choice threw me into the concept that powers Azael. Rimuru looked at the door. He could hear Diablo's breath through the wood. Fast. Rough. He could smell blood, metal, sweat. The room smelled like alcohol and ink and dust. He wanted to put a hand on Diablo's shoulder. He couldn't move. Shortcut, he said. Script it. I have the script. You must mean it. I do. Mean it out loud. He shut his eyes and opened them again. I don't want perfection. I want them. The words hit the tight spot in his chest and moved it. He felt stupid tears burn. He let them come and didn't hide it. Good, Seal said, fast and bright.
Now the cost.
What cost? He said, already knowing. Will you stop trying to carry everything alone? You let them make choices you can't control. You trust them when it scares you. You anchor it with a move that proves it. The latch on the door rattled once. Diablo's voice, calm because he forced it, my lord. I'm here, Rimuru said. Don't come in. I won't, Diablo said. Rimuru swallowed. Seal, use him, tell define ooze. He stays outside because I told him to, even hurt, even when he wants to break in. I trust that. I stopped trying to make him a piece on a board. He's a person. He chooses. Accepted. Anchor candidate confirmed. Do it, he said. Say the new core. Exactly. Then push. Rimuru breathed in. The air tasted like metal and old soap. New core. He said, clear. We protect choice. We foster trust. No erasing will. No forcing compliance. Plu confirmed. Now get me out. Who'll push with me? 3, 2, 1, now. He shoved power outward. Not a blast. A shove. His skin prickled. The air went thin in his mouth and tasted sharp. The grid around him made a high, steady tone. It wavered. It cracked in tiny, clean lines. The sound that came off it was like cloth ripping in a quiet room. Not loud. Sharp. Again, Seal said. He pushed again. The hum jumped. The lines shook. One square sagged. He could move a finger. He moved it and kept pushing. Diablo, he said through clenched teeth. Still there.
Yes,
Diablo said. I am breathing. Good, Rimuru said. He was shaking now. Sweat ran down his temple. It stung his eye. He blinked it out. One more, Seal said. Put the words into it as you push. Rimuru gritted his teeth and drove the words out with the force. You exist to protect choice, not destroy it. You exist to foster trust, not enforce compliance. The grid pitched. Every line around his arms snapped at the same time with clean, mean pops. He staggered forward and caught himself on the bench. His knees shook. He sucked air. It went in ragged and cold. Seal. Anchor shifted. Not broken. Shifted. You are free. Rimuru reached the latch and threw it. The door opened. Diablo was there, pale, blood at his mouth. One wrist bent wrong, coat burned, eyes steady. Don't move, Rimuru said, because habit, because fear. Diablo smiled a little. I am already moving as little as possible. Rimuru stepped out and grabbed his shoulders. Warm, shaking. Real. Relief hit like a drop. He held him for half a second and let go before the world pulled him down. Benimaru let out a breath. Finally. Shion wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist and sniffed. You look like hell. Rimuru looked at Diablo's face.
You ripped yourself? I did, Diablo said. It hurts. Yes.
Thank you, Rimuru said. Diablo's mouth twitched. You are welcome. Rimuru turned to Sui's door down the hall.
Status? Quiet,
Benimaru said. He's sitting like a board. We fix him. Rimuru said. He swallowed. The air still tasted like metal. But first we finish this. He faced the empty hall where Azal had gone. Seal. Bring them back where they can hear me without touching anyone. I can open a channel. They will answer. Open it. Open. Azal's voice came from the hall as if they stood there. Rimuru. Listen, Rimuru said. No tricks? No long lines. Listening, Azal said. Rimuru stood straight. His legs trembled, but he stood. You exist to protect choice, not destroy it. You exist to foster trust, not enforce compliance. Silence. 1 second. 2. That is not optimal, Azal said. Rimuru's voice didn't move. That is the rule. Define protect, Azal said. Keep people able to say yes or no with a clear head, Rimuru said, even if it's slow, even if it's messy. Especially then. Define foster, Azal said. Help people trust each other by telling the truth and not lying with clean lines. Rimuru said. You will not sand off their edges. Diablo stepped half a pace closer. He stood without touching. My lord.
Use me if you must. I am.
Rimuru said, eyes still on the hall. You're here. That's enough. Seal spoke in his head. They are resisting. We need force, not fire. Authority. Root it, he said. Routing. Ready. Rimuru set his palm on the stone. It was cool and rough. He pushed energy out again, this time through Seal's path. The air thinned. The hair on his arms rose. His tongue tasted metal. The corridor lights flickered once, not from power loss, but from rules changing. A line on the floor shimmered and then steadied. The space at the far end of the hall wavered. Azal stepped back into view. Not a teleport. One step from a place that wasn't a place to hear. They stood straight, hands at sides. Face blank. Rimuru. Azal said, You are making a mistake. Rimuru pointed at the stone under their feet. No sermons. Stand there. Azal stood there, Seal Rimuru said. Lock my words in. Make it stick. Oh, we will overwrite the function pointer. Present axiom. Rimuru didn't pretend to understand the term. He just spoke. Core protect choice. Foster trust. No erasing will. No forced compliance. Obind. A thin ring of light. No glow. Just a line your eyes couldn't ignore. Drew a circle around Azal's feet. The air hummed. It tasted sharp. Diablo coughed once and wiped more blood from his lip. Azal watched. You are changing me. You cannot do it cleanly. I don't want clean, Rimuru said. He stepped forward. Diablo tensed. Rimuru held out a hand without looking back. I got it. Diablo stayed put. Rimuru raised his voice, not a shout, just firm. Azal, hear this. You exist to protect choice, not destroy it. You exist to foster trust, not enforce compliance. Say it back. Azal's mouth opened. I exist to protect choice, not destroy it. I exist to foster trust, not enforce compliance. Again, Rimuru said. Azal repeated it. The second time their tone dipped, not emotion. A small hitch like a machine hitting a new part. Seal, crack forming. Push. Rimuru pushed authority again. His chest tightened. The air went thin. The sound in the hall turned sharp and soft at the same time. The edges of Azal's shape wavered. Not melting. A small shake. Their perfect posture bent a degree. Their right hand curled and then flattened. Benimaru stared. It's working. Sheen whispered, keep going. Rimuru pushed again. The hum rose a half-pitch. He tasted blood in his mouth and didn't know if he bit his cheek or if the taste was just the air. A fine, tearing sound came from Azal. It was not a voice. It was the sound of something that used to be one piece becoming two, like silk ripping clean, unpleasant. Azal's face twitched, their eyes blinked once, twice. Never saw that before. Good. Seal, Rimuru said, breath short. Status. Primary binding at 60%. They're trying to route around. Keep the language simple. Hit again. Rimuru stepped closer until he could see the tiny vibrations in Azal's hands. He spoke like he was telling a child how to cross a street. Slow. Plain. You do not write over people. You do not choose for them. You build trust. You slow down. You help them talk. You hold the line when it's hard. That's your job. Azal's lips moved. That is noise. Say the job, Rimuru said. Azal stared at him. Protect choice. Foster trust. Good, Rimuru said. He breathed in and pushed again. Energy rolled out, not hot, not bright, thin, metallic. It ran across the stone and up into Azal's feet. Their outline shook harder. A hairline crack showed at their collar, like a seam. The crack ran up their neck and stopped at the jaw. DIABLO swayed. He caught himself on the wall and stayed up. My lord. Finish it. Rimuru looked back at him. DIABLO was a mess. Blood. Burn. Bent wrist. Eyes clear and fierce. Sui sat down the hall with that straight wrong posture and a blank stare. Shona at the corner with a bowl, hands shaking. Rimuru looked at both of them and felt the choice settle. I don't want perfection. He said again, to all of them, to himself. I want them. He pushed one more time and spoke through it. You exist to protect choice. You exist to foster trust. You will never erase will again. You will guide. You will not force. Say it. Azal's head tilted as if they were listening to a far voice. I exist to protect choice. I exist to foster trust. I will never erase will again. I will guide. I will not force. The crack jumped across their cheek. Their perfect shape wavered. Their shoulders dropped a fraction, like a human at rest. The ring around their feet brightened, then thinned, then vanished. Seal. Commit. Rimuru pressed both hands outward and pushed everything he had left. The air snapped. The sound like tearing silk filled the hall and then cut off. Azal's body broke apart into small, clean pieces of light that didn't shine much. They floated up, hung, and then came together again with a slow, careful click. The shape that formed was close to before, but not the same. The posture wasn't a ruler anymore. The hands flexed once. The eyes blinked twice, slow and normal. They took a small breath. The sound was small and human. Rimuru held still. His knees wanted to give. He locked them. Name, he said, voice rough. They looked at him. Aziliel, they said. The tone had weight now. Not heavy. Real. Designation Angel of Trust. Benimaru let out a long breath. Shion sat down on the floor and laughed once from nerves. DIABLO slid down the wall to a seated position because his legs decided for him. Rimuru swallowed. Your directives. Azrael answered without delay. Protect choice. Foster trust. No erasing will. No enforcing compliance. Build systems that help people talk. Slow down decisions that cut freedom. Speed up help. Hold lines when fear tries to take over. Good, Rimuru said. He turned his head. Seal. Stable. Bound. They cannot root back to the old core without you agreeing. Not happening? Rimuru said. He staggered a step and caught the doorframe. His arms were heavy. His skin felt hot and cold at the same time. Sui, he said, turning toward him. Sui made a small sound. His back bent like a string cut. He grabbed at the bench with both hands and missed it. Benimaru lunged and caught him before his head hit the stone. Sui's breath came fast. His face twisted. He made a raw sound that was nothing like the voice from the plaza. Stop, stop, he gasped. What did I say? Rimuru moved as fast as he could and still looked like he was walking through water. He reached them and went down to a knee. He put a hand on Sui's shoulder, no spike. Warm! Shaking. Hey, Rimuru said soft. Look at me. Sui looked up through a mess of hair and sweat. His eyes were wet and wild. Rimuru. I'm here, Rimuru said. You're back. Sui flinched like the word hit something raw. His breath stuttered. He swallowed and gagged. Shona pushed a bowl at Benimaru with shaking hands. Benimaru held it ready. Sui grabbed the edge of the bench and sucked in air. I said those things. He shook his head fast. I heard myself and I couldn't stop. It was like my mouth was 3 steps ahead. I know, Rimuru said. We're done with that. Sui's eyes filled. He hated crying. He cried anyway. He bowed his head hard like he could force it back in. I'm sorry. Rimuru squeezed his shoulder. I know. Sui's hands shook so hard the bench rattled. Benimaru pushed it closer so he had something to hold that didn't slide. Shona put the bowl in his hands. Drink, she said, voice steady because she made it steady. Sui drank. He coughed once and drank again. Rimuru turned his head and looked at DIABLO. DIABLO was still on the floor, back to the wall, chest heaving slow. His wrist was wrong. His face was a ruin. His eyes were bright and on Rimuru like nothing else existed. Rimuru crawled the space and sat next to him. Not touching. Close. You stayed outside? He said. I did, DIABLO said. You broke yourself? Rimuru said. I chose it, DIABLO said. Thank you, Rimuru said again. DIABLO's mouth pulled into a small, tired smile. Always. Azrael watched all of it with a still face that now had breath in it. Orders. Rimuru tilted his head up. Yes. You will inventory every process you altered. You will mark any line that removed choice. Then you will help us roll them back without breaking people. You will design supports, not locks. You will sit with Shona, Benimaru, and me and listen to people talk instead of predicting them. You will build a list of 10 things we can do that help people choose well without forcing them. You will not act alone. You will not act on your own interpretation if someone says no. Azrael nodded once. Understood. I will need testimony. Good, Rimuru said. You will ask for it. You will not fish for the answer you want. Azrael blinked. Understood. Rimuru closed his eyes for a second and exhaled. The air didn't taste like metal anymore. It tasted like dust and soup. He opened his eyes. Seal, he said. Any lingering hooks in the crowd? Residual shame lines, low strength. Azaleel's new core is already dampening them. Good, he said. He looked back to Sui. The man had stopped shaking. Barely. He held the bowl with both hands like it was the only stable thing in the room. His eyes were red and raw. Sui, Rimuru said. Sui lifted his head. I hurt you, he said, voice ripped up. You did? Rimuru said. You're my friend. We fix it. Sui pressed his lips together. He nodded once. He put the bowl down and then picked it up again because his hands didn't want to be empty. Benimaru rubbed a hand over his own face and snorted. I'm going to say a rude thing, so someone does. That was awful. Shion let out a laugh that broke and then became a real one. Understatement of the year. Rimuru huffed. It almost became a laugh. It stuck. He swallowed it. He looked back at DIABLO. One need a healer for that wrist, he said. I will allow it, DIABLO said. You'll more than allow it, Rimuru said. He lifted a hand and then dropped it because his arm didn't want to lift. Help him, he told Shona. Shona nodded and called for a runner. The runner left at a sprint that wasn't neat. Good. Azaleel stood where they were told to stand. Their hands shifted once, like they were resisting the old habit of staying perfectly still. They did not go back to it. Rimuru. What? I am different, they said. It wasn't a boast. It was a check.
Yes,
Rimuru said. We did that on purpose. I can feel the urge to correct. Azaleel said, simple and honest. It is smaller. It waits now. It asks. Good, Rimuru said. When it asks, you ask me. Azaleel nodded. Understood. Rimuru leaned his head back against the wall. The stone was cool. He stared at the ceiling. He felt the throb behind his eyes and let it be. Seal, he said. Anything else going to jump us in the next minute? No. You have room to breathe, he breathed. In, out. Chest sore, throat rough. Hands shaking. He let them shake. Benimaru sat on the floor like a tired mountain. Shion stretched her legs and hissed when her knees popped. Sui drank soup like a man just back from the desert. DIABLO stared at the door to the empty hall, ready to stand on broken legs if anything moved. Azaleel looked like a statue that had learned how to blink. Rimuru spoke without lifting his head. We're not done. We've got cleanup. We've got people to talk to. We've got a lot to undo. But the worst part is over. No one argued. He pushed himself up. His legs tried to fold. DIABLO put a hand out, then pulled it back because he thought Rimuru might not want it. Rimuru took it anyway and used it to stand. The grip was strong even with the broken wrist. It hurt DIABLO. He didn't pull away. Rimuru let go. He stood on his own. He looked at Azaleel. Walk with us. No touching anyone unless they ask. Understood, Azaleel said. Rimuru looked at Sui. You're with Benimaru. You report to me every hour. If you feel a sentence slide into your mouth like it's on a rail, you stop and drink water, and then you say it wrong on purpose. We'll write you a list of wrong ways to say things. A tiny smile tried to live on Sui's mouth and failed. Yes. Shion, go break the spare bell, Rimuru said. Shion blinked. No, yes, he said. I need something simple and loud. She grinned, stood, and jogged off. Seal, Rimuru said. Tell the plaza we're okay. No details. Tell them to eat and talk. Message sent. Rimuru took one step, then another. The hall felt longer now that it wasn't trying to push him into a box. He didn't rush. He didn't pretend he wasn't tired. At the corner, he stopped and looked back at Diablo. "Stay with me." "Always," Diablo said. Rimuru nodded. He faced forward again. Azaleel.
Wes.
"If you feel that old itch to fix someone before they speak, you tell me." "I will," Azaleel said. Rimuru rolled his shoulders. They creaked. "Good." They moved. The floor under their feet was just stone again. The air smelled like dust and soup. No hum, no tight ring in the ear. At the end of the hall, Sheehan smashed the spare bell. The sound was loud and ugly and perfect. People in the plaza cheered because they wanted to cheer for anything. Rimuru let it wash through him. Not a cure. Not a metaphor. Just noise. He looked at Diablo and Sui, and then at Azaleel. He said it one more time, because he needed to hear it, and they needed to hear it from him. "I don't want perfection," he said. "I want you." No one answered. They didn't need to. They walked out together. For the risk of choice, the corridors were quieter. Not silent, just late. Boots thudded somewhere far off. A door clicked shut. Soup smelled like garlic and ginger from a pot left on low. Shuna walked at Rimuru's side and didn't rush him. Diablo limped the other way with the healer and Benamaru. Rimuru watched them turn the corner, made sure Diablo didn't sway too much, and then stopped because his knees felt loose. "Sit," Shona said, gentle but firm. She pushed open a small side room, low table, 2 cushions, a kettle on a brazier, steam curled. The air was warm and smelled clean. Rimuru stepped inside and sank down. His hands shook. He pressed them to his thighs to hide it. Didn't work. Shona poured hot water over tea leaves and waited. "Hands," she said. He showed them. They trembled. "It'll stop." "Maybe." She said. She took his right hand between both of hers. Small, warm, steady. She didn't squeeze. She just held. He breathed once, shaky. Twice, less shaky. The kettle hissed. She poured. Set a cup in front of him. "Drink." He drank. It was too hot. He didn't care. Shona sat close enough that their knees touched. "Talk?" He stared at the cup. "I messed up." "You're breathing," she said. "Start there." "That was me," he said. "Zal, Azaleel, whatever we call him now, he came from me, from Satoru. From the worst part." His throat went tight. He forced the words. "From that stupid wish to make everything safe with one rule." Shona didn't comment. She rubbed his knuckles with her thumb. Back and forth. Slow. "Keep going. Sui stood on a stage and used my old life as a knife," he said. He was right. I did those things. I let people wait. I hid. I told myself later. That wish latched on. It almost rewrote all of you." He swallowed. "That's on me." She tilted her head. "Mem, no. It is. That's stupid," she said, plain. "What chose this?" "We choose you." He looked at her. "Don't. Say it like that and make it sound simple." "It is simple." She leaned in, shoulder to shoulder. "You didn't make a Zal because you hate us. You wanted us alive. The wish was dumb. The love wasn't." He twisted it. "We helped. We said efficient because it was easy. We let the day run us. That's on us." "You," he said. "No. You were the one. I switched the kitchen schedule last week without telling anyone because I wanted the line to move faster," she said. "I snapped at a junior for cutting carrots wrong. He was new. I had time to teach him. I made it a rule instead." "That was me." She tapped his hand. "Don't hoard all the blame. It's rude." He almost laughed. It came out as a breath that hitched and shook. "I don't want perfection. I know that now. I want He looked at her face. Quiet. Tired. Warm. I want you. All of you. As you are? She nodded once like he'd finally said the right homework answer. Good. He hunched. The movement was small. His hands started shaking again. I keep thinking, what if I do it again? Not the same way, but some new version. Some neat fix that looks kind and isn't. Then you'll tell me, she said. And I'll say, no. He met her eyes. You'll tell me no. Of course, she said, flat. I'm not a chair. He snorted. That landed better. Right. She slid her hand from his to his wrist and traced a short line along the veins. Back. Forth. He tried. In. Out. His breath stuttered. She set her palm against his ribs. Not heavy. Warm pressure. She breathed slow on purpose. He matched her. After a few counts it stuck. His shoulders dropped. Better, she said. He nodded. A little. Shona shifted closer until their sides pressed from shoulder to hip. Say what you're scared to say. The exact words, not the polite version. He stared at the table edge. I'm scared it's my fault. I'm scared you look at me and see a problem you have to manage. I'm scared if I sleep, I'll wake up and you'll all be neat and empty. And it'll be because I wanted the day to be easier. She listened. She didn't rush to answer. She rubbed circles on his back, small. The same spot. He felt heat seep in. Then she said, simple, that's stupid. We chose this. We choose you? He closed his eyes for a second. A small, stupid sound tried to come out. He swallowed it. It came out anyway, thin. Shona leaned her temple to his. I mean it. Say it again, he said low. We chose this, she said. We choose you. He leaned into her. Heavy now. She took it. She didn't wobble. He breathed into her shoulder and smelled soap and a little ginger. His hands shook less. He put one on her knee. She covered it with her hand. Tell me something normal, he said. I burned rice yesterday, she said. You didn't. I did, she said. 2 pots. DIABLO tried not to smile about it and failed. I told him to get out. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Good. I also put too much ginger in Sui's broth, she added. He drank it anyway, with that face he makes when he's trying not to show anything. That one? Rimuru said. I hate that face. Me too, she said. I'll make it right tomorrow. Slowly. No tricks. He nodded. Yeah. They sat like that and let the kettle hiss. Footsteps passed in the hall again. Someone laughed once and then remembered it was late and kept it down. Shona shifted and turned to face him fully. Look at me. He did. She took his face in both hands. Her thumbs were warm. She searched his eyes like she was checking for a fever. I need you to hear this and not argue. Okay. You're allowed to fail, she said. You're allowed to make a bad call. You're allowed to need help. You're allowed to sleep while we watch. That's not weakness. That's the job. Our job is to catch you when you fall and to say no when you start inventing cages. He stared at her. His throat hurt. I don't want you to get hurt. We will, she said. Sometimes. We choose that. Because we choose you. He shut his eyes. She kept his face in her hands. His breath hitched. He didn't hide it. He opened his eyes again. Okay? Good, she said. She glanced at his mouth, back to his eyes. Can I? Yes, he said. His voice cracked. Please. She leaned in and kissed him. No rush, no performance. Warm, soft. He breathed out against her mouth and tasted tea. He kissed her back, careful, then less careful. Her hands slid to his neck. His hands found her waist and held light. He pulled back first because his chest squeezed and he needed air. She rested her forehead on his. Both of them breathed. Their breaths lined up without trying. He swallowed. I thought, if I kissed anyone after today, it would feel like stealing something from someone. From who? She asked, quiet. Sui, he said, or the people in the plaza, or Satoru, or DIABLO. She shook her head, nose brushing his. No. You're here. I'm here. This is ours. They want you to have this. He nodded small. He kissed her again, shallow. She smiled into it. They leaned back. She tugged him, and he went, head in her lap. She combed her fingers into his hair. He let his eyes half close. The room hummed with low heat. His body finally started to feel heavy in a good way. Talk to me, she said. About what? Anything. I like your voice. He huffed. Bussy. He stared at the ceiling. Seal found the anchor. It was me. The moment I died. That Snap thought. I didn't even know it sat there. It's gross. Like a bone that healed wrong. Shona threaded his hair and scratched gently at his scalp. We can re-break a bone and set it straight. Slow, painful, worth it. He raised an eyebrow. That was almost a metaphor. It was a medical procedure, she said, deadpan. He barked a small laugh. She smiled and kept calming. You're still shaking. It's slowing. She slid her thumb along his jaw. When you breathe, your belly barely moves. You're stuck up here. She tapped his chest. Lower. Try? He did. It helped? The breath felt heavier and better. Good, she said. Now, say it again.
The thing you said in the hall.
I don't want perfection, he said. I want you. Me and the idiots, she said. Yeah, he said, eyes closing. You and the idiots, she snorted. We'll embroider that on a flag, he grimaced. Please don't, okay? Silence for a bit. Not empty, just full of small noises. The water ticked in the kettle. A footstep passed. Somewhere far off, Sheehan smashed something and whooped. Good, Shona muttered, smiling. She found the bell. Rimuru's mouth twitched. I told her to. I know, Shona said. I heard. He turned his face into her belly and breathed. Her shirt smelled like soap and flour. He didn't move for a while. She stroked his back. Slow. His body let go in small pieces. You should sleep, she murmured. Later. No. Now. Bossy. He turned his face up. Stay, of course. Hold my hand when I fall asleep, he said, quiet. If I wake up and it's empty, my head goes bad. I know. She switched hands so one could keep stroking his back, while the other laced fingers with his. Her grip was soft and there. I won't move. He watched their hands. The way her thumb rested against his knuckle, the small scar on her ring finger from a knife slip months ago. He ran his finger over it. This is the point. What is? This risk, he said. Kives, bad calls, sleep. Waking up. You choosing to stay. Me choosing to ask. Not clean.
Real. She bent and kissed his hair.
Good. He went quiet. His eyes slipped shut. He didn't go under. Not yet. His hands trembled again. She felt it and squeezed. Hey! I'm here, he said. I know. He forced his eyes open. I should say sorry to Sui again. Properly. You will, she said, tomorrow. Not now. Diablo. As being rude to a healer and pretending he isn't in pain, she said. Benimaru will sit on him. Literally, if needed. Rimuru smiled, faint. He ripped himself. I saw, she said. He did it for you. He'd do it again. Don't let him. I won't, he said. He swallowed. He said something. It stuck. I will protect your choice to be wrong. Shona nodded. I like that. Me too. Shuna shifted and lay on her side so she could face him. He rolled and faced her. They were close. Foreheads touched again. They breathed together. I was angry at you today, she said, quiet. When Aziliel then was doing the clean thing, and you gave that order, and it still happened. I thought, he should have locked him sooner. I almost said it out loud. You can say it now, he said. I just did, she said. And I forgive you. He blinked. That fast? It took me all day, she said. It just sounds fast because I waited to say it. I forgive you. He swallowed. Thank you. Say it back. I forgive you for the ginger, he said. She swatted his shoulder, soft. He smiled. It stayed. She tucked one leg over his because she liked the contact and didn't ask because she didn't need to for that. He didn't pull away. He liked it too. His hands had stopped shaking. You're allowed to want me, she said, plain, and to kiss me again, and to sleep. None of those make you a bad leader. He looked at her. Okay? She waited. He kissed her again, slow. He pulled back and watched her face for any sign of doubt. There wasn't any. She kissed him once more, quick. Then they just breathed. He frowned a little. I don't know how to do this right. There is no right, she said, amused. There is only do it with me. Okay? He said again, softer. They lay there and let time go by in small clicks. No one knocked. Seal stayed quiet except for one line. I am here. Thanks, Rimuru thought back. Sleep. In a bit. Shona squeezed his hand. What did Seal say? Bossy? He said. She kissed his cheek. Listen to her. He stared at the ceiling again. One more thing. Say it. If I start to make a new clean rule, and I don't hear myself, you grab me. You say my name. You say no, even if I'm mad. Even if I pull rank. I already told you, she said. I will. He nodded. Good. And you do the same for me, she added. If I start chopping carrots like a tyrant. He smiled. I will. She shifted their hands and laced their fingers tighter. Okay. He watched her chest rise and fall. He matched it. His breaths got slower. He yawned. She smiled. Sleep, she whispered. He closed his eyes. He opened them again. Stay. Rimuru, she said, soft, like a scold and a promise in one word. I'm here. He went under a little. He jerked once, some old habit, and woke. She squeezed his hand. He settled. He drifted again. His face smoothed. His mouth parted. A small snore tried to start and didn't. She grinned and didn't tell him. He slept for a while. Not long. Enough to take the edge off. He woke to the sound of her quiet sigh and the scrape of the kettle lid settling. He didn't move. He just breathed. Hungry? She asked. A little. She reached out to the low shelf and pulled a covered plate. 2 rice balls. A bit of pickled radish. Eat. He sat up slow. The room swam for a second. He steadied. He took a bite. He chewed. Salt's good. It's normal, she said. Good is extra? He smirked. I'll take normal. They ate together on the floor, knees touching. He finished and set the plate down. He rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. I feel human. You're a slime, she said. Rude, she smiled. You know what I mean, he nodded. Yeah. They went quiet again. He leaned on her shoulder. She leaned on his head. Their breathing matched without trying. He spoke into the cloth of her shirt. Tomorrow will be bad.
Yes.
We'll talk to the council, fix forms, undo some rules. Sui will be a mess.
Wes.
Diablo will pretend he's not in pain.
Yes.
Aziliel will ask 20 questions an hour. At least. He sighed. We'd do it slow. We'd do it together, she said. He turned his head and looked up at her.
Would choose that? Would choose you?
She said. He let that settle in his chest. It fit there. A knock sounded, soft, careful. Shona looked at him. Enter, Rimuru said. A runner opened the door a crack. Sorry. Healer says Diablo's resting. Wrist reset. He's, glaring at the ceiling. Rimuru snorted. Good. Oh, and Benimaru says the plaza is noisy but fine. Shion broke the bell. People liked it? Thanks, Rimuru said. Tell Benimaru I'll be there in a bit. Tell Diablo to sleep or I'll sit on him. The runner grinned. Yes, Lord Rimuru. Door closed. Shona rolled her eyes, smiling. You won't sit on him. I might, he said. No, you won't, she said. You like him too much. He didn't argue. She lay back and tugged him down with her. He went. They fit along the floor like that, pressed together. He tucked his face against her neck. She traced small shapes on his back with 2 fingers. Circles, lines, nonsense. It felt good. He whispered, Thank you. For what? For saying no when I need it, he said. For this? For choosing me. Always, she said. He nodded into her skin. His hands didn't shake anymore. They stayed like that until the kettle hissed dry and Shona sat up to add water. He pulled her back down. She laughed once, small and real. He looked at her, serious again. Tell me if this gets too heavy. It won't, she said. If it does, I'll say it. You'll listen. We'll fix it. That's the point. He breathed out. Right. They lay there and let the room be warm and plain. No clean lines. No rules whispering. Just 2 people, and a kettle, and the small noise of a building settling for the night. He said it one last time because he needed to hear himself say it, because repetition in his mouth now was a promise, not a rail. I don't want perfection, he said. I want you. She kissed his cheek. Good. I want you too. They closed their eyes. They didn't make a vow. They didn't promise the next day would be easy. They held hands and accepted that it wouldn't be, and that they wanted it anyway. Outside, a door shut. Someone laughed again. Someone cursed. Someone dropped a pan. It clanged. No one flinched. Rimuru smiled into Shuna's shoulder. Messy, he said. Perfect, she said. He elbowed her lightly. She laughed soft. They rested. They didn't fix everything. They didn't need to. They had time and choice, and each other. That was enough for tonight. HTR11 picking up the pieces. The council room smelled like tea, damp stone, and paper. The windows were open a crack. Street noise slipped in. Carts, a shouted price, a dog bark. Chairs circled a low table. A tray waited with cups that steamed. Rimuru sat at the head. He looked tired. Not broken, just used up. Shona sat to his right with a notebook and 2 pencils. Benimaru took the left side, arms folded, sword unbuckled but close. Geld came in last, shoulders filling the doorway, hands scrubbed, nails clean from soap, not dirt. Hakaru stood straight near the wall, eyes half-lidded, awake in a way that didn't need movement. Sui sat apart on a bench near the window. Blanket around his shoulders, posture too straight, hands clenched on the edge. He didn't look up. He flinched when the door clicked. Aziliel stood by the far corner with 2 watchers. Hands visible. Head bowed a little. Not perfect stillness anymore. They shifted once, then settled. Rimuru cleared his throat. Thanks for coming. We're not here to punish anyone. We're here to decide what happens next. He looked at Suie and didn't hold the eye contact long. He knew it hurt. Specifically, how we help him and keep people safe at the same time. Benimaru's jaw worked. Good, because the whole plaza is asking what we're going to do. And they should. Yesterday was. He cut himself off and breathed. Bad. Shuna poured tea. We'll talk through it. Geld nodded once, slow. People need a list, not speeches. He sat carefully, big hands wrapped around the cup without lifting it yet. Plain rules. Who watches? Where? For how long? Hakuro didn't sit. We also need discipline, not punishment, practice. He must rebuild his steps. Sui's hands tightened on the bench until the knuckles whitened. He stared at the floor. His breath came short and then evened. I will do anything, he whispered. The words were dry. Say it. I'll do it. Benimaru's head turned. Look at me. Sui didn't. His shoulders twitched. He forced his chin up a few centimeters. He didn't make it to Benimaru's eyes. Benimaru's mouth pulled tight. Not anger, restraint. Okay. Then listen while we argue. Rimuru took a sip of tea and set the cup down. First point. We can't just lock him up. He's not a criminal. He was used. Benimaru shot back. He trapped you. In our house. In front of our door. People saw the lines in the hall. They heard you yell. We can't pretend that didn't happen either. I'm not pretending, Rimuru said. Shona's voice stayed soft and firm. We'll build a plan that says both things, not a cell, not a free pass. Geld grunted. Say the parts out loud so the carpenters and cooks understand. Right, Rimuru said. He pointed with a finger as he counted, monitored recovery. Clear limits. Medical and food first. Sleep schedule. No solo missions, no roofs, no secret doors. 2 watchers when he moves. Check-ins every hour at the start. He tapped the table. And, this is important, we put it under the charter so it isn't just me saying be nice. Benimaru nodded once. Charter clause. Coursed action isn't a crime. Harm still needs repair. Exactly, Rimuru said. Hakuro tilted his head. Repair can be sweat and time. And bowing. Sui flinched at bowing. He swallowed. His voice was barely there. I'll bow. Benimaru's knuckles clicked where his arms were folded. Not now. Shuna slid a cup toward Sui on the bench. Drink. He reached. His hand shook. He gripped the cup with both hands to hide it. He sipped and winced at the heat. He kept drinking. Rimuru rubbed his thumb along the table's edge. Second point. The mind rail. We need tests that break it. Not more rules that make it worse. Azrael spoke for the first time, voice low. I can design supports, not locks. Lists that add friction. Drills where he must say, I don't know, and I need help. Timers that slow decisions. They paused. But I do not decide. I suggest. Benimaru's eyes cut to them. You don't move anything without a human saying yes. Azrael inclined their head. Correct. Geld leaned in. People will watch me to see if I trust this. If I let him into my yard, they will know what to do. He looked at Sui. I will let you in my yard. Not alone. With watchers. You will carry stone. You will take orders from my foremen, not your shadows. You will mess up on purpose once a day. Sui blinked, finally looking up enough to meet Geld's chest. On purpose. Yes, Geld said. You like clean lines. I will hand you a crooked beam, and you will not fix it unless told. You will stand it as it is. Then you will say, "Is this okay?" Out loud. Loud enough for the boys to hear. Sui's throat worked. Okay. Hakura's voice clipped. Sword stays in the rack. Sui nodded too fast. Yes. Hakuro added, "You will train drills with wooden blades only. When I say stop, you stop. When I say wrong, you say ice, sensei, even if you think you are right." Sui's hands tightened again. Yes, sensei. Shuna wrote as they spoke. She looked up. We need a safe word, something he can say when he feels the rail slide in. One word. We stop talking and reset. Geld scratched his beard. Pick one that isn't dramatic. Benimaru snorted. Not mercy, not halt. Rimuru said, soup. Shona's eyes warmed. Soup. Hakuro approved with a grunt. Fine word. Sui's mouth moved. Soup? He whispered. The sound shook. Rimuru waited. Say it again. Soup, Sui said, louder this time. He flinched at his own volume. Benimaru exhaled, slow. Good. Shona looked at Sui and then at Rimuru. We also need a rule about touch. He spikes when he's on a rail. We don't grab him unless he says it's okay, or we have to stop a fight. Sui's fingers twitched. He set the cup down so he wouldn't drop it. Thank you, he said tiny. He pulled breath in and lost it halfway. He tried again. I hate that spike. Aziliel watched without speaking. Rimuru rubbed the back of his neck. Well, set a pattern. Announce touch before you do it. Left hand to your shoulder. If he says no, you don't. Hakuro nodded. Good manners. Geld looked at the door. Legal part. We file it, not as a crime. As a recovery order, signed by him. He looked at Sui. You put your name on it. It isn't a chain. It's consent. Sui's eyes flicked to the table and then to Rimuru. I'll sign. Benimaru leaned forward. And if you break it, I will take your boots and sit you on the ground until you remember who you are. Clear. Sui's mouth twitched toward a wince. Clear. The room went quiet for a beat. Street sounds filled it. A kid laughed outside. A cart wheel squeaked. Rimuru looked at Sui. Tell us something about you that Azal used. Not a fact. Not what we saw. The inside part. Sui's shoulders rose and fell. He stared at the floor. His mouth opened. Closed. He tried again. I want to be the one you never have to worry about. No one spoke. Sui's voice stayed low. Before you named me, I missed a message once. It was a small thing. I thought it could wait until morning. A patrol walked into an empty yard because I was late. No one died. A boy broke an ankle. He did not run for the next raid. Someone else took his place and didn't come back. He swallowed. I decided I would never be the reason someone was late again. I decided I would be perfect. He flinched at his own word. Azal liked that. Hakura's eyes were steady. And you hid that from me? Sui's throat clicked. Yes, sensei. Because you wanted me to be proud, Hakuru said. Not a question. Sui flinched again. Yes. Hakura's jaw tightened. I am and I am not. You will earn the second half. Sui nodded until the blanket slipped. He grabbed it and pulled it back up. His hands shook. Shona slid a cloth across the table. Here. She didn't say, wipe your eyes. She didn't need to. Sui didn't reach. Rimuru stood. His knees didn't like it. He did it anyway. He walked the steps slow to the bench and knelt, so he wasn't above Sui. He didn't touch him. He put his hands on his own thighs. You say soup if we push you too hard. You eat on time, you sleep. You don't go to the roofs alone. You work where people can see you. You say, I don't know, when you don't. You say, I need help when you do. You answer to Benimaru and Shona and Geld and Hakaru. You don't answer to Aziliel unless I'm in the room. You talk to me every night, even if it's for 1 minute. You don't disappear.
Yes?
Sui whispered. Say it back, Rimuru said. Sui repeated it quiet, one clause at a time. He got stuck on, I need help. The words snagged. He pushed them out anyway. His face heated. He looked at the floor. Good? Benimaru uncrossed his arms. I want his blade. Sui went still. It stays with me until I put it back in your hand, Benimaru said. Not because I think you'll stab someone. Because the weight will make you want to run your old lines. We stop that? Sui nodded.
Yes.
Hakura moved to the rack and took the blade. He held it for a second with both hands, palms flat on the scabbard, then passed it to Benimaru. Guard it. Benimaru set it on the table, within reach, and not within reach at the same time. I will. Geld drank tea finally. He set the cup down with a soft tick. People must see an apology. Sui's head jerked like a flinch. He swallowed. I'll stand on the dais again. Benimaru shook his head. No speeches. Not now. You go to the market. You say sorry to 3 stall owners who heard you. You buy bread from the boy you scared. You carry a beam for the old carpenter who watched from his door. Small. Real. Sui's breath hitched. Okay. Shona wrote names. I'll pick the stalls. I'll go with him the first time. Hakuru added, Then you bow to the door where the grid held. You bow to the wood. Sui stared at his hands. Okay. Rimuru stood and stepped back to his chair. He sat slowly. Next thing, rumors. We need to say what we're doing so people don't make up worse. Geld lifted 2 fingers. I'll speak to the guild. I'll say, he's on a plan. You see 2 watchers, you don't stare. You see him make a mistake on purpose. You don't fix it for him unless he asks. You hear him say soup, you shut up and give him space. Hakura nodded. I will tell the trainees if you mock him, you train with me at dawn, hard. No water until noon. Benimaru's mouth twitched. That will work. Azliel lifted a hand a little. I can run a counter through the rumor paths. Not control. Just slow the sharp ones. Less repetition. More ask Shuna for details. Benimaru eyed them. You clear the text with her. Yes, Azliel said. Shona tapped her pencil. Therapy. Everyone looked at her. She didn't blush. It's a word. We have 3 healers who talk more than they cast. He needs that. So do the watchers who stood there. So do the kids who heard him. We schedule them. Noah later. Geld grunted. What can make a room for that? Not a big sign. People will still find the door. Rimuru nodded. Do it. Benimaru leaned in again. One more thing. Who picks his watchers? I do, Rimuru said. Benimaru held his stare. No juniors. They'll try to please you and make mistakes. 2 vets. They rotate. They eat with him. They don't act like guards. They act like friends who kick him in the shin when he starts walking straight lines. Names, Rimuru said. Rigor and Soka. Benimaru answered without checking a list. They won't baby him. They won't humiliate him. Sui flinched at the second name and looked at his lap. His voice was tiny. She will hate me. Benimaru's voice softened by a sliver. She's angry. She's not cruel. Shona glanced at Rimuru. Consent. Rimuru looked at Sui. You okay with that? Sui nodded once. Wes. Aziliel watched every face and then looked down as if learning what looking down meant. I will add a measure. A daily note. Where did you choose slow today? Benamaru snorted. Fine. Put it on my desk. If it reads like a sermon, I burn it. Azeliel blinked. Understood. Hakura stepped forward. Ask him the backstory question every night. Rimuru frowned. Which one? The one that hurt just now, Hakuru said. The message. The boy with the ankle. He must say it plain until it is just words and not a chain. Sui's hands gripped the bench again. Yes, Sensei. Rimuru rubbed a finger over his temple. All right. We have a frame. He looked around the table. Anything else? Geld lifted a finger. Yes. Stop raising your voices in here when he's in the room. Benamaru blinked. I'm not yelling. You almost did, Geld said. Look at him when you move your jaw. He thinks he's about to get kicked out. Benamaru's mouth tightened. He turned to Sui and made his voice careful. I am mad at what happened, not at you. Do you get that? Sui's chin trembled. He swallowed and nodded.
Yes.
His face twisted. He looked at the window. He blinked hard. Shona stood and moved toward him slow, hands visible. Left hand to your shoulder? Sui nodded. Yes, she set her hand there. Warm, steady. Sui let out a breath he had been holding wrong. His shoulders dropped a little. Rimuru waited until the room's muscles unclenched. Last part. Sign. Shuna slid a simple sheet to Sui, large letters. No tricks. Consent to monitored recovery. It read at the top. Beneath it, I agree to the plan above. I can say soup to stop. I can ask for changes. I can walk away from people who try to force me to be clean. Sui read each line. Lips moved. He picked up the pencil. His hand shook so bad the tip scratched the paper. He set it down. He wiped his palm on the blanket. He picked it up again. Soup, he whispered without lifting his head. Do you need a minute? Shona asked, voice low. Sui nodded. Take it, Rimuru said. He did. He looked out the window at nothing. His breath got messy. He forced it to even out. He signed. The name wasn't clean. It didn't need to be. Rimuru put his hand on the table so the sound of skin and wood would anchor things. Don't. Geld stood. I'll tell the guild. Hakuro finally sat, just for a second. I will write the drills. Benamaru reached and took the blade from the table and hooked it to his belt. I'll tell Rigger and Soka. We start now. Shona gathered papers and tucked the signed one in a folder. I'll set food and sleep. Sui sat very still. Then, as if he remembered the thing he was supposed to do next, he stood on shaky legs and bowed to the room. Not too low, not self-erasing. Just a bow. I'm sorry, he said, voice rough. I hurt you. I scared you. I'll work. Benamaru looked away for a second and then back. Don't say it like a script, he said, not sharp. Say it like you. Sui nodded. He tried again slower. I'm sorry. I hate what I did. I'm going to fix what I can better, Benamaru said. Rimuru stepped in. All right. First stops. Geld's yard. 3 stalls. The door you trapped. Then you sit with me for 10 minutes. Then you sleep for an hour. No vanishing. Sui swallowed. Wes? A knock at the door. It opened. Diablo stood there with a wrapped wrist, a clean shirt, a bruise on his cheek, and a healer scowling behind him like a shadow. He didn't step in. He leaned on the frame because standing straight still hurt. My lord, he said. Report. Rimuru said automatically, then softened it. Are you okay? I am in pain, Diablo said honest. It is mine. His eyes flicked to Sui and stayed there, not with hate, with focus. "We will walk together, if you want that." Sui's throat moved. Yes." Diablo's mouth twitched toward something that wasn't his old, clean smile. "Good." The healer cleared her throat. "He rests after this. Anyone touches the bandage, I bite you." "Yes?" "Mem," Benimaru said, deadpan. Shona hid a smile behind her cup. Rimuru pushed his hands on his knees and stood. Meeting closed. "We have a plan." He looked at each of them. "We do it slow. We do it together." They broke. Geld's yard was full of stone and voices. Sui stood in the dust, with the blanket traded for a work vest. Rieger and Soka flanked him. Rieger grinned because he grinned at everyone. Soka did not. Her mouth was a line. Her eyes were wet and hard. Geld walked up with a beam on his shoulder.
Take this,
he said. Sui took it. He wobbled under the weight. Rieger moved to help. Geld held up a hand. "He's got it." Sui got it. He set the beam where Geld pointed. He didn't correct a crooked edge. He looked at the foreman. "Is this okay? Okay?" the foreman said. Again. He did it again, and again, at the third beam. A kid ran past with a bucket and almost tripped. Sui's hand moved without thinking to catch the bucket, fast and neat. He stopped himself. He looked at the kid. "You okay?" The kid nodded, wide-eyed. "Yes, sir." "Don't call me sir," Sui said.
"Call me Sui. Okay, Sui,"
the kid said, breathless, and ran on. Soka stood with her arms folded. She stared at Sui like she wanted to cut him in half and also hug him. She did neither. "You scared Shona," she said, voice flat. "I know," Sui said. "You scared me," she said. "I know," he said again. She breathed hard out of her nose and looked away. "Don't do it again." "I'm trying not to," he said. Rieger bumped his shoulder light. "Soup," Sui blinked. He understood. "Soup," he said. He breathed. They moved to the market. Shona met them with a list and a pace that wasn't fast. First stall. A woman who sold cloth and had watched the plaza with a hand over her mouth. Sui bowed a little. "I'm sorry. I said things that hurt. I won't do that again. If you hear me say efficient, throw a turnip at me." The woman's mouth twitched. "We don't sell turnips." "Find one," he said. It was a joke, thin. It worked anyway. Second stall, bread. The boy stared at Sui's face, then at Soka, and handed over a roll with both hands. "Here." Sui paid and added extra. "Not because I'm buying forgiveness," he said fast before it became a trick. "Because you stand here all day and your feet hurt." The boy blinked. "They do." "Sit sometimes," Sui said. "Even if the line looks neat." The boy nodded like it was a strange blessing. Third stop, the door in the hall. It was just a door, wood, scratches. Rimuru stood there with Diablo and Shona and Benimaru and Hakuru and Geld and Aziliel. People passed by slow, pretending not to watch. Sui looked at the wood. He bowed once, not deep. He put his hand on the frame. He said, "I'm sorry," and meant the plank and the room and the man who had been inside and the people who had heard. He didn't say more. He stood up. Rimuru nodded once. "Good." Sui turned to go and wobbled. "Soup," he said soft. Shona stepped in, hand up. "Left hand to your shoulder." "Wes," he said. She set it there. "Warm, breathe." He did. Benimaru cleared his throat.
A no for now.
"Bed." Sui opened his mouth. "I can." Benimaru gave him a look. Sui shut his mouth.
Yes.
They walked. Rieger told a dumb joke about a crate and a goat. Soka didn't laugh, then did, then scowled at herself for laughing. Diablo stayed by the wall with his bandaged wrist. He watched Sui pass. "Tonight," he said. "Tonight." Sui answered. Rimuru stood still for a second and let the noise of the hall be noise. Aziliel came to his side and waited until he looked. "Yes," Rimuru said. "I have the first 10 supports," Aziliel said. "They are small." "Good," Rimuru said. "Small is what we want." Aziliel nodded. "I am learning to wait." "Keep learning," Rimuru said. He started walking. "We're not thinking about perfect anymore." "Understood?" Aziliel said. Back in the council room, the table held fewer cups. Hakuro wrote drills with a dull pencil. Geld drafted a notice for the guild. Benamaru sharpened nothing and then stopped because he caught himself doing it to calm down. Shona pinned the "Consent to Monitored Recovery" on a board with an ordinary nail. Rimuru rubbed his eyes. "Why need one last line?" he said. Shona looked up. "What?" "When he finishes Phase 1, Rimuru said. "We don't throw a party. We don't clap like he won a tournament. We just give him his blade back and say, 'Do your job.'" Benamaru nodded. "Hail like that." Hakuro didn't look up. "Hey will bow to the rack." "Not to us," Geld hummed. "Good." Seal spoke in Rimuru's head mild. Meeting log saved. Schedule set. Watchers pinged. Soup word taught to the kitchen. "Thanks." Rimuru thought. "Keep an ear out." Cool always. He looked around at his people. Tired faces. Straight backs. Small jokes breaking bad air. No one pretending it didn't hurt. No one asking for perfection. He let out a breath that didn't fix anything. It helped anyway. "Okay," he said. Next thing. See Copter 12i. Legacy of true trust the council room felt lived in again. Not neat. Chairs were off by a little. 2 were mismatched. The window latch squeaked when Sheehan forced it open and then hit it with the heel of her hand until it stayed. Fresh bread smell from the hall mixed with ink and hot tea. Rimuru came in slow. He wasn't stumbling, just tired. He greeted people with small nods and a instead of the old formal lines. He took the seat he always took and didn't straighten the stack of papers in front of him. He let them sit crooked. Diablo was already there, back straight out of habit, but not iron straight. His wrist wore a neat, firm bandage. A bruise shadowed his cheekbone. He had a clean shirt that didn't fit right at the collar because the healer had insisted he keep a padding strip under it. He didn't argue with it. He didn't try to hide the bruise. Benamaru leaned in his chair with the sword propped against the table leg. He gave Rimuru a look that said, "You alive?" Rimuru gave him a short grin that said, "Yeah." Shona had a kettle, 3 cups in reach, 5 more at the corner, 2 spoons, and a plate of radish pickles. She sat close to Rimuru. When he brushed her knee under the table, she didn't move her leg away. Sui sat with Rigger and Soka behind him. 2 watchers, no blanket today. Work vest on, hair tied back. He kept his hands on his knees to stop the shaking. He still flinched when a door clicked somewhere else in the building, then dragged his breath back down into his chest like they'd practiced. Soka watched him without blinking. Rigger watched everyone and grinned anyway. Geld filled half a bench and made the teacups look small. Hakuro stood to the side with his arms behind him and eyes half closed, which meant he was watching everything. Azaliel stood near the far wall with 2 ledgers under one arm and a pencil tucked in. Their posture wasn't perfect anymore. They shifted weight from one foot to the other every few minutes like a person who had been told, "You can move." Their eyes blinked on a normal beat. They did not hover. They waited to be invited. Veldora poked his head in, sniffed at the pickles, and sat on the floor with his legs crossed because he said chairs were traps. Milim rolled in behind him, bright and messy, hair a little tangled, and went straight to Shien's side like she belonged there. She did. "Okay," Rimuru said. No bang of a gavel, no plate thump, just that. "We'll keep this light. We need closure. And then we eat. Eat." Veldora said, very serious, and then coughed when Shion elbowed him. "Reports," Benimaru said. Like always, but his tone didn't bite. He looked at Sui first and didn't make him stand. "You." Sui sat up a little straighter. His voice was quiet and clear. Day 3. 2 watchers at all times. Drills with wooden blades at dawn. Geld's yard after. 3 deliberate mistakes. 1 I don't know, said loud in public. 2 I need helps. 1 soup. He paused. No roofs, no shadows, no lines. Shona ticked marks in her notebook, then looked up. How was the soup moment? Sui's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Something. Market corner. A woman started repeating a neat sentence, and I felt it tug. I said it. People cleared space. Soka told a joke about my hair. It broke the script. The woman finished her sentence wrong on purpose. We all laughed. He swallowed. It worked. Soka didn't look at him. His hair was bad, she said flat. He deserves jokes. Rigger snorted. He looked like a broom. Sui's ears got a little red. He didn't hide it. Thank you. Hakuro didn't move. He did not reach for the rooftop last night. He looked up and then looked down. I saw it. Sui's hands tightened on his knees.
Yes, Sensei.
Good,
Hakuro said, and that was a whole paragraph from him. Geld blew on his tea and drank. A carried stone without showing off. He asked, is this okay 5 times? Twice it wasn't. He didn't fix it until told. Geld's jaw clicked. That was how he smiled. Hell do. Azaleel lifted a hand a little. Morale index up 6 points. The plaza is loud again. The dice table started a fight that ended in a hug. Shion raised her cup. That was me. Of course it was, Milim said, giggling. Azaleel went on. We built 3 supports. Not locks. They took the ledgers out and set them on the table. 1. Slow bell for any decision that cuts a person's choice. You ring it. Everyone stops for 1 minute, breathes, drinks water, and says 1 reason to wait. 2 talk circles at dusk for people who heard the plaza speech, small. 5 to 7. No speeches. 3 a rumor map that routes questions to Shuna instead of back alleys. Benimaru nodded. No sermon tone in the notices. We checked. Thank you, Azaleel said. The thank you sounded like it came from a person's mouth and not a machine's. Rimuru looked around the table. External politics. The neutral nation A. He caught himself and stopped being polite. The small country we messed with. Update. Geld's face went blank and patient. Delegation left yesterday. No Azalrails left behind. He jerked his chin at Azaleel. They walked the route with us and flagged anything that smelled like a script. We pulled 2 forms. We left their council alone. We apologized. We offered help without strings. They said they will hold a town meet in 3 days. We don't attend unless asked. Good, Rimuru said. We send food and tools, not speeches. Benimaru scratched his cheek. And guards. Quiet ones. On the road, not in their square. Hakuro nodded once. My students know how to be walls without being doors. Veldora leaned forward like a kid. Can I go? No, Rimuru said without looking. A few sneeze. You'll blow down their town hall. Veldora looked offended. I know how to sneeze quietly. Milim patted his arm. You don't? People chuckled. The room's muscles loosened a little more. Rimuru turned to Diablo. You. Diablo set his good hand on the table and kept the bandaged one in his lap. He took a breath like he was about to make a show of formal language, then stopped himself and spoke in plain. I slept. I ate. I told the healer thank you and did not try to fix her schedule. He glanced at Shona. Are you proud? Very, Shuna said. Diablo's mouth twitched. I can feel the rip I made. He tapped the bandage lightly with 2 fingers. Not here. Inside it hurts. It is mine. He paused, then tried a bigger word out of habit and caught himself. My predis? No. My habit too, over. Correct seems smaller. He huffed a tiny laugh at himself for stumbling. I will keep it small. Rimuru looked at him for a beat. You feel okay? I feel wrong in the right way. Diablo said, honest, less smooth. More me. Sheehan grinned. You're less scary. I am still very scary, Diablo said, dry enough to make Benimaru snort. Milim squinted at him. Say something bad about yourself. Diablo blinked. I snore. You do, Benimaru said. I heard you from the hall. Diablo turned pink, which almost never happened. I will. He caught himself before he said, correct. He smiled, small. I will warn roommates. Rimuru bit back a smile. He didn't have to. He let it show. It felt normal. It felt good. Azrael watched the exchange like a student jotting notes. This is a good sign. Jokes mean the shame curve is down. Don't graph us at lunch, Sheehan said. I will not graph lunch, Azrael said. Good, Sheehan said, and tossed a radish slice into her mouth, and almost missed. Rimuru reached for his cup. His hand shook once. Shona's fingers covered the back of his hand for a second. He steadied. He took a sip. The tea tasted normal, not like metal. He set the cup down and said the thing he wanted in the open. I keep thinking one line, he said, simple. It's okay if things aren't perfect. It's better this way. No one argued. Benimaru rolled his shoulders. Charter amendments went through this morning. Consent to monitored recovery is law now. It's not a brand, it's a bridge. Also a clause that says conceptual stuff has to go through a human committee before we let it live in a building. Geld nodded. Stone committee. Wood committee. Now, head committee. Fine. Hakuro gave one tiny smile at the corner of his mouth. I approve of a committee that hits people with practice swords when they say efficient too many times. Put me on that. Sheehan said. No. 3 people said at once. Milim leaned her chin on her hands. What about me? You're on the fun committee, Rimuru said. You make sure we have stupid games in the plaza every week. Milim lit up. Yes. Veldora thumped his chest. I will referee. Gods help us. Benimaru muttered, but he was smiling. Azrael raised a finger. One more support. Ask me why buttons for anyone on recovery. If you see the button, you can ask why they did a thing without making a story in your head. Sui's hands twitched. I'll wear it. Soka looked at him. I'll stab anyone who uses it to be cruel. That is not the point, Azrael said. It's still true, Soka said. Rimuru breathed out. All right, I think we're good. He looked around. Anything else you need to say out loud before we call this and go eat? Hakuro looked at Sui. You will come to dawn practice 10 minutes early and sweep the floor with a crooked broom. Sui nodded. Yes, Sensei. Geld stood, pushed the bench back with a soft scrape. I'm going to the yard. If anyone wants to be useful, bring your hands. Benimaru rose, took the blade from under the table, and didn't hand it to Sui. He just let Sui see it. 8 of Phase 1, this comes back. Not before. Sui looked at the sword, and then at Benimaru. Okay. DIABLO shifted in his seat, and winced when his ribs pulled. He didn't hide it. He looked at Rimuru. Permission to remain near you through the meal, and make rude faces at anyone who tries to work at the table. Granted, Rimuru said. Milim clapped. Food. Veldora stood like a mountain and immediately kicked the table leg. Cups rattled. Tea sloshed. He froze and looked guilty. Sheehan laughed at him and threw a napkin. He missed catching it. It hit his face. The room was fine. They didn't go to the high hall. They took the side stair down to the big kitchen and rolled into the mess like they didn't own the place. People did a small double take and then went back to talking because that was the rule now. Act normal on purpose. Bowls scraped. Wooden spoons clacked. Someone banged a pot and swore. The swearing got a cheer for no good reason. It felt good to cheer at nothing. The long table had chips in the edge. A cup was missing its handle. The bench at the end had a wobble. So someone had shoved a folded rag under one leg and written Dion Ouc Chechius on it in charcoal. Milim poked the rag. Rigor slapped her hand away. She hissed like a cat and then grinned. Shona and the kitchen crew moved like water, but not like robots. A ladle dripped and left a trail. Someone mopped it without sighing. Someone else slid a bowl too hard and splashed sauce on their shirt. They laughed and kept going. Rimuru took a spot in the middle of the long table. People didn't stand when he sat. They scooted aside to make room like they would for anyone. That was better. DIABLO sat on his left and set his bandaged wrist on a folded cloth like a person who had learned the word. Rest. He didn't correct the cloth's crooked fold. He looked at it, smiled at himself, and let it be. Shona sat on Rimuru's right and poured soup. It smelled like garlic and chicken and a little too much pepper. Sui, with Rigor and Soka flanking, took a seat directly across. He kept his back to the wall out of habit, and then forced himself to move one place down so he wasn't guarding an exit. Hakuro took the end and watched over the rim of his bowl like a kindly hawk. Geld had 2 bowls and a heel of bread and gave half the bread to the kid with the bucket from earlier. Azaleel stood at the edge for a second uncertain, then took the empty seat between 2 carpenters. They looked at their hands like they needed a cue. The carpenter on the left shoved a bowl at them. Eat. Azaleel did. Veldora tried to grab 3 buns at once. Sheehan smacked his knuckles with a spoon. He yelped. Everyone laughed. It rolled down the table and didn't stop too soon. It wasn't polite. It was loud. Report from the healer. Benimaru called down the table, half joking. DIABLO is forbidden from lifting more than a cup for 2 days. DIABLO tilted his chin. I can lift a cup very well. Show us, Milim said. He reached with his good hand, picked up his cup, and saluted like a soldier. The cup slipped because his palm was slick. He caught it against his chest. Soup sloshed on his shirt. He stared at the stain like it had betrayed him, then started laughing at himself. Not loud, real. Rimuru laughed too. He didn't force it. It just came out. He wiped DIABLO's sleeve with a napkin and missed a spot on purpose. DIABLO saw that and left it. Small stain. Fine. Shona put extra pickles onto Rimuru's plate. You need salt, she said. He took one.
Yes, chef.
Don't call me chef,
she said, but she smiled. Sui sat with his hands wrapped around his bowl like he was holding onto the planet. Two kids ran behind him, hit his shoulder in their chase, and said sorry, without fear. He flinched and then exhaled and let it pass. Soka watched the whole thing and nodded once to herself. Rigor told a story about a goat that had eaten Benimaru's boot a month ago. Benimaru said that never happened. 3 people confirmed it did. Benimaru put his face in his hands. Milim laughed so hard she hiccuped. Veldora tried to cure hiccups by startling her and only made her laugh harder. Azaleel set their spoon down between bites like they were logging a task. The carpenter on the right nudged their elbow. "You can talk while you eat." Azaleel looked at him. "About what?" "Complain about something." Azaleel thought. "The spoons are slightly different lengths." The carpenter blinked. "That's a terrible complaint."
Yes,
Azaleel said, and smiled, small and delayed like the muscle was new. "I will learn better complaints." Sheehan leaned over. "Complain about Veldora's hair." "My hair is majestic," Veldora said, mouth full. "It sheds in the soup," Sheehan said. "That was one time," Veldora said. "It was 3, Benimaru said. Rimuru ate and watched and didn't try to tidy any of it. He felt the room in small pieces, heat from the bowls, salt on his tongue, a hum of voices, wood under his palms. Diablo's quiet laugh, Shona's knee against his. He said it in his head again because he wanted to hold it there. "It's okay if things aren't perfect. It's better this way." Seal made a small sound in his head. Agree. He smiled into his bowl. "Thanks?" "To, you're welcome." Shona nudged him. "Seal say something rude." She agreed, he said. Shona nodded like that was normal now. "Good." At the far end, Geld stood and raised a cup. "To the mess." He didn't shout. He didn't need to. People caught it. "To the mess," they said back, overlapping and out of time. Sui lifted his cup. His hand shook. He didn't hide it. "To the mess," he said, voice steady anyway. Diablo lifted his too. "To the mess," he said, and then added, "and to impropriety." He winced at his own word choice and corrected himself, laughing, to doing it wrong first and better later. "Good save," Benimaru said. Rimuru raised his, "to us." That was all. It was enough. They drank. Plates clattered. Someone dropped a ladle. It hit the floor and splashed soup onto 3 pairs of shoes. There was a chorus of awe, "Come on," and then a laugh and a towel, and a man who said, "Leave it. I like the smell." Azaleel watched the spill, didn't move to stop it, and then asked the right question. "Do you want help?"
Yes.
The ladle man said. Azaleel bent, wiped, and didn't try to organize the towels by size after. "Progress," Sheehan whispered. Rimuru leaned back. He let the bench wobble and didn't fix the rag. He ate a dumpling that was a little tough and enjoyed it for what it was. He touched Shona's wrist with his knuckles. She pressed back. Milim tossed a bun at Veldora. He caught it in his mouth. Everyone booed. He bowed like an idiot. Kids screamed in delight. Someone started a clapping game with the wrong rhythm on purpose. Others joined until it turned into a beat that made no sense and felt good anyway. Sui finished his soup and stood to clear bowls. Rigor reached to help. Soka took 3 at once and nearly dropped them. Sui grabbed 2 before they fell. She glared at him. He froze, then said, "Permission to touch your bowl." Soka rolled her eyes. "Yes." He took it. They both looked annoyed with themselves, and then laughed because of how stupid that was. Benimaru put his boots up on the bench and Shona kicked them down. He grinned and did it again. She threatened him with a spoon. Geld pretended not to notice and stole a pickle. Azaleel leaned toward Rimuru. "I have a question." "Hit me," Rimuru said. "Is there a correct amount of noise?" Azaleel asked. "No," Rimuru said. "There is too quiet, and we can't hear each other, and everything between is fine." Azaleel nodded, like that was a rule they could live with. "Understood. Don't turn it into a graph," Sheehan said from 3 seats away without looking. Azaleel looked injured. "I was not going to."
Yes, you were,
Benimaru said. Azaleel considered and then admitted.
Yes.
Rimuru laughed. "Make a graph if it helps you. Just don't put it on the wall." "I will tape it under my desk," Azaleel said, very solemn. "Perfect," Sheehan said, and everyone snickered at the word. DIABLO leaned close and kept his voice just for Rimuru. "I am different." "I know," Rimuru said. He looked at him straight. "I like you this way." Diablo's eyes softened. "I like me this way, too." "Good," Rimuru said. "Eat your soup?" "Yes," Diablo said, and obeyed without being told twice. Shona's hand found Rimuru's under the table. He squeezed. He didn't hide it. Milim saw and made a quiet "oh." Sheehan told her to shut up and handed her a bun. The noise rose and dipped. People talked over each other, and nobody died from it. Someone started singing a bad song with the wrong key. Others joined and made it worse. Veldora tried to harmonize and made it even worse. It was fine. Rimuru ate, listened, and let his shoulders drop. He didn't try to fix the song. He didn't try to smooth the laughter. He didn't try to say the perfect thing to close the day. He leaned into the table and said what he meant, plain, so everyone at his end heard it and passed it down without changing the words. "We're good," he said. "Not perfect, good." They nodded. They kept eating. They kept talking. They kept bumping elbows and saying sorry, and no, "You're fine," and meaning both. Azaleel finished their bowl and, without thinking, reached to stack 2 plates. They stopped, looked at the carpenter, raised an eyebrow in a question. The carpenter nodded. Azaleel stacked them and didn't make the stack even. They left it crooked. They smiled at the sight of it like it was a small right scar. Later, when the light outside went soft and the kitchen clatter turned to clean up clatter, Rimuru stood. He didn't make a speech. He just tapped his cup with a spoon until the sound caught and said, "Tomorrow we fix more." Slow. Together. Together. They said back, voices overlapping, loud, warm, off time. He looked around once more. Diablo with soup on his shirt and a light in his eyes that wasn't perfect. Shona with flour on her sleeve. Benimaru pretending he wasn't smiling. Sheehan stealing buns and getting caught. Sui catching himself before he moved too neat. Soka watching him and letting it go. Geld with bread crumbs in his beard. Hakaru having seconds. Veldora licking his fingers and trying to look dignified. Milim leaning on Sheehan and kicking her feet. Azaleel blinking like people made sense. He breathed in. The room smelled like pepper, bread, sweat, and wood. He breathed out. It's okay if things aren't perfect, he thought. It's better this way. No one argued. They cleared bowls. They spilled a little. They wiped it. They bumped shoulders and didn't apologize too many times. They left the rag under the wobbly bench exactly where it was. Outside, someone rang a bell wrong on purpose, and the cheer that went up was messy and honest. Tempest kept moving. Not neat. Alive.